Hello and welcome to today's coverage of the 2023 English Schools Track and Field Championships. National Standard Athletics returns to the Alexander Stadium for the first time since its renovations and its hosting of last summer's Commonwealth Games. Over the next 2 days, the 46 counties of England and their 1,000 plus athletes will compete against one another to win their respective pools. I'm Harrison Main and I'll be taking you through the action today, and we'll be joined by Rosie Timlock tomorrow. Our events have already started actually with the 75 hurdles, but we have 100 metres up next, and they're lined up on the track now. So this is Heat 1 of the Interboys 100 metres. In 1, Anthony Kermers. In 2, Oliver Armitage. Ash Avis is in 3, Joseph Johnson Cole in 4, Elio Asande in 5, Zain Azadafadi in 6, Lewis Hepworth in 7, and Luke Lowe is in lane 8. Fastest on paper with a 10.8, Joseph Johnson Cole. He is in lane 4 from Surrey. So our 100 metres, always a full start there. You can hear the siren going off. Now get called back. So I'm not quite sure who false started there, but looking down at the start line, all the athletes walking back. One athlete still on the start line there in lane 5. That's Elio Asande of Essex. He still stood there on his line. So we'll await for the word from the officials. So they step onto the track now with those cards. Talking to some of the athletes there. Meanwhile, below us here, there's a long jump attempt going on. A run through, they're still warming up in that event. Lots of field action across various sites across this weekend. The next 2 days, Friday and Saturday. But our 100 metre runners are back on the start line. So the athletes on their marks: Kermis, Armitage, Avis, Johnson Cole, Asande, Azabdafadi, Hepworth and Lowe, and away they go this time at the second time of asking. Lane 2, that's Armitage, seems to be going well. Also going well is Azabdafadi, middle 6, and he goes through and he does stop the clock. The clock doesn't stop there, but a -2 headwind. So not ideal for those athletes there, but those on the back straight doing the hurdles are going to have almost perfect wind. But our 100 metre first heat won by Zain Azabdafadi of Middlesex. He's a best of 10.99. The clock stopped now, his 11.04, so just 5/100ths outside his best. We have got 3 heats of this 100 metres. So 2 automatic qualifiers and 2 non-automatic qualifiers. So we should have the second heat of the 100 metres for the Interboys next. They're just walking back to their blocks. In 1, Barnaby Rhodes of Shropshire. He's an 11.4 runner. Joel Ajayi is in 2 from Essex. Rio McCausland is in 3 with Rickay Smith in 4. Dylan Williams is in 5 with Matthew Ajayi in 6. Kai Empson Williams is in lane 7 with Jack Keeble Kavuoto in lane 8. This is heat 2 of the Interboys 100 metres. So the athletes called up to their marks. No blocks used at English schools except for the seniors in the heats. They will be allowed to use their blocks in the final. So Rhodes, Ajayi, McCausland, Smith, Williams, Ajayi, Epsom, Williams and Keeble Kavuto. And once again a very tight start. I think it is lane 5 there, that's Asande. Very, very close. Lane 6 there taking it. That will be Matthew Ajayi of Oxfordshire. He's an 11 seconds runner. He's just gone under 11 for the first time in his life. 10.96 into a minus 0.8 headwind. So great running there from Matthew Ajayi of Oxfordshire. So a fantastic run there. First personal best of the next 2 days, the English Schools Championships. Matthew Ajayi takes that. Race 3 will come very quickly. Competition at English Schools does flow very smoothly from one event into the next, and race 3 is next. Sean O'Donnell, Marcel Winter, Dylan Batty, David Ellington, James Beecroft, Alexander Armstrong, William Lupton, your runners in this one. The fastest on paper, the time of 10.66, one of the fastest we've seen in the field, is David Ellington of Middlesex. He's in lane 4, so watch out for him. Middlesex in the claret and yellow. So the athletes stood behind their blocks. The athletes already on the track for the event after the 80-metre hurdles, which will conclude this event. But this is the Interboys 100 metres heat 3, now called to their blocks. So race 3 gets underway, and it's a flying start from Sean O'Donnell of Leicestershire on the inside. But coming through now is the fastest man on paper, David Ellington. But Ellington's being challenged from Beecroft on his outside, and those two are going to safely qualify. But I think Beecroft might just have got there first. Beecroft from Kent has a best of 10.84. 11.05 the time run there, but into that headwind it's still very, very respectable. So Beecroft and Ellington, the two through, sorry, and there'll be 2 non-automatic qualifiers across the 3 heats. So next up is our 80-metre hurdles. That's for the intermediate girls. So this 80-metre hurdles race, the athletes are behind their blocks. In lane 1, Leela Cox of Sussex. In 2, Sienna Slater of Lincolnshire. In 3, Isabella Banks of Northamptonshire. Warwickshire have Isabella Muir in lane 4. Thea Brown's in 5 from Cheshire. Alicia Lacey is in 6 from Kent. Kira Jones is in 7 from Cumbria. Salome Vicia of Middlesex is in 8 with Layla J. Belgrave in 9 from Wiltshire. So this is race 1 of the 80-metre hurdles. Due to get underway at 10 o'clock, but we are about 5 minutes ahead of schedule here. And away they go, and it looks like a great start from the athlete in the black top there. That's Thea Brown of Cheshire. And she crosses the line comfortably in the lead there. Looks like 11.17 if I can see correctly across the field. So 11.17 there for Thea Brown. 3 heats again, so 2 automatic qualifiers and 2 non-automatic qualifiers. But that was a very impressive performance from Thea. She got out of the blocks really nicely, and when she was up and into the hurdles, she just moved through very, very smoothly. So that was race 1. Race 2 now, just entering the track. In 2, Pearl Ford of Lincolnshire. In 3, Lily Gale of Kent. In lane 4, Nia Forbes Agyapong of Hertfordshire. In 5, Katie Brandt of Staffordshire. In 6, Ellen Roberts of Surrey. And in 7, Rebecca Smith of Hampshire. In lane 8, Annie Jonkers of Oxfordshire. And in 9, Imani Kwamina of London. So those athletes now just going over the blocks and going over some practice hurdles. So race 2 next up. Ford, Gale, Forbes, Agyapong, Brandt, Roberts, Smith, Jonkers and Kwamina. Lane 1 unoccupied for the first time. This event, of course, as all the hurdles have so far on the back straight, we have 100 metre action on the home straight. They're almost top and tailing. So the 80 metre hurdles, we have 2 more heats of that, race 2 and race 3, and then we'll go straight over to the 100 metres. We have 2 start teams, so we can literally start one after the other almost immediately. But the athletes in 2 now called up to their blocks. So away they go, and it is a flying start there from Lily Gale of Kent. She's been challenged from Forbes, Agyapong on her outside. Very tight between these 2, but 2 go through. And I think it will be those 2 there. So it's Gale and Forbes, Agyapong, Kent and Hertfordshire, who secure their place automatically for the final, which I believe is tomorrow. So race 3 up next. Ellie Barnes, Eva Cassidy, Isabel Mardle, Leah Wagstaff, Rebecca Wright, Grace Weeks, Eve Drury, Caris Lechon. So this is race 3 of our 80 metre hurdles. But it looks like athletes in their blocks for the 100 metres early here. So we are going to start with our 100 metre competition. This is for this. I'm not quite sure who this is for actually. It looks like possibly the senior girls. Samifan, Errington, Damos, Kia, Adu, Bradley, Morgan, Olasien, Rhodes, Burrows and Hancocks. And through the line there, 12-18. And that's Savannah Mackenzie Morgan of Northamptonshire. That's for the intermediate girls. It now flashes up on our screen. Apologies for that, that's slightly off the timetable that I have here. So we are hearing that they are going to be running an event on the back straight, followed by a 100 metre race on the home straight, and then they're going to keep doing that with the hurdles. So apologies for a little bit of confusion there, possibly for the next couple of hours as we flick between the 2 sides of the track. So this is race 3 of the 80 metres now on the back straight. Ellie Barnes, South Yorkshire, Eve Cassidy of West Midlands, Isabel Mardle of Norfolk, Leah Wagstaff of Cambridgeshire, Rebecca Wright of Essex, Grace Weeks of Hampshire, Eve Drury of West Yorkshire, Caris Lechon of Sussex. And it is tight again as they come towards the line. Clock again very small on the far side of the track there, 11:21 the time. So we're a bit confused here. We think it was a Kent athlete who came across the line first. We haven't got one on our start list. Very difficult to see the numbers on the vests from this far side of the track. We are located in the home straight here. About 10 or so yards from the finish line. So we're in perfect position to see this 100 metres that's on now. This is heat 2 of our inter-girls 100 metres. In 1, Humphrey of Nottinghamshire, 2, Lucas of Dorset, 3, Amoya Broad of Middlesex, 4, Quaino of Berkshire, 5, Akande of Lincolnshire, 6, Afuoma of Greater Manchester, 7, Georgia of Hereford and Worcestershire, 8, Casimar of Leicestershire and Rutland, and in 9, MacLeod of Leicestershire and Rutland. Race 2 of our inter-girls 100 metres. This is on the home straight, and the athletes now called to their blocks. So race 2 of our 100 metres for the inter-girls underway, and that's Mabel Akande of Lincolnshire, and she's got a large lead as she comes through the line. Second place there was Shuri Ufuoma of Greater Manchester. There is 4 heats of this 100 metres, so that means that only the first automatically qualifiers, with 4 non-automatic qualifiers based on time. So Mabel Akande there automatically qualifies for the final. We'll get to see her tomorrow afternoon in that final. So I think race 3 of our 100 metres will be next. Hurdles changing height on the back straight. So race 3, Emily Dimbelow, Freya Howard, Millie Wilkinson, Oma Sarici, Monique, Queen Yvette, Nguta, Esme Dubois, Jensina, Angelo and Olivia Hayes. So the athletes called behind the line. So the whistle goes and this race will get started very shortly. Dimbelow, Howard, Wilkinson, Monique, Nguta, Dubois, Angelo and Hayes. A great atmosphere so far here in Birmingham at the Alexander Stadium. Lots of support for the athletes. You can see over on the far stand, the back straight stand, the county organisations are all sat in their little clusters. Flashes of colour across that stand, reds and greens and clarets you can see down there. A great atmosphere being created by the school children supporting their friends and their teammates. But race 3 now does get underway. And it's very, very tight once again. I think that's Oma Sarici Manek. It is Manek now coming through, and she's going to automatically qualify. 12:21 the time for her. So another very respectable performance. Monex has a best time of 11:92. So that's about 2/10 outside her best. Minus 1.1 the wind, so strong headwind into their faces. So race 3, that was won by Oma Sarici Manek, who'll be in the final tomorrow afternoon. Race 4 is next. Elisa Watson, Inesi Rene Atafin, Olivia Monk, Tiana Rizzo, Isabella Walkley, Fulakimi Odafin, Michaela Bray Aloy, Tristel Kopamohu of Hampshire. So this is race 4 of our Intergirls 100 metres. So the athletes still behind their line. So whistle goes. Watson, Atafin, Monk, Rizzo, Walkley, Adofa, Bray, Aloy, Kupamoa. So the athletes now called to their blocks for race 4, final Intergirls 100 metre heat. No semi-finals in this competition, so very, very strict criteria to get through. Just 1 automatic and 4 non-automatic. But away they go. Watson getting a good start on the inside. But I think that's athlete number 1, a great number to wear at any competition, Isabel Walkley. It is Walkley now coming through to the line. Athlete number 1 finishes in place number 1. She'll be in the final tomorrow afternoon. So on the start line, over on the back straight, the 80 metre hurdles. The junior boys 80 metre hurdles, I believe it is. It is in fact the 80 metres for the junior boys. So in 1, William Dapper of West Midlands. 2, Hugo Douglas Reeves of Durham. 3, Finn Kenny of Hertfordshire. Kai Rogan of Kent is in 4. Jacob Burrell of Warwickshire is in 5. Oscar Barrett of Hertfordshire in 6. Liam O'Brien of Greater Manchester in 7. And Daniel Delanoy of Cumbria in lane 8. Fastest on paper with 11.42. So way clear of the rest of the field. Kai Rogan of Kent. But we do have in the next heat someone who's run 11.04. Fantastic time. So I'm excited to see him. That's Hans Namaju of Kent. But Kai Rogan in this heat, one of the inside lanes, he is definitely one to watch. Kent in the dark blue shorts and the light blue vest. You can just make him out there in the luminous yellow spikes, worn by so many athletes these days. It is great to have such good athletics competitions happening in such a stadium. Commonwealth Games, of course, hosted here last summer, and I believe it's to host the European Championships in 2025, so great opportunity for these athletes to get to compete in such a stadium, but they are now called up to the line. So watch Kai Rogan, number 42 from Kent. That 11.42 performance definitely makes him the standout athlete in this field. So a clear stutter there, clearly an athlete twitching in the blocks, or not the blocks as they're not allowed them in the heat here, but twitching in his set position. So they'll get stood back up, probably receive a warning, and then they'll go again. So you see the official now on the track, green card shown, so it is just a warning, a technical error they're saying. And now the athletes set up again. So here we go, our first 80 metre hurdles for the junior boys. It is very, very tight between 3 of the athletes there, but Kai Rogan, it's Rogan versus, I think that's Dapper, Wisdom Dapper on the inside. Between those two, if they get to the line. But I think that was Dapper who got there. We'll wait confirmation of that one. So race 2 on the track now. Freddie Pickering of London, Sonia Briggs McKellar of Northamptonshire, Michaela David Mackenzie Callum of London, Harry Webb of Hertfordshire, Hans Namaju, the fastest on paper, 11.04 from Kent, Semalor Mustafa of Essex, Jack Saxon of Somerset, Mafuna Noeasy of Staffordshire, and Harry Ryan of Dorset. My apologies, that's Muna Noeasy of Staffordshire in lane 8. They go through their warm-ups again, as we've seen so many times. So the senior boys at 100 metres now on the track, setting their blocks up. They are the age group that are allowed the blocks on the start line. But 80-metre hurdle for the junior boys is the next event. So just waiting confirmation of which race will go first. It does look like it could be the 80-metre hurdle junior boys race 2. So the whistle goes. So it is the heat 2 of the 80-metre hurdles for those junior boys. Competition happening over on the back straight. The athletes called up to their blocks. So Pickering, Briggs McKellar, David Mackenzie Callum, Webb, Namaju, Mustafa, Saxon, Noeasy and Ryan. That looks like a full start to me. One of the athletes looked like he got stuck in their blocks, but I think it was a full start. Would need to see a replay, but perhaps that was Moon and Noeasy with a full start. I don't think they give out automatic disqualifications here at the school, so it should just be a yellow card given if it was Noeasy full starting. So looking down the back straight now. There was a card given, I couldn't quite make out the colour. Probably yellow though, in my eyes, which would be a warning for one of the athletes. So Pickering, Briggs McKellar, David Mackenzie Callum, Webb, Namaju, Mustafa, Saxon, Noeasy and Ryan. Race 2 of the 80-metre hurdles for those junior boys. And away they go, and it is a cracking start there from, I think that's Mustafa. One of the hurdles moved right round. I think, oh, very tight there between Mustafa and Namaju. Big cheer there around the stadium as the athlete who fell gets up and finishes. Great to see the support, as we mentioned earlier, from so many athletes down there. Thank you for joining us on the live stream as well. I'm sure many of you are parents looking for your child. Maybe friends, maybe just an athletics fan. Welcome to everyone. We do move straight on. I mentioned earlier they were on the start line. They now stood behind their blocks for the senior boys 100. In 1, Matthew France of Derbyshire. 2, Joshua Hickson of Durham. 3, Henry Thomas of Surrey. 4, Ezekiel Lowe of Kent. Hagan Mazee of Berkshire in 5. Asari Aqua is in 6 of Hertfordshire. In 7, Gareth Evans of West Yorkshire. And in 8, Asaji Imanswomu of London. Fastest on paper with 10.79 is Ezekiel Lowe. And the athlete's just striding out once more. So France, Hickson, Thomas, Lowe, Mazee, Aqua, Evans, Imanswomu. So watch out for Lowe, the Kent athlete. He's wearing number 41. He's in the light blue vest. You've heard a lot of Kent already. Very good county over the sprints. But the athletes are now called up to their marks. So our first senior boys 100 metres gets underway. This should be one of the fastest races of the weekend, the 100 metres for the senior boys, but Ezekiel Lowe now comes through and he stops the clock 10.91, so a little way outside his best of 10.79. Once again 4 heats, so 1 automatic qualifier and 4 time-based qualifiers, but Ezekiel Lowe, the fastest on paper in this heat, secures his spot in the final tomorrow afternoon. Race 2 already setting up their blocks on the track. Meanwhile, triple jump, javelin and some pole vault going on in the field. I'm not quite sure how much of that you're getting to see on the stream at this point. I'm just looking out the window at the stadium at the moment at what's going on. But our 100 metre athletes stride out once more. The hurdles on the back straight being set up for the what looks like 100 metre hurdles or 110 metre hurdles. Should be the senior girls 100 metre hurdles up next. Yeah, that will be the 100 hurdles on the back straight. Some great performances we've seen so far. Definitely one personal best at least we saw in one of the 100 metres for the inter boys. So heat 2 of the senior boys is next though. So your Afrin Menza is in 1 of Derbyshire, in 2 Ayo Salako of Durham, in 3 David Sido of Leicestershire and Rutland, and in 4 Dante Pollard of Middlesex. Leonardo Scott is in 6 with Tom Odell in 7, Jaden Riley is in lane 8 and Josh Yanni is in 9. Fastest on paper with a 10.63, Dante Pollard of Middlesex. Middlesex in maroon and gold vests, so they're the checkered pattern you can see down there. So there goes the whistle. This race will be getting underway very, very shortly. Afrin Mensah, Salako, Saidu, Pollard, Scott, Odell, Riley, Yanni. Race 2 of the 100 metres for the senior boys. So I've got my stream picture back now so I can take you through the action of this one as you can see it. So the athletes now down into their blocks. Watch out for Pollard, the Middlesex man, is in lane 4. The gold and maroon. So race 2 gets underway now. It's very tight. On the inside, you're Afrin Mensah. Very close, but now on the outside, it's a very great race there. That's lane 7. I think that's Odell of Hampshire, 10.91 runner. Clock stops with 11.11. So I do think that was Odell. Oh, very tight. Actually, I think it was Pollard at a second look on the finish line camera there. I think it might have been Pollard, the pre-race favourite, who took it. He has a best of 10.63, so he's around 4/10 outside. So you can see the race 3 athletes now setting up their blocks. Now, if you are watching the stream and wondering why does the stadium look so empty, this is a massive stadium for an event like this. But if you look at the back straight, I can do it out my window here in a commentary box at the stadium. If you look at the back straight, there is all the athletes, and I'm sure below us here in the home straight there's lots of athletes and spectators also. The bend's primarily used to spectate on field events, so there's a cluster of spectators around the Javelin runway, and a few, as you can see there, by the pole vault bed just at the top of your screen. But I can assure you the back straight is looking a lot busier. I'm sure the home straight below us is also. The senior girls 100 hurdle athletes are now just going through their warm-up on the back straight. But on the home straight we have got race 3 of the 100 metres for the senior boys. In 1, Daniel Harding Forbes of Bedfordshire. In 2, Fabian Powell of Leicestershire and Rutland. 3, Christian Tansey of Norfolk. In 4, Henry Christer of Hampshire. In 5, Roger Robinson of Middlesex. In 6, Christopher Hughes of Essex. In 7, Joel Brown King of Durham. And in 8, Conor McCarthy of Cornwall. Fastest on paper with a 10.62, Henry Christer of Hampshire. They of course are in the red vest with the diagonal stripe. So in lane 4 there, Henry Christer, fastest on paper. Watch him, but he could come under challenge from the 2 lanes outside him. Roger Robinson and Christian Tansey, they've both run underneath 10.9. But away they go, and it is Robinson who got off to a flying start. But now coming through is Henry Christer, the pre-race favourite. He is motoring towards the line, and he is going to book his spot in the final. 11.06 on the clock. But that headwind now up to 3.7. That is quite horrible to run into, if I'm honest with you. If the wind was behind them, the legal limit would be +2. That's -3.7, so it's almost double the legal limit. And on this camera here, you can see our crowd here in the bottom tier of the main stand on the home straight. Here's a replay. Look at the stride length of Christer, who comes through, and he does win race 3. Do think race 4 of our 100 metres may come before our senior girls 100 hurdles. Athletes on both sides just setting up their blocks. Oh, the 100 metres for the senior girls. Look like they're in their blocks. They're going through a warm-up stride now on the back straight, so I think we do have our senior boys going first. So the athletes going through their final preparation now for race 4 of our senior boys 100 metres. Alexander Boswick of West Yorkshire, Ben Moseray of Bedfordshire, Oliver Demola Awalabi of Staffordshire, Dindu Alenwa of Greater Manchester, Zach Clark Green of Middlesex, Ryan Hewitt of Lincolnshire, Declan Twee of Somerset are your runners in this one. The fastest with 10.82, Dindu Alenwa of Greater Manchester. Some great clubs in Manchester. They wear the orange vest with the blue side panel. Some great clubs in Manchester. You've got Trafford, you've got Sale, among others. One of the team managers from Trafford is in the box next to us. I can just see him in the corner of my eye. I'm sure he will have been part of the selection process for the Greater Manchester team. You can see the Manchester athlete there, number 31, just stood behind his blocks in the blue shorts, orange top with the side panels in blue. Once again, watch him, that's Dindu Alenwa, but also watch Oluwademola Owolabi of Staffordshire and watch Zach Clark Green. They're the two nearest to him in lanes 3 and lanes 5. So this is the final heat of our senior boys 100 metres. Once again, 1 automatic qualifier, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. So the buzzer goes off, a full start. Another reminder, we do not disqualify immediately here at English schools. There will be at least a yellow card, if not a green card. So all the athletes will get another chance to run. But it'll be interesting to see, now that we have a closer picture, if the yellow cards are being given. So just a replay of that full start. Oh, it looked like the Middlesex man, Zach Clark Green. He's a 10.87 runner, second quickest on paper. But meanwhile, our 100 metres for the senior girls, 100 hurdles is underway. You can't see it on your stream, but we have a large lead for our first runners from Gloucestershire. We have had a disqualification in the 100 metres meanwhile, but over on the 100 hurdles for the senior girls there, it was Jessica Duncton who took the win. Very impressive performance from her. But we have had a disqualification. I was correct, it was Zach Clark Green. So unfortunately for the man from Middlesex, he will not be able to carry on. The information I was given was that no disqualifications would happen immediately, but apparently for the seniors they will be. So Boswick, Mosseray, Olabi, Alenwa, Hewitt and Toy. And Alenwa, the fastest, got out best, but Olabi now coming through. Oh, it's very, very tight. No, it's on the outside. I think it's the man on the outside there, Declan Toy of Somerset. There's a spring in his step as he crosses the line there, as we can see him. 11:24 the time on the clock. Ryan Hewitt of Lincolnshire also there. We had two runners on the inside, Elenwa and Olabi, who were just clear of the field. And then out of nowhere, Toy and Hewitt come through. I think it was Toy who took it on the line. Although Somerset do not compete in the blue and white, they compete in red. So there must be an extra athlete in that one who's not on my start list. Possibly Gareth Evans of West Yorkshire, maybe? Then West Yorkshire in blue. So I'm not sure who actually won that heat there. Someone in lane 8 who's not on the Entry for Sport website, where you can see the results if you need them throughout the competition today and tomorrow. So it means it was Hewitt there in second place in that heat. But that was a very interesting race to watch. The way that it just transformed in the latter stages. It shows that the start of the race is not the most important part, it's how you finish. Obviously a good start is necessary to be in with contention, but if you can finish as strongly as we saw, you're always in with a shot. So our junior 100 metre competition, you can see the graphic on the screen now. In 1, Grace Whitfield of Cumbria. In 2, Annabelle Van Hessington of Oxfordshire. In 3, Geizy Caparelli of Hertfordshire. In 4, Holly Flint of Derbyshire. In 5, Chevelle Marshall of Surrey. In 6, Maisie Boylan of Norfolk. In 7, Francesca Bush of Cambridgeshire. And in 8, Isabel Akpoveta of Sussex. But I think we have the senior girls 100 hurdles going off first. We already saw Jessica Duncton win her heat a few minutes ago. So over on the back straight, the 100 hurdles does get underway. In that one we have Allen, Osola, Gamel, Irvine, Ajuka, Nwankwo. I think it was Mayalea Osola, Somerset, who won that one. We do apologise that we aren't able to show all of both races. We do have literally back-to-back races on both straights, so we're having to coordinate very tightly. But you can see there, number 69, Mayalea Osola, very powerfully coming through the finish line. So she did take heat 2 of that 100 metre hurdles. In that competition there is 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 non-automatic. We can return to that 100 metre race. Took you through the lineup for a few seconds ago. So you could hear the alarm going off there, which means that this race will be called back once again. And as this is a senior competition, there can be disqualifications. So race 1 of this 100 metres, green card shown, so all the athletes will stay. So it looks like we have no Carla Teese on the inside, which means it's Chloe Ramsey, Ella Edwards, Emmanuel Quay, Saskia King, Maisie Tyrrell and Brogan McCafferty. This race 1 of our 100 metres for the senior girls. And away it goes, so Ramsey, Edwards, Quay, King, Tyrrell, McCafferty. Very tight. Saskia King now comes through in the latter stage of the race. Once again, a strong finish. Takes the win at 12:13 for Saskia King of London. The all-black top and shorts of London sees its first win of the weekend. I'd assume that would be one of the most sparsely populated regions in this competition. So that there, Saskia King of London, who took the win and automatically qualifies for the final. Race 1 of our 100 metres. So back over to our 100 hurdles. Hickling, Corker, McGaw, Stewart and Hogton. Few missing from this heat. There's the white and red there, just trying to make out the number of the county. So that there, that's Etienne Morn of Bedfordshire, number 3. Apologies for the delay in bringing you the winner of that one. We had a few missing from the heat, so I wasn't quite sure who was still there. But that was Etienne Morn of Bedfordshire. I think most of those girls will go through. 2 automatically, definitely. Maya Stewart of Hereford and Worcestershire was there or thereabouts. Sophie Hogton of Sussex was also close. I'm not quite sure who got through in that second automatic spot. So heat 2 of our 100 metres for the senior girls. Next, Eliza Lindmer, Patricia Goods Edmondson, Amelia Gittens, Faith Akimbileji, Serena Blackwood, Kaya Slater, Twaino Kaluziza. This is race 2, the athletes on their blocks. Somerset, Middlesex, Hertfordshire, Kent, Cambridgeshire, Oxfordshire and West Midlands. So no Middlesex, so Patricia Grudds Edmondson not starting in this one. Conditions here in Birmingham, in case you are wondering, very grey. It's got the sense of rain in the air and it's very chilly. We've had some glorious weather here in the past, but today it is very, very chilly. Won't help these sprinters at all. But our race 2 gets underway. Faith Akimbileji now comes through. Akimbileji of Kent comes through towards the line and she stops the clock in 12:11. And it's Kaya Slater of Oxfordshire who took second. But Akimbileji from Kent did take the win in Heat 2 of our 100 metres. As we mentioned, the weather, the wind still very, very strong. Still hovering around that 2 headwind. So not ideal for these sprinters on the home straight, but perfect if you're on the back straight, provided that it stays within the legal limit. I think this is a replay of our final moments of that heat. We cut away from that back to the start line. And race 3. Yasmin Smith of Cheshire, Mehitabel of Angelo of West Yorkshire, Scarlett Thomas Wright of Kent, Lily Murphy of Greater Manchester, Rain Tapper of Middlesex, Annabelle Honey of Somerset, Jasmine Wilkins of Bedfordshire. Race 3 of the senior girls 100 metres, that'll be getting underway very shortly. The stadium really is starting to fill up. Lots of activity now on like the top. So basically during the Commonwealth Games they had temporary seating right up very high on top of the stands, the permanent stands. You can see, kind of see the metal railing behind the stand there. Over on the opposite back straight, we're looking at the long jump here, the triple jump, sorry. Over on the other back straight, there's a lot of activity going on towards the warm-up track end. There's a lot of concrete slabs on top, so a lot of athletes doing some stretches and walking around. A big screen also placed up there. I think we're just going to miss this jump in the triple. We go back to the 100 metres. Smith, Angelo, Thomas Wright, Murphy, Tapper, Honey, Wilkins. Does look like Mehitabel Angelo of West Yorkshire is missing, so Smith, Thomas Wright, Murphy, Tapper, Honey, Wilkins. Lane 2 unoccupied. We focus on Lily Murphy, she's the fastest on paper. Camera firmly fixed to her. Best time of 11:81. But away we go. And it's not a great start there from Murphy. But Murphy now starts to move through. It's very, very tight. But I think she's starting to pull through. Lily Murphy just about gets there. 12:17 the time. I mentioned that she's run 11:81. Rain Tapper on her outside has run 11:86. So it was between those two on the line. About as tight as we'd have expected. So we see the finish again. But the time very slow. But that headwind really, really killing the speed of these athletes. We'll get to see that battle between Murphy and Tapper play out again tomorrow. 5 100ths between the two girls, based on their personal bests. We do move to the 100 metre hurdles for the inter boys. So in 1, Daniel Allen of Sussex. In 2, Finley Bernard of Norfolk. In 3, Callum Egan of Hertfordshire. 4, Adam Dingley of Devon. In 5, Rayan Mutada of Kent. In 6, Trey Corliss of London. In 7, Corey Beechill of Cheshire. And in 8, Ogbud Mida Aribo of Somerset. And in lane 9, Ollie Dieppe of Hereford and Worcestershire. So this race will be run with almost the perfect wind. We've seen it hover around that -2 mark on the home straight, which should translate, provided that the wind is equal throughout the stadium, to a +2 wind on the home straight. From my commentary position here at the Alexander Stadium, I can see the trees behind that. There's a big wooded area behind the stadium, behind the stand that you're just looking at here. The trees moving very violently in the wind, so it would suggest that the wind has picked up a little. This is the 100 hurdles for our inter boys. It's our penultimate event on the back straight. We have the 100 metres for the junior girls going on there in a few minutes' time. I think they're going to interlope that with the 100 metres for the junior boys, which will be on the home straight. So the athletes are now marked: Allen, Bernard, Egan, Dingley, Mortada, Corliss, Beechel, Aribo, Dieppe. And away they go. And it is a flying start from the Hertfordshireman there, Callum Egan. But coming through now, Rayan Mortada of Kent, 12.99, his best time. He is clear of the field as he goes over the final hurdle. Celebrates to the fans down there. 12.99, so he equals his best. Equals his personal best here at the English Schools Championships. I would love to get a view of the wind, but unfortunately I cannot see the wind reading here. So do check the results on the Entry for Sport website if you're interested in that. That's an equal personal best, so if the wind is legal and the clock is lenient to him, potential for a personal best for Rayan Mortada of Kent in our first 100 metre hurdles for the intermediate boys. In fact, he points at the clock there, so he sees the time. He knows he's had a solid run. What can he provide in the final tomorrow? I think we flick back to 100 metres now. We do indeed flick back to the 100 metres. This will be for the junior boys race 1, full races. So if you haven't already figured it out, as we've said every single time, there's 1 automatic qualifier, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. In lane 1, Joel Nagar. In 2, Lawton Colonel. In 3, Dylan Bailey. In 4, James Phillips. In 5, Victor Redmond. In 6, Owen Keeninside. In 7, Dunbut Sheena. In 8, Iwaju. And in lane 9, Onya Mechi. You can see the start list now. So Nagar of Oxfordshire, Colonel of Cumbria, Bailey of West Yorkshire, Phillips of Cornwall, Redmond of Kent, Keeninside of Middlesex, Dunbut Sheena of Wiltshire, and Iwuji of Hertfordshire. So away we go. It's very close racing. I think that was so tight to the line there. I think it might have been the Kentman. Victor Redmond, 11.22. So Redmond did take that one of Kent. Just had confirmation of that. Victor Redmond, best time by 11.22. The wind seemed to have slowed somewhat for that one, only minus 0.3. See a replay of that. Definitely Redmond coming through to take it. Second place there on his outside, Keenly side of Middlesex. But straight back to the back straight. Second heat of our inter-boys 100 hurdles. Dennis, Alexander, Shaw, Taylor, Wright, Wheatley, Bradley, Woodthorpe. You can see how tight it is there. But I think it's Joshua Taylor of Devon starting to move clear over the final set of hurdles now. It is Taylor coming through, Joshua Taylor of Devon, 13.18 his best, and he's just got 13.10. That'll be a new lifetime best for him. Second place there was Toby Wright. Just the 2 heats, which means 3 auto qualifiers. This is a great camera angle showing the amount of events we've had here at the Alexander Stadium. Muller, of course, sponsors of British Championships and Diamond Leagues in the past, so that's what that represents. But you can really see the strength of Joshua Taylor of Devon. He came through to take that. Second place was Toby Wright of Somerset. I think that could be a lifetime best for both of those. Wright's lifetime best 13.33. So he looks to have gone underneath that time. I think we now go to heat 2 of the 100 metres for the junior boys. The athletes now standing behind their start line, doing another practice start or two. The two-tone track between the tartan and the royal blue. A clear picture back to that Commonwealth Games last summer, hosted here. Some fantastic performances we saw. Eilish McColgan, one that springs to mind. She had some impressive runs out in the 5,000 and 10,000 metres. Of course, she is Scottish and would not compete at the English schools. But many athletes that did compete in that competition are alumni of this competition. I'll tell you through some of those later on this afternoon. Race 2 up next. Sharp, Turby, Czech, Edwards, Ayim, Graham, Alundu, Ahmad, Familoni and Late. And it does now get underway, our second heat of our 100 metres for the junior boys. And it looks like Divine Ahimi of Oxfordshire, best time of 11.09. And he runs 11.09. Yet again we see someone equal their best. Very annoying when you do that. As a middle distance runner, not something that happens to me very often. But I can assure you that that would frustrate an athlete. They know that if they'd have gone 1/100th of a second quicker, it's a new best. But unfortunately, it's exactly the same time, pending photo finish. But he does have the final to run, so if he's in PB shape at the moment, into a headwind, and he's got the final to run tomorrow, the wind could be kind. We could see some very quick times from Divine Ahimi. Potential to go under 11 seconds for the first time in his life. So be sure to tune in for that final tomorrow. That's at 2:55. So our next 100 metre heat, Lincoln Jones is in 2, Tyler Charles is in 3, Marcus James in 4, Nazia Borrell in 5, Benjamin Williams in 6, Kelly Arrow in 7, Tony Mazzaru in 8 and Joe Wake in lane 9. This is race 3 of our junior boys 100 metres. So the camera there focused on Tony Mazura of West Yorkshire. Mazara is an 11.8 runner, but on his inside there was Kelly Arrow, he's run 11.54. Fastest in the seat though, Nazia Burrell of London in the all black. He is in lane 5. So a nice tight shot of the Middlesex man, Marcus James. He is in lane 3. But Nazir Burrell on his outside is the quickest on paper, but I don't think he's going to get there in the lead. Looks like Mazzara of West Yorkshire, the man he was focused on before the race. In fact, that could be Aru of Merseyside. I think it was Aru of Merseyside. Apologies for the little mistake there. It was Aru of Merseyside. Also in white was Mazzara on his outside, but he was slightly further back. So Aru is 11.54 runner. He has just been an 11.3 runner, so definitely potential for him to run quickly this weekend. Aru definitely won it. The second automatic qualifying spot there going to Marcus James of Middlesex. Looks like we go almost straight up to race 4. So as you can see on your screen, the lineup for our race 4 of our 100 metres. In 2, Harvey Beckles of Hampshire. In 3, Nathaniel Callew of Hertfordshire. 4, Jarma Williams of Middlesex. In 5, Cristiano Anar of Surrey. In 6, Finley McKittrick of Cleveland. In 7, Isaac Allen of Lancashire. In 8, Morgan Downs of West Yorkshire. And in lane 9, David Oldfield of Devon. Fastest on paper, Cristiano Anar of Surrey. He's in lane 4. He's an 11.3 runner. So watch lane 4, Cristiano Anar. He's in our picture now. He is the fastest on paper in this field. One of the fastest in the entire competition. So we're definitely anticipating him making the final. But he has to navigate this 100 metres to confirm that place. But it's a cracking start from Harvey Beckles of Hampshire on the inside. But as they get up and into their running, Cristiano Anar now has the lead. Anar, very tall, and he, I think, just about gets through there. 11.48 on the clock. So very quick time, actually, into a very strong headwind. McKittrick of Cleveland on his outside. 11.4 and I think took second. But Cristiano Anar safely through and into the final tomorrow afternoon. So you can see Anar taking it with McKittrick in second on his outside. So next up is the junior girls 100 metres. 4 races of this one, which means 1 automatic qualifiers and 4 time-based qualifiers across the 4 heats. It's a very tough qualifying. See our start list now. Grace Whitfield in 1 of Cumbria. In 2, Annabelle Van Helsingdon of Oxfordshire. 3, Geizy Caparelli of Hertfordshire. In 4, Holly Flint of Derbyshire. 5, Chevelle Marshall of Surrey. In 6, Maisie Boylan of Norfolk. In 7, Francesca Bush of Cambridgeshire. And in 8, Isabella Acpovetta of Sussex. So our 100 metres on the back straight. This is the junior girls heat 1. Whitfield, Van Helsingden, Caparelli, Flint, Marshall, Boylan, Bush, Akpavetta. Once again, apologies, a little confusion as they move the straights around. But this will be good running for these 100 metre runners. They'll have the wind behind them. So definitely worth moving it for them. So interesting here, if you look at the outside lanes, Akpavetta definitely on the outside of Sussex in the yellow. She's actually starting on the tartan. It's completely the same surface, don't get me wrong, it's just coloured differently. She starts on the tartan and will run into the blue. So quite a cool lane draw for her. Speaking of Akpavetta, she gets off to a flying start. But on the inside of her now in the red with the blue shorts of Derbyshire, that's Holly Flint. And I think Flint got there in first place. It was Holly Flint, 12:35 her best time. She ran 12:31 there, so a new personal best for Holly Flint. So a huge congratulations to Holly Flint. She'll take the moderate journey back to Derbyshire, so around about an hour's to Derby from here. So around about an hour journey back home with a new personal best and a place in the final. She'll be staying the night, of course, I'm sure, as many of our counties and regions are. So after our 100 metre races, we move on to 300 metres. Then we have some 1500 metres. This stadium set in fantastic setting for the warm-ups of these athletes. So their cross-country course used at the West Midlands Young Athletes Cross-Country League regional cross-country races in this stadium. They're all on the field. We're located in a big park here with a BMX track, and all the cross-country races happen over there. Move back to the triple jump. The athletes, of course, not having to wear front and back numbers in the jumps event, so we're not quite sure who she is. Looked like she stepped behind the board, so I think that'll be legal. It is. I think she needs to try and get her foot more on the board. Of course, you're giving up yards if you're not quite hitting the board. So we have athlete 83 in the start line, but we're going to have to go back to our second heat of our 100 metres as the whistle is blown. In this one, Jasmine Jessamy, Alba March, Alicia May, Angel McLeod, Celine Obina Allo, Alice Jones, Era Kamara, Alison Omoreji. This is heat 2 of our junior girls 100 metres. The fastest on paper with 12:34 her best time, Angel McLeod of Middlesex. That race now is underway. We're fixed on the triple jump for a second here. We cut to it now and it looks... Is that Alice Jones of Merseyside on the outside perhaps coming through? I don't think it was Merseyside. You just see the number there. I think it might have been Durham, Celine Obana Allo. It was Celine Abina Allo of Durham who was the quickest in that race. She's second quickest on paper with a 12:4. You can see her there in the purple with the yellow stripes, diagonal stripes meeting at her hips. So that is Durham. Plenty of counties competing here. 46 in total. They're all split up into A pool, B pool, C pool and D pool based on the size of their county and their historic success in athletics. And they will all compete against each other in their pool. And there is county titles to be given out at the end of the weekend. So an added incentive to the athletes here if the individual joy of winning and the individual medal wasn't enough. So our next 100 metre race is on the track as we watch some more triple jump. a great county tracksuit there for Surrey. It's always great when the counties don't just supply the necessary vest, they also supply t-shirts and jumpers. It makes you really feel like you're part of a bigger event. It makes you feel part of a team, and it's really great as an athlete when you get your first kit drop from your county. Being from Hereford and Worcestershire, I remember getting my first apple and pear jumper. The logo of the county is the apples and the pears. I've still got my first jumper. I've had 2 in my time. I've still got my first jumper I earned at cross country way back in Norwich. That would have been around about 2016 perhaps. We're on to our next 100 metres. Ariana Clark, Esme Dunning, Kayla McKenzie, Cheyenne Nikita, Favour Ezek, Summer Eden and Amy Fielding. Race 3. Very, very tight race. Starts to spread out now. The London athlete on the inside moving through. I think the winner there could have been Kent. That's Cheyenne Nikita, 12:39. And she runs a new personal best, 12:28 on the clock, so she takes 9/100ths of a second off her time. Cheyenne Nikita of Kent there runs a new best. And you can see the smile on her face there. She's realised it. She's very happy to have run that time. And she'll, I'm sure, go now, recover, and get ready for that final tomorrow. So another PB set here at the Alexander Stadium. Really great when athletes can come to their major championships and peak for the big occasion and run a quick time. So heat 4 of our 100 metres. Our final 100 metre heat before we move to the finals tomorrow afternoon. In 1, Alexandra Nathaniel of Leicestershire and Rutland. In 2, Jasmine Rance of Hertfordshire. In 3, Shea Kenyon of West Midlands. In 4, Neva Ridley of Greater Manchester. In 5, Katie de Gregorio of Surrey. In 6, Moisha Savage of Middlesex. In 7, Chelsea Bogdanova of Staffordshire. This is race 4 of our 100 metres for the junior girls. Fastest on paper with a time of 12:38, Neve Riddler of Greater Manchester. Greater Manchester in the orange with the blue sides. We've seen them a few times today. One of the more standout teams in terms of kit, as is Staffordshire there in the green with the yellow. Back with the triple. The whistle now goes for our 100 metres, which means we are surely about to start very soon. Nathaniel, Rance, Kenyon, Riddler, de Gregorio, Savage and Bogdanova in that one. So the athletes in the blocks for our 100 metres now. Well, not the blocks, they're not allowed to use the blocks as they're juniors, they can use them in the final, but they're in their marks position. And they get away now, and it is the Manchester girl, Neve Riddler, who gets off to a flying start, but the West Midlands girl, Shea Kenyon, challenges her on the outside now. It's tight to the line. I think that's Shea Kenyon of West Midlands, 12:51 her best. 12:26 the time here, so she also runs a lifetime best, wind dependent. That would be a best for every single athlete in this field. But I think it was Shea Kenyon of West Midlands. So back to the triple jump. Just a run straight through the board and into the sandpit. So that will be a foul. Perhaps not feeling confident with her run-up. We should move straight on to 300 metres for the intermediate girls. But we stay with the triple. So according to our timetables, we should have our next event on at 11:25. Time now is 11:08, so a few minutes wait. Just find my start list for this triple jump. Looks like our 300 metres might get off a bit earlier. You can just see in our picture there, the back straight stand, you can see a group of people walking down towards the 300 metre start. That is our athletes. Fantastic view of our stadium. You can see all our officials hard at work, giving up their time to help this competition run. Still see our triple jump at the bottom there. This is a West Midlands athlete, number 83. That's Poppy Oliarnik. We have a dual runway here, so some of the athletes practicing on the opposite side as some compete down the other end. The end you're looking at now is almost down the home straight, so as if you're running towards the finish line, 100 metres, that's the direction that we are viewing here. And that little gap in the stand there, you can see that was the mix zone for the Commonwealth Games. So that's where all the press, so people from various media companies, would interview all the athletes as they come off the track. They'd be directed around there. You can see our triple jump continues. Again, no back number, so not quite sure who the athlete is. So we stay with this triple jump for a couple more minutes. So here's the West Midlands girl that we saw having a practice jump, Poppy Oliarnik. She hops up, steps, jumps, and she's into the sand, and that looks quite long, but it's illegal. She steps over the board. Looked like a very decent attempt, but unfortunately it is just too far. See her just getting some feedback from perhaps a coach or a family member there. You see more and more in modern field eventing, athletes showing a video by their coach, being showed a video by their coach, I should say. Some visual feedback so the athletes can process how well their jump went, both intrinsically and extrinsically, which is always useful. Greater Manchester, apologies, on the runway now. That's Amy Hewitt. So it looks like another foul there for Hewitt. We've seen 2 fouls in a row now from Manchester and West Midlands. Our 300 metre runners now just having a stride out on the back straight, so we will be getting started before 11:25. We'll continue to operate ahead of schedule. So we will go over to the 300 metres very shortly. We're there now. So I can't see athlete number 6 Molly Barnes from Berkshire, she should be on the inside. But in 2, Eleanor Hartley of South Yorkshire. In 3, Nwando Ifiacho of Northamptonshire. In 4, Daniela Bleach of West Midlands. In 5, Cara Da Costa of Lancashire. In 6, Isabella Lowe of Channel Islands. In 7, Isla Swindlehurst of Staffordshire. And in 8, Rosie Cornwall of Sussex. So Molly Barnes doesn't look like she's on the start line. In fact, looking out of my window here, I can see her. She is outside of our shot on the inside. This track has long bends, so she does have to start slightly further round by the hammer throw and discus cage. The hammer throw, of course, are in an external sight. So we have got Molly Barnes on the inside, just to confirm, from Berkshire. Yeah, you can see her in your shot there now. Fastest on paper were 39.1 Daniela Bleach of the West Midlands, the home county. The West Midlands comprises of Birmingham, parts of Coventry, Wolverhampton, regions like that. You can really see the wind with that flag behind the athletes here, blowing in the wind. Very, very strong wind we've seen so far this weekend. The whistle does now blow. And the athletes get into their blocks. So Barnes, Hartley, Ifiacho, Bleach, Da Costa, Lowe, Swindlehurst, Cornwall. So a great start from Barnes on the inside from Berkshire. It looks like Cara Da Costa of Lancashire, who moves through onto the shoulder. This shot here really shows the speed of Da Costa there, the Lancashire girl. But as the stagger comes forward towards its unwinding point here, we will see who leads. I think it will be Da Costa of Lancashire. It is Cara Da Costa who leads into the home straight. Second place there is Nwando Ifiacho of Northamptonshire, another localish county, but it is Cara Da Costa, the 39.35 runner, who just run 39.47, so just a few tenths of a second outside of her best. Cara Da Costa of Lancashire. We do have 3 heats of this, so it will be 2 automatic and 2 non-automatic qualifiers. But confirmation there, Cara Da Costa wins. Ifiacho of Nwando Ifiacho, sorry, of Northamptonshire. They're in second. She has a best of 39.1. Here's our shot of that back straight. I spoke about the colour earlier that we could see. You really can see the spectators enjoying themselves here. You can see the programmes in the hands of the spectators, containing all the names of all the athletes in their heats. A great resource and a great memento for all the athletes of the occasion they've been to. The English schools is, at this age, one of the highest levels of competition you can achieve. From the juniors to the inters to the seniors. The older you get, the more competition opportunities become available. We'll now go to the shot put. So I think this is the shot put, possibly for the junior girls in the warm-up stage. The boys' shot put has already finished. This is the junior girls' shot put warm-up round. The athletes for our 300 now walking back towards their start line. You can see, I'm not sure if this is a warm-up or an actual attempt in our shot. Possibly just a warm-up still. The athlete was wearing a number though. This competition happening at the top of the back straight, throwing onto the grass of the infield. Of course, as I've said several times, we do have a dedicated stream for our other field events happening externally. We've got a couple of sites just outside the arena here where those field events can happen. This should be heat 2 of the 300 metres. In 1, Magdalene Peitu. In 2, Tammy Adesina. In 3, Eleanor McIntosh. In 4, Niamh Legal. In 5, Camilla Bennett. In 6, Isabel Smith. And in 7, Menna Pugsley. The athletes in the set position, and away they go. Cracking start from Magdalene Peitu of London on the inside. That's athlete 57, it's Nwando Ifeacho of Northamptonshire, who's moving through now in lane 3, sorry. But she is in lane 4. It says that she should be in lane 3, but that is definitely Nwando Ifeacho who's in lane 4, so perhaps a late lane change. So she comes through now towards the line. My apologies, that's Niamh Legal of Merseyside coming through, number 51, Niamh Legal. So Niamh Legal of Merseyside that was who took that one. It was a good start from Magdalene Peitu, but she slowed. That's 38.62. She celebrates towards the crowd. Niamh Legal's best is 39.34. So no wonder she was so happy there, celebrating towards perhaps parents or teammates in the crowd. We go back to the shot put. We do have our first presentation of the day for the junior boys shot put. It's going on down below our commentary position here down the home straight. This is most likely the first presentation since the Commonwealth Games last year in this stadium, so an honour for the athletes there to receive their medal and their certificate. But with the triple jump now, So there's our presentation I was just talking about. So that's Shotput. The usual podium here, we like to give certificates out to, I think it's the top 7 who get some kind of prize. So back to the Shotput. So the stadium, clap, 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 you can hear is for this Kent athlete who is now on the runway. Looked like a good attempt to me. The white flag is raised. Back with that shot put competition. So you can keep watching the shot put. So our shot put competition continues. It's the junior girls shot put still. So Dorset, you can see in your shot there, that is Ella Reese. The championship record for this shot put competition, 13.92, set way back in 1979 by Susan King of Suffolk. And the entry standard that was needed for this competition was 10.60. Another presentation going on down the home straight for the junior girls high jump, this one. So the high jump then, third place there from Lincolnshire. So second place now steps up and up goes first place. It's another one of our presentations. The results for that one should just be on the Entry for Sport website. So that was Daisy Duncan of Wiltshire, Emily Archer of Essex and Darcy Nobles of Dorset. So still no action on the track here. Not quite sure what the next event is going to be. It's a big attempt there in the shot. It's about 11 or so meters. I think they are still in the warm-up phase, to be honest. So it looks like we are almost ready to continue on the track with our third 300 meters. Yeah, this is definitely the third 300 meter race. The third of 3. So we'll have 2 automatic qualifiers and 2 non-automatic qualifiers. This will take a couple of minutes to get underway. They've got some warm-up exercises to do on the track and to get themselves all set. So we'll take you through the start list of that very shortly. So looking down the start list now, in 1 Elsie Brindle of Hampshire, in 2 Patricia Armour of Berkshire, 3 Lily Rose Brown of London, in 4 Casey Musgrave of South Yorkshire, and in 5 Sophia Barrett of Leicestershire and Rutland. The fastest on paper is in lane 4, Casey Musgrave of South Yorkshire. Watch out for her. We've also got Emily Boker in 6 of Greater Manchester and Ella Darby of Northamptonshire in lane 7. Didn't load on our entry for sport start list immediately, but they are on there now. So definitely Emily Boker and Ella Darby in lane 6 and lane 7. So Brindle, Armour, Brown, Musgrave, Barrett, Boker, Darby. So you can see Emily Boker in the orange in our camera. She's a 40.56 runner. Ella Darby on her outside, 41.23 from Northampton. Lily Rose Brown of London's in lane 3, she's ran 40.02. Lane 2 Patricia Armour of Berkshire, she's run 40.7. And in 1 Elsie Brindle of Hampshire, she's run 40.22. 2 fastest runners though, Casey Musgrave and Sophia Barrett, have already gone through 39.27 and 39.4. The athletes on their marks. And the third heat of our 300 metres gets underway. Good start from Elsie Brindle of Hampshire on the inside, the 40.22 runner. But it looks like Sophia Barrett, 39.4 runner from Leicestershire and Rutland, seems to be up and into her running quickest. She's moving through nicely there. Sophia Barrett of Leicestershire and Rutland. Challenged there by Emily Boker on her outside and Casey Musgrave on her inside. This is one of the tightest races we've seen. Sophia Barrett of Leicestershire and Rutland. The challenge coming now from Musgrave. Can she get back in contention? But it looks like Barrett is extending the lead now. Sophia Barrett of Leicestershire and Rutland crosses the line 39.45, 5/100ths of a second outside her best. So that race quick and on the limit for these runners, but they've got plenty of time to recover before their final tomorrow morning. We see that finish again there, very tight between Barrett and Musgrave coming into the home straight, but Barrett really did extend the lead in the final 50 or so metres. So next on the track we have the junior boys 300 metres. Got a few minutes till that will get underway. Back over in the Shotput. Sussex athlete there. That's Esaa Kiuna you can see in your picture. So the London athlete now enters the ring. That's Esaa Shabani. So we stay with the 60, with the Shotput here. See a Gloucestershire athlete there. It's the first time I've mentioned them. Mary Nasilasila, that is, in the Shotput. Jack Lambert, the official there, walking across the infield with the shots. He's a great young official, one of very few young officials actually on the scene at the moment. Bases himself with Kidderminster and Stourport Athletics Club.
If you happen to catch my good side, let me know, because no one's found it yet.
So back with a Shotput. So our shot continues, but our junior boy 300 metre runners do now enter the track.
Bronze medalist, 79, Javelin. Silver medalist, 111 Harry Wheeler. The gold medalist,
So we go now to our 300 metres for the junior boys. So this 300 metres fairly quick. We're looking at around about 37 seconds or so. So this is race 1 of 4 for our 300 metres. In lane 1, Jack Fletcher Linnell of South Yorkshire into Yusuf El Naja of Berkshire. 3, Ethan Harvey of Cumbria. In 4, Rowan Whittaker of North Yorkshire. 5, Matthew Agbalegbe of Essex. In 6, Jonathan Hodgson of Staffordshire. In 7, Aidan Williams of Oxfordshire. And in 8, Angelo Tohovitis of Nottinghamshire. Fastest on paper from North Yorkshire, Rowan Whittaker. He's in lane 3, so do keep an eye out on him. And away our field goes. Whittaker there, off to a great start. You can see he's already on the shoulder of Agbalegbe of Essex on his outside. But Agbalegbe himself is flying. He's on the shoulder of Hodgson of Staffordshire. At this point, I think it might be Agbalegbe with the lead actually. But Whittaker still very close to him. Coming round now, the final bend. The stagger will start to unwind. And it's Ethan Harvey seems to be there or thereabouts. But Rowan Whittaker does have the lead. Whittaker, Agbalegbe and Harvey 3 lanes apart. They're all battling each other. Rowan Whittaker is going to take it. Agbalegbe took second, so as per time order, 36.34 the time on the clock. So that will be a huge personal best for Rowan Whittaker, taking around 6/10 off that time. 37 that he's run. And look how easy he is, cruises through the finish line. I am expecting big things from Rowan Whittaker tomorrow in his final. So fantastic running from Rowan Whittaker. Very impressive from him. We go back to the Shotput very briefly. So an athlete in the ring now, but our 300 is about to start. This is race 2. The athletes now step into their blocks, so I will take you through the start list as we finish with the shot. Samuel McCafferty of Staffordshire is in 1, Michael Caulfield of Cumbria in 2, Nathan Villas of West Midlands in 3, Daniel Wood of Shropshire in 4, Zach Reynolds of Hampshire in 5, George Loader of Surrey in 6, Hume Oliver in 7 from Derbyshire, and Sam Stevens of Devon is in lane 8. Fastest on paper, 36.99 Daniel Wood. And away we go. Looks like Daniel Wood of Shropshire there moving through nicely. Hampshire's Zach Reynolds on his outside also going really nicely. Again, we'll have to wait till the stagger unwinds at the end of the bend. But 67, Daniel Woods, the Shropshire man, starts to power into the home straight. He's going to have the lead from Reynolds of Hampshire. Reynolds behind him, still close. Reynolds trailing though. Daniel Woods, 36.99 is best. Reynolds now starts to come through. Zach Reynolds of Hampshire. And Daniel Wood there falls about 10 or so metres for the line, and that means he is not going to be in the final. Great sportsmanship shown from Nathan Villas of West Midlands. He's the first man over to him and helps him up. Fantastic behaviour there from Nathan Villas. That's exactly what we want to see. And that looks like quite a nasty injury for Daniel Woods there. Very disappointing because he did have the lead and he was clear, really. Well, he was first or second, but he would have been through to the final, I think. And Zach Reynolds come through to take it, so fair play to Zach. But I think Nathan Villas there deserves a lot of praise for going over and being the first to check on him. So Daniel Woods now, to a round of applause from the crowd, leads the track. He's all in one piece, he looks to be okay, and he's going to receive some medical attention. So race 2 there was won by Zach Reynolds, and the other athletes there, I can just see them to the right of the finish line, applaud Wood off the field. That is the one thing that athletics does a lot better than most mainstream sports. We are very sportsmanlike, and Nathan Villas was the epitome of that there. Race 3 is on the track now, just going through some strides. We'll hop back to the Shotput. So our shot put competition here. The officials just marking down perhaps some scores, perhaps some orders. The whistle goes for our next race. This is race 3 of the 300. We just saw Zach Reynolds take the win in race 2. And Rowan Whitaker won race 1. So they're both through to the final safely. Race 3 now are in their blocks. In 1, William McIntosh. In 2, Adam Wright. In 3, Miles Henry. 4, Sam Steadman. In 5, Oscar Leyland. In 6, Samuel Bavis. In 7, Lucas West. And in lane 8, Joshua Wellings. Race 3 of our 300 metres. The athletes stand back up, so I'll take you through the counties. McIntosh, West Yorkshire. Wright of Suffolk. Henry of Nottinghamshire. Steadman of Essex. Leyland of Hereford and Worcester. Bavis of Berkshire. West of Gloucestershire. Wellings of London. So the athletes do drop back into their blocks now. McIntosh, Wright, Henry, Steadman, Leyland, Bavis, West. Feelings as they stand up yet again. Must have some sort of technical problem. The official comes over to the inside. Speaks to the athlete in lane 2 there. Aidan Wright is being spoken to. Oh, it's a Nottingham athlete, Miles Henry, in lane 3. Having a talking to now. So no further action, just a telling off from the official. So once again, McIntosh, Wright, Henry, Steadman, Leyland, Bavis, West and Wellings. And away we go in race 3 of our 300 metres. It is Bavis there in the blue of Berkshire in lane 7 with the lead. Oscar Leyland of Hereford and Worcester on his inside seems to be moving through nicely also. But Bavis of Berkshire seems to be going well. Number 27 there, Sam Steadman of Essex. He is the quickest on paper with 36.54, and he now enters the straight with the lead. Close battle for second behind, but only one will automatically go through. Steadman motors his way through the final stages of the race. Final 10 metres, crosses the line, first place, 36.27, a new personal best. Sam Steadman will be very, very happy with that, I'm sure. Personal best in the heats. Can't complain too much with that, especially if you qualify for the final, which he's done. And he eases up before the line there, does Steadman. So definitely potential for a further personal best later on in the day. Back to the Shotput then. So our shot put continues. Very obscured view. That's Dorset there, which will be Ella Reese of Dorset. This should be race 4 now. Atkinson, Wood, Bayfield, Okoro, Brown, Kedgley, Clanford and Thomas. Fastest on paper, 36.13, Tabina, Okoro of Berkshire in the blue, and he's off to a flyer. Already taking the two athletes on his inside, rounds the bend now. He's going to have the lead as he enters the straight by a long margin. You can see him already powering clear. So it is Tabina, Okoro of Berkshire, the 36.13 runner. He's well clear of the rest of the field. This is one of the most commanding races we've seen all day so far. He comes through to the line and he stops the clock. 35.45. Huge personal best for him. The conditions here for these 300 metre runners are absolutely perfect, and he has just run a lifetime best, first time under 36, and he skipped out 35.5. He's gone straight to 35.45. Takes 0.6 of a second off his best time. That's absolutely incredible running from Tabina Okoro. No wonder he was winning by so much, and that puts him in pole position for the final tomorrow. If these conditions stay the same tomorrow, these 300 metre finals are going to be so tight and so fast. I'm absolutely over the moon to be able to join you for those tomorrow. So we do have a presentation going on here. Cleveland athlete, I think that's Thomas Robson taking it. So this is the junior boys long jump presentation. So they step off the podium now. Fantastic competition in that long jump. So I think it is our junior girls 300 metres next. Perhaps our intergirls, the intergirls is showing on our big screen. Although it's jumped back to junior boys, so I'm not really sure what's going on the big screen over there in the stadium. On my timetable I have the junior girls 300 next. And I'm looking at this start list now. That is the junior girls. So it is the junior girls, which is due to go in 9 minutes time. The wind seems to have died on the home straight where I am located here. Back over to the Shotput. It's about 11 metres a throw. Another presentation going on below. So we do have a pole vault presentation for the junior girls, I believe. 4 second places and a first place. And that helps explain the funny shaped podium. The 4 second place, that has come into effect there, so the gold medal and 4 silvers given out. So our 300 metres for the junior girls is next, and that looks to get ready very shortly. Just the 3 races of this one, so 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. And here's your start list in 1. Lily Metcalf of Berkshire. In 2, Millie Rhodes of West Yorkshire. In 3, Joyella Jeffreys of Staffordshire. And in 4, Chloe Poor of Hampshire. In 5, Molly Mills of Greater Manchester. 6, Tia Garrard of Surrey. In lane 7, Phoebe Mason Clark of Middlesex. In lane 8, Izzy Edinburgh of Cleveland. And in lane 9, Lexi Ellis of Merseyside. Fastest on paper with a 40.42 clocking, Molly Mills of Greater Manchester. Watch out for her in the orange. She looks calm and composed on the start line, stretching out now. But she looks by far the most relaxed of all the athletes on the start line. So do watch Molly Mills, the Greater Manchester girl. A long journey down from the northwest this morning for her. Perhaps they'd have stayed overnight last night. But away goes our race. Race 1 of the junior girls 300 metres. Molly Mills straight up and into her running in the lead. Into the first corner. So moving round the bend now. Molly Mills still with the lead. On her outside, Tia Garrard. But I think Mills is going to have the lead in the straight. It's tight between Mills, Garrard and Poor. It's Garrard and Mills side by side into the final 50 or so metres. Mills and Garrard, 2 auto qualifiers, they'll both go through. Garrard and Mills very close. Final 5 metres. I think Mills got there ahead of Garrard. 40.63, so just outside her best. But Garrard there could be rewarded with a new best time. Her best of 41.13, and I think she'll have gone more like 40.7, 40.8 there. So Tia Garrard with a new best. Very tight finish, jostling for position between Mills and Garrard. Oh, we'd like photo finish to have a look at that. Very tight between Mills and Garrard. But a new personal best for Garrard. What can she do in the final? Back to the shot put. So here's our race 2 athletes walking around now to the start line. We have student volunteers today at the event from various schools involved. I know a couple of schools, one of my old schools involved with this actually today. They go and they give a box to the athletes to put all their kit in, and then they take them to the finish line for them. So that's why the athletes here already in their race strip. So they come down the home straight towards their start line. Field events at the moment is the high jump. We have, looks like long jump on the back straight. It is long jump on the back straight. And some pole vault. Pole vault in the warm-up stage. You see the bendy bar. So another one of our presentations here. Back over to the shot put. The London athlete Jasmine Nkoso. Or it could be Amelia Adesi. We have 2 London athletes. We stay with the shot put for a few minutes, but our race 2 athletes with 300 metres now line up on the start line. So here is race 2. All the athletes seem to be there. In lane 1, Amelia Kafour of Nottinghamshire. In 2, Gertie Blewett of Avon. In 3, Amy McLaughlin of Surrey. In 4, Ruby Phillips of Cheshire. In 5, Shiloh Omotosho of Cheshire. In 6, Chloe Johnson of Hampshire. In 7, Ella Bibby of Merseyside. In 8, Ella Bluckley of Middlesex. And in lane 9, Sophia Wrightham of Leicestershire and Rutland. So that's the 300 metres race 2 for the junior girls. Fastest on paper from Essex, Shiloh Omotosha, 40.2 her best time. We've seen some unexpected results today. We've seen some very quick results today. The wind helping our 300 metre runners, giving them a bit of a boost around the start. So Omotosha in 5, the reigning English schools champion. So keep your eye on her. And away they go. Looks like a good start from Chloe Johnson of Hampshire. She's on the shoulder of Bibby on her outside. That's Omotosha now coming through in the middle of the track. You can see her now powering ahead. Come round towards the home straight once more. Shiloh Omotosha of Essex then with the lead. Ruby Phillips of Cheshire on her inside. The Essex girl Omotosha powers through the final straight. She's got a lead of around about 4 or 5 metres and it's growing by the stride. She keeps pushing towards the line. Shiloh Omotosha of Essex stops the clock 39.39. So she's took near on a second off her best time, 9/10 of a second. Fantastic performance there from Omotosha of Essex. She was pushed right round the first 200. In the final 100 metres she moved ahead of Phillips and that battle really helped her on that time. The conditions here definitely helping these 300 metre runners. Be interesting to see if the 400 metre runners a bit later on feel the same. Back to the shot put. Decent attempt there at around 9 metres or 10 metres. Once again our athletes come back round to the straight. You can see how packed the bottom tier is of the main stand here. Underneath us we're in those boxes, the glass windows you can see, but below us very rammed towards the finish line. Prime spectator area if you're a 100 metre or 200 metre runner, maybe even the 400s, but as a distance athlete myself, middle distance athlete, I've always preferred to be nearer to the 1500 metre start or the 200 metre mark. You can see another cluster of spectators around there, but more in the home straight as the sprint events are on. But after this 300 metres we do move to the 1500, so we'll monitor that situation and see if more people start to move round down towards the back straight. Both tiers of the back straight are open. More athletes in the top tier, interestingly. I think a lot of county organisations have based themselves there. So staying with the shot put for a few more minutes. The athletes now start to walk towards the track. So staying with this shot put competition, very difficult to make out the numbers of the athletes as our the camera is blocked by the official there. Didn't catch it in time unfortunately, so I'm not quite sure who that was making that throw, but ran at 11, maybe just below 11 metres. We go now to race 3 of the 300 metres. In lane 1, Mahia Mohan of Cumbria. In 2, Kate Setchell of North Yorkshire. In 3, Senny Purnell of Dorset. And in lane 4, Bisan Musa of Oxfordshire. In lane 5, Isabella Davis of Hereford and Worcestershire. In lane 6, Grace Sikora of Berkshire. In lane 7, Lily Flute of Hampshire. And in lane 8, Leah Kiriakou of London. And in lane 9, completing the lineup, Betty Renix, Leicestershire and Rutland. Fastest on paper with a 40.06, a Hereford and Worcestershire athlete, Isabella Davis. Hereford and Worcester, not too far from here, spans kind of from Redditch, Bromsgrove, about 40 minutes by train from Birmingham city centre, all the way out to Worcester is the end of Worcestershire, and then it goes right the way out to the border with Wales, past Hereford, Ludlow kind of way. An expansive county. Two counties mixed together actually, Herefordshire and Worcestershire. But race 3 there, Moen, Setchell, Pernell, Musa, David, Sikora, Flute, Kiriakou and Renix. And it looks like that Sikora of Berkshire off to a great start. The Hereford and Worcestershire athlete Isabella Davis also there or thereabouts, as is that Gertie Blewett? No, it's Kate Setchell on the inside of her. So it is Setchell from Davis. Very tight. But Davis, Isabella Davis, the Hereford and Worcestershire athlete, finds her form late. 40.16 the time, so 1/10 off her best. She did enough to get through and no more. She waited to the last 15 minutes. So great running from her. So back to the Shotput there. Throws out to around 12 metres, just below that, 11.80, 11.90 maybe. But I'm looking out of my window here in the commentary box and I can see the 1500 metre runners coming down towards their start. The 3 3/4 lap guys, metric mile it's sometimes been called. Some very solid heats of these 1500s. So back to the shop at our 1500 metre runners there, heading down to the start line. 1500, one of our longest distances. We do have a couple of 3000 races tomorrow. Some steeplechase also. It's the same with the shot. So the 15 guys are now on the start line for their race. Junior boys 1500 up first. 3 races of that, which means there's 3 automatic qualifiers, 3 non-automatic qualifiers. We go for a slightly different qualifying procedure for 15, but 3 automatic, 3 non-automatic in this 15. So the 1500 athletes a stride back from the start line. You can see them now. Take you through the start list when it gets underway. "12 athletes, you can see their names flicking through the bottom of the screen. I'll give you some in-depth information about most of those athletes when it gets underway. 3 3/4 laps of the track. So we will have a clock on our screen, a guide clock. So the athletes getting underway now. Gabriel Wagstaff of Hereford and Worcester hits the front. He's one of the fastest in this heat with a 4:17. He is fourth fastest in this heat, sorry. So in this race, George Gilbert of Sussex, Caspian Holmes of London, Oscar Blake of Derbyshire, Oliver Albone of Cambridgeshire, Toby Laughlin of Wiltshire, Mickey Bacon of South Yorkshire, Max Taylor of Merseyside, Arthur Phillips of Middlesex, Gabriel Wagstaff of Hereford and Worcester, Hugo Berry of Cumbria, Alex Fraser of Greater Manchester, and Archie Lane of Warwickshire. Gabriel Wagstaff now sat back in second place. The whole group there still together. First place, Archie Lane of Warwickshire. So Warwickshire and Hereford and Worcestershire battling a fierce rivalry. Bordering counties leading this one through. Warwickshire very close to here, very close to Hereford and Worcester. Contains places, it's basically below Coventry. Stratford upon Avon is one of the key places. Warwick, places like that in Warwickshire. Warwick, the county town, of course. So Archie Lane is a 4:06 runner. That's very impressive for an athlete of this age. Alex Fraser in there from Greater Manchester. You can see him in third. He's ran 4:15. Hugo Berry of Cumbria is 4:16, and Gabriel Wagstaff in second is 4:17. So some quick times that our athletes have run in this field. The entry standard was 4:20. And the record is 4:03, set in 1979 by Douglas Stone of Humberside. Archie Lane in this one, not too far outside that time, but he won't want to run that in the heat. You can see him looking over his shoulder there. He extends his gap now to around about 4 metres. Manchester's Alex Fraser is in second there. They come through now towards 800 metres to go. 1:52 on the clock. So we're probably looking at around about 4:10 finish time. Archie Lane still happy to take the pace. Alex Fraser of Manchester now extends the gap, so he has a little lead. Gabriel Wagstaff sitting back in third place. Wagstaff and Hugo Berry will both want to make that third automatic qualifying spot, so expect a battle from those two. Berry now moves up and in front of Wagstaff. Wagstaff's going to have to hold on if he wants to make the final. Wagstaff does his club running for Bromsgrove and Redditch, coached by Kath and Steve Miovich. So Archie Lane of Warwickshire in first place comes through towards the home straight once again. This time they'll reach the bell. So Lane from Fraser, from Berry, from Gabriel Wagstaff. Wagstaff in the group behind. The bell sounds. And Archie Lane leads in the final lap. Reminder, 3 automatic qualifiers, 3 non-automatic qualifiers by time. There's a big push coming behind from one of the London guys. That's Caspian Holmes. He hasn't got a best time, so perhaps just a county level athlete. He really does show this speed for such a small fella in this final lap. Our leader, Archie Lane of Warwickshire, still happy to take it out, but the Manchester man Alex Fraser has now caught up to him. 200 metres to go, 3:36 on the clock. So we are probably looking at just below 4:10 now. Archie Lane of Warwickshire and Alex Fraser side by side. They don't really need to battle anymore. They're automatically through, barring a disaster. There's a big sprint from behind though. Hugo Berry in third place. Gabriel Wagstaff moves back into fourth, and he's going to try and catch up with Berry in third. But Lane comes through towards the line. Fraser takes it. Lane second. Hugo Berry holds on for third. Gabriel Wagstaff takes fourth. The time was 4:13.03. We'll have to wait for the second and third heats to see who our non-automatic qualifiers are. But Wagstaff might just find his way in there, running about 4:16. Potential for a new personal best for him there. So you can see that sprint finish as the athletes slowed down to take their place in the final. Fraser did just get past Lane. So race 2 athletes starting to head down to the start line now. We go to the Javelin, first time we've seen the Javelin. Impressive throw there out towards the 40, just over the 50 metre mark. We're probably looking at around 53 metres for that throw. Heat 2 of their 1500 metres on the track now. So here's our start list: Mingray, Hemmings, Vesti, Davis, Gambling, Canavan, Delahaye, Gibson, Elliott, Fake, Homer and Rowe also in this one. Full start list and information when the race starts, as always. So the athletes step back behind their light and they're almost ready. Race 2 of 3 of our 1500 metres. So the athletes now on their marks. As to stand up, unusual in a 15, perhaps a foot over the line. Still a wait for the start list. Green card shown. They do now get underway. So the start list: Thibaut, Mingray, Louis, Hemming, Mingray of Berkshire, Hemming of Lincolnshire, Thomas Vesti of Somerset, Oscar Davis of West Midlands, Roman Gambling of Suffolk, Oliver Kavanagh of Dorset, James Delahaye of Warwickshire, Freddie Gibson of Kent, Arthur Elliott of Cheshire, Thomas Thake of South Yorkshire, Noah Homer of West Midlands, and Freddie Rowe of Essex. And it is Freddie Rowe, the 4:06 man, fastest on paper. He hits straight to the front and he looks to split up this field, which he's done somewhat effectively. You can see the train stretching out. All the athletes are going to want to stay in contention though. The athlete in second, I think, is Arthur Elliott of Cheshire. He's a 4:17 runner. Happy to hold on. But that group very splintered inside the first 300. We'll look as they come now towards 400 metres and try and predict the pace they're on. So there is 400 metres in 63 seconds. That's just below 4 minutes. We're looking at around 3:56 pace. So Rowe happy to keep moving through. So some of the athletes now still there. All the athletes in fact still in contention. There's gaps back to the athletes at the back of the group, but the front ones in a big pack. So coming through now towards 800 metres. .156 with 800 to go, so around about the same pace as we saw in the last heat. Freddie Rowe doing all the front running. You can see the damage he's done to the field. So it is still Freddie Rowe of Essex who leads. Moving up to second place is, I think that's Freddie Gibson of Kent now, sat in second place. He's a 4:18 runner. Freddie Rowe has done this one the difficult way. He has led throughout, but then he is the quickest on paper with 4:06. So Rowe powers now down the final 50 towards the bell. That gap extends. He has injected the pace. Arthur Elliott comes back into contention now. The West Midlands man Noah Homer in second. We see the bell as he crosses the line. 3:04 on the clock. So we are probably looking around about 4:10 again. Freddie Rowe with the lead of around 10 or so metres, and that is growing. Noah Homer second on West Midlands. Third place there, Arthur Elliott. So 3 of the 4 fastest. We need a South Yorkshireman, Thomas Thake, who I haven't actually seen yet in this race. He's tucked in behind there, slightly covered by a camera, number 71, so he's still in that group. So these 3 places are going to be battled between 5 athletes. Freddie Rowe is going to take first place. He's got a lead now of 20 metres. But the athletes behind, 4 athletes for 2 places. This is going to be a battle. Freddie Rowe enters the home straight, looks over his shoulder. That isn't Noah Homer, that's Oscar Davis of West Midlands. He's a 4:25 runner, so he's on for a huge personal best. Coming through now, Thomas Stake, the South Yorkshireman. So but Freddie Rowe now towards the line, he's going to take it. 4:10, second place Oscar Davis, and Thomas Stake in third place. Oscar Davis there is going to be rewarded with a monumental personal best. He's run about 4:13 and his best time is down as 4:25. Excuse me for confusing him with Noah Homer. Noah Homer's around 4:14, is also from the West Midlands. Homer there you can see, number 83. Just catch another replay to finish. Freddie Rowe takes it. I think it was Oscar Davis there in second. And there's Noah Homer, the other West Midlands one coming through. So race 3 of this 1500 metres is up next. So in 1, Sam Collins of Nottinghamshire. 2, Samuel Blackwell of Suffolk. 3, Lewis Howard of Shropshire. 4, William Hum of Berkshire. 5, Ewan Withnell of Derbyshire. 6, Jamie Longeran of Durham. 7, Charlie Jones of Cleveland. 8, P.O. Aaron of Greater Manchester. 9, William Birchall of Dorset, and 10, Thomas Matthews of North Yorkshire. Race 3 of 3. So hitting the front, number 6, that's William Hum of Berkshire. Best time of 4:25. You can see the athletes spread out right across the 3 lanes. A much slower start to the races than we've seen in the previous 2 heats. Coming through now, Sam Collins. He hasn't actually got a time recorded as far as I can see, the Nottinghamshire man in the aqua vest. He's moving through in first place, taking through 3 laps to go. We'll try and catch the split once more. We think this is going to be slower as they come through the penultimate bend of their first lap of racing. So we watch the split. 68, considerably slower than the 63 recorded in the last lap. 68 is roughly 4:15 for the 1500 metres. So that's probably about right for the athletes in this field, to be honest. The fastest PB I can see is 4:20. A couple of athletes, Oliver Loveday, Tom Matthews and Will Birchall, I'm sure have gone slightly quicker than that. But on the front, Sam Collins of Nottinghamshire continues motoring around the track. The pace has definitely lifted a bit, but it's still athletes still in lane 2 and 3 there. Box right the way out, so tight, sketchy. Athletes need to be wary of the spike in front of them. Time and time again you see in this kind of position people tripping on the bar, some pushing and shoving, and perhaps people getting spiked. We don't want to see any of that here at the English schools, despite the ferocity of the competition. But our leader Collins continues on the front. They'll receive the bell next time around. So you can see Tom Matthews of North Yorkshire on the outside of Collins. Also there, Ewan Withnell of Derbyshire. P. Aaron of Cleveland is also on the outside now, moving through. So those three abreast as they come down towards the home straight. So Sam Collins, the man without time, drops back into the field. Still tight, pace still slower. We looked at 3:02 for the last 400 split. That's what they went through the bell in last time. This is going to be considerably slower. And it is P.O. Aaron, the Manchester man, who leads. Coming through now is Ewan Withnell, Derbyshire. So the Derbyshire man leads. Withnell's best time 4:22.79. P.O. Aaron on his inside though, not letting him cut inside. He's using the Mo Farah tactic of hugging the inside rail, not letting anyone through. Coming through now, the fastest on paper, Oliver Loveday of Cambridgeshire. He comes round the final bend, challenging Ewan Withnell. They're side by side into the straight. Withnell now puts his foot down and moves into the lead. Ewan Withnell, the Derbyshire man, opens up 5 or 6 metres in the home straight. Battles behind, 3 to go through, remember. Withnell from Loveday. Withnell there, he's come through. Ewan Withnell takes the win. Oliver Loveday there took second place, and it was athlete 24, William Birchall, who took third. So those 3 go through. I think that was a personal best there for Withnell. Best time of 4:22, and he's just run 4:13, so he's took 9 seconds off his best. That's a huge performance from him. So great running from Ewan Withnell of Derbyshire to take the win. Next up is our 1500 metres from the junior girls. First heat. So here is our lineup for our first heat at the 1500 metres for the junior girls. Isabella Harrison, Bibi Webb, Annie Silvers, Charlotte Campbell, Sophie Wood, Lauren Webb, Jasmine Christmas, Maddie Thompson, Matilda Robertson and Grace Igo. Also Ella Rose Whitworth and Lewin Power. So our race gets underway, the first of 3 heats in this 1500 metres for the junior girls. Once again, 3 automatic, 3 non-automatic. So you're just looking for the first 3 finishes, really. So Isabella Harrison from London, BB Webb of Sussex, Annie Silvers of Warwickshire, Charlotte Campbell of Oxfordshire, Sophie Wood of Wiltshire, Lauren Webb of Buckinghamshire, Jasmine Christmas of Cambridgeshire, Maddie Thompson of Gloucestershire, Matilda Robertson of Surrey, Grace Igo of South Yorkshire, Ella Rose Whitworth of Lincolnshire, Lewin Power of Leicestershire and Rutland. Fastest on paper, 4:32 was Isabella Harrison. She's a Surrey County champion over 800 metres, but goes to school in London, hence why she competes for London today. But in a club competition she would be Surrey. That 800 she ran was 2:15, so we know she's got the closing speed. Doesn't look like she wants to use it. She's gone straight to the front and off the front of the field. Another notable athlete in this field, Grace Igo of South Yorkshire. She's the Yorkshire County champ over 1500. And Ella Rose Whitworth, also 4:41 runner. She's the Humber and Lincolnshire County champion over 1500. She's also a very good 3000 metre runner, having gone sub-10 with a 9:59 at the Northern Inter-Counties Championships. So we know that she's good. We'll wait to see where she could be in this field, but we do know our leader is, of course, Isabella Harrison of London. Her lead spans to around 10 metres, with another 10 metres back from Grace Igo, the Yorkshire County 1500 champion, to the rest of the field there. That gap closing as looks like 49. But 49 is Harrison, trying to catch who's catching up to the group there. It's number 42. So we can't quite work out who's in third place. Perhaps it's Lewin Power of Leicestershire and Rutland. I think it might be. But Isabella Harrison, the London athlete, 4:32 her best time, and she's clear of the field. So 1, 2, 3, 4 athletes ahead of the group you're witnessing now. So a great performance as she comes around towards the 800 metre mark for our leader Isabella Harrison. So second place, you can see that is Grace Igo, and in third is Ella Rose Whitworth for Lincolnshire. She's the good 3000 metre runner, so that strength that she's developed over that distance could really help her out in the latter stages. So coming up towards the bell now. So taking the bell is Isabella Harrison. There you go, she does take the bell. 3:19. Second, Grace Igo. Third, Ella Rose Whitworth. And fourth, Lewin Power. They're the 4 athletes that are clear. But that group, as you can see now, spreads out and tries to catch them. Harrison in the lead, 20 metres, 30 metres or so clear. And she's now up towards the 200 metre mark. She crosses 200 metres now then. Just about 4 minutes on the clock, so we are looking at about 4:40 or 4:50. Best time 4:32, she's going to be just outside that. Probably looking around 4:40 as I mentioned. But she is the county champion over 800, so perhaps she has got the speed to come through and run a quicker time. I don't know if she'll want to do that. She is already through to the final, barring a minor miracle. She's in the final 50 metres now. I think our 3 athletes have already been decided as Harrison crosses the line just about now. 4:37. Battle there for second, taken by Ella Rose Whitworth, the Lincolnshire athlete. So they both go through. Third place, I think, was Lewin Power of Leicestershire and Rutland. It was not. It was Sophie Wood of Wiltshire, I think, was up there. Those fastest loser spaces in these heats going to be hotly contested. Watch on this angle as Isabella Harrison crosses the line with the lead. So our other athletes in the second heat now head towards the line. So you can see in your camera now the rain powering down here in Birmingham. Was threatening it this morning, but it is now definitely raining. Can just about make out the lake behind the stand from my view here. It definitely is raining. I can see drops of water hitting that surface. Camera shot here, you can see it almost misty. So here's your lineup for this 1500 metre race 2 for the junior girls. Tilly Thursfield of Staffordshire, Sophie Jack of London, Posey Shaw Middlesex, Penelope Boyle of Cumbria, Isabella Wright of North Yorkshire, Valerie Tear of Merseyside, Isabel Hall of Greater Manchester, Olivia Steer of Devon, Katie Webb of Buckinghamshire, Ava Sutton of Cornwall, Lola Roke of Surrey, Gray Hoare Turner of South Yorkshire, and Violet Rudkin of Leicestershire and Rutland. So the rain comes down in Birmingham. We've seen rain at many of the athletics competitions this year, most notably the first round of the NAL. Both of those fixtures got postponed halfway through the competition. But in the lead, Violet Rudkin, she's the quickest on paper from Leicestershire and Rutland. She's ran 4:37. She's the Northampton and Leicestershire clubs county champion over 800 metres. Another athlete with great speed in her locker. Tilly Thursfield in there is a 4:41 runner. Lola Roke also 4:41. Gray Hoare Turner of South Yorkshire, one of the quickest. But of course Violet Rudkin of Northampton, Leicestershire and Rutland, sorry, she competes as today, who leads is the fastest. Two groups now opened out. 7 athletes in our lead group, 6 in our second group. So Tilly Thursfield of Staffordshire maintains her position in the lead. Second place there is Isabel Hall of Greater Manchester. I think that's Posey Shaw of Middlesex also there or thereabouts. Making a move up the outside now is Lola Roke of Surrey. She moves into third place on the outside of the Manchester athlete Isabel Hall. But Tilly Thursfield continues to lead. That gap now, there's a gap, but it's probably not significant. It's probably around 1 or 2 metres. The athletes keep closing back to her and opening back up and closing back to her again. 71 now moves round. That's Gray Hoare Turner of South Yorkshire. She's a 4:41 runner. So still our lead group there. Still Violet Rudkin, Leicestershire and Rutland. Gray Hoare Turner in second. Isabel Hall in third. They come around this time to take the bell. The rain really is coming down. I think the camera makes it look a little bit worse than it seems to be looking out the window, but all our officials have put on their coats to try and keep dry. New athlete in this front group is Cornwall's Ava Sutton, number 15. She moves into second place. She's got a best time of 4:45, coming up to the bell now. So 3 runners clear. Rudkin, Sutton, and I think that's Turner. Bell sounds, 3:27. Probably a bit quicker than 3:27 because the bell is slightly behind the finish line here. 3:25, the announcer says to me. But Rudkin now seems to have dropped back into second place. First place, Ava Sutton of Cornwall. She's on 4:45, so she's going to be on for a personal best with around 200 metres to go. She crosses 200 there. It's going to be close. These 3 are going to take the automatic spots. I think they're gap back around 20 metres. In this group, we have Rudkin, Turner, Sutton. Sutton on the front, Rudkin second, Turner third. They go side by side. But Sutton of Cornwall has found another gear in the final straight. She's going to run a huge personal best. That time to beat 4:45 for her. She's going to take the second heat, she's going to take it and she's going to make the final. What will the clock say as she crosses it? 4:38.17. Ava Sutton then, personal best of 7 seconds. This track is as quick as it looks. So many personal bests set here already, just in the heats where athletes are conserving their energy and saving themselves for the final, should they think they have a chance. Ava Sutton there, I don't think she would have thought that she'd be in this final, to be honest with you. Looking at Lola Roke, a 4:41 runner, Greyhaw Turner, 4:40 runner, and Violet Rudkin, a 4:37 runner, as well as Tilly Thursford has run 4:41. She was the 5th quickest going into it, so she was probably hoping on the non-automatic spot, but she really did run to her potential there, taking a new personal best by 7 seconds. So congratulations to Ava Sutton and her coaching team. Back over now to the Javelin. So race 3 up next. In 1, Ava McCandy of London. In 2, Paige Quinn of Devon. 3, Crescinda Hughes of Cambridgeshire. In 4, Scarlett Hutchinson Thompson of Greater Manchester. 5, Rosie Thistlewood of North Yorkshire. And in 6, Olivia Avery of Gloucestershire. In lane 7, Jemima Davey of Somerset. Lane 8, Maya Jobbins of Surrey. Isabel Cherrett of Dorset. Sophie Chapman of Buckinghamshire. Isla Porter of Lincolnshire. Olivia McGee of Warwickshire. And Molly Carvell of Merseyside. And straight to the front, Isla Porter, Lincolnshire. She's a double silver medalist at the Humber and Lincolnshire County Championships over 8 and 15. I believe she's also run for England over cross country. So 3 athletes side by side then. And happy to take on the running Olivia McGee. Olivia McGee there dropped into second. Our leader Molly Carvell of Merseyside. She's the Northern Intercounties champion over 1500 metres and run 4:36. So still Carvell on the front, the Merseyside athlete. Merseyside, of course, next door to Greater Manchester, and the Greater Manchester athlete is on her shoulder. That's Scarlett Hutchinson Thompson. Manchester and Merseyside, bitter rivals in football and in athletics. can see the battle between those two athletes, neither happy to give the other one the lead of this race. Warwickshire sat back in third place along with Surrey. Surrey is Maya Jobins. This pack all still together. Final 1500 metre race. This is what we've seen time and time again in these 15s. The last heat happy just to sit back and believe in their ability to get in the first three. They of course won't really know what time they need to run. You'd think they would, but they're kind of held in a holding area and then brought onto the track, so they perhaps don't really know what time they're looking to run. Still Molly Carville. Towards now the final lap, 200 metres to go until we hear that bell. Carville continues to lead. Scarlett Hutchinson Thompson still sits on the shoulder. Those two happy to fight and happy to battle and share the workload. Starting to show her face now is Paige Quinn of Devon. She moves onto the shoulder of our two leaders, but that whole group with 400 metres to go is still in contention. Who's the fastest runner in this field? Who has the best kick? That's what we're about to find out, as hitting the front is the Warwickshire athlete. That's Olivia McGee. She's the second quickest on paper with 4:39, and she's the Warwickshire Schools County Champion over 1500 metres. And she is on the front, and she's got a lead now of around 2 metres. Molly Carville closes that down. Carville not giving her a metre. Hutchinson Thompson drops back into the field, but those two athletes we mentioned earlier, Carville and McGee, on the front. Carville not happy to sit back in second. She wants to move on to the shoulder and she wants to fight for the win in this one. On the inside there, that's Paige Quinn of Devon. McGee, Carville, side by side. Quinn on the inside. Quinn has the benefit of the shorter distance, but she also has to go through. Also with them there is 61. That's Rosie Thistlewood of North Yorkshire. So 5 people in that group to take 3 qualifying points. So on the front still, Olivia McGee, the Warwickshire athlete. She's motoring. Molly Carville, the fastest on paper, moves onto her shoulder. Carville comes through now. Molly Carville coming through towards the finish line. Molly Carville takes it. Olivia McGee in second, and taking the final non-automatic qualifying point there, Paige Quinn. So they are your leading 3, and they will be in the final tomorrow. Should have some inter-boys 1500 metres up almost immediately. So while we just watch some replays of that race and prepare for the next one, the Javelin competition hotting up throws over 60 metres we've just seen. But we have got our next 1500 there on the start line. In 1, Benjamin Collins of Avon. In 2, Tom Hooper of North Yorkshire. In 3, Leon Duran of Hertfordshire. In 4, Alden Colley of Buckinghamshire. In 5 is Will Atkins of Hampshire. 6 is Malachi Collins of Northamptonshire. 7 is Noah Scott Donkin of Cambridgeshire. And on the outside, Aaron Cushid of Sussex. So away they go. Fastest on paper. This is the inter-boys. So Aaron Kursheed on the inside, straight to the front. So Kursheed in the lead, not got a recorded time, but he's happy to front run. Interesting tactic. But this is the first heat. We have seen the first heats liking to take it off quickly. So leading still, Kursheed from the Hertfordshire man Leon Duran. Those two up on the inside. Oh, we got a fall up behind there. Athletes look over their shoulder and check he's okay. Khurshid unwilling to relent the lead. The faller there, Will Atkins of Hampshire, and he's trying to catch back up. Wonder if he will receive a place in the final courtesy of that fall. Sometimes you do see if he's been tripped there will be a place, but it doesn't matter because Atkins is back in the group. You just see him catching up there. Our leader Leo Duran on his outside now. Alden Collier. Aaron Khurshid sits back into third place, relents the lead for the first time. What has that taken out of Will Atkins? Can he stay in the group? Can he move through? They go through the 800 metre mark. Round the bend they go. Alden Collier there leads them through. Second place, Hertfordshireman Leon Duran. We've seen these two stay here for a lot of the race. Collier hasn't been on the front though, but he is now. Khurshid has dropped back a little now, but Collier still leads as they round the final bend before they reach the bell. So up to the bell they go. 2:58 the time on the clock. 3 minutes through the bell. So probably looking at around 4:05 pace. My calculations there in my head were correct. But our leader still Alden Collier. Will Atkins, the man who fell, now into third place. He's looking to get through. 3 qualifiers automatically, 3 non-qualifiers. More contact in that field as the Hertfordshire man Leon Duran drops back. Will Atkins, you can see his back numbers fallen. He fell early on in the race. He came through and into the home straight. He's in with a chance of reaching the final. Alden Collier leads of Buckinghamshire. On his shoulder now is Will Atkins. The early faller moves into the lead. This will be unbelievable if Atkins can come back from a fall, catch up with the group and take it. Will Atkins comes through and takes it. 4:05.84. Will Atkins, take a bow. That is impressive from you. He fell very early in the race. Was about 20 or 30 metres back. He put the hard work in, caught up and won that heat. Will Atkins, congratulations mate. You are in the final tomorrow. I cannot wait to see what you can do without a fall. Worth noting the contact for Leon Duran as well in the middle of the pack. So hopefully we can see that that was all clean, but you did see him get a bit tangled up and drop back, so I'll be interested to see if any action's taken after that. Straight on to race 2, no time to dwell on the fact that Will Atkins has just pulled off the impossible. We'll go straight into race 2. Samuel Perry of Isle of Man, John Pepin of Hampshire, Ewan Taylor of Cambridgeshire, Matthew Drummond Clark of Lancashire, George Christmas of Cambridgeshire, Alex Lennon of Surrey, Isaac Stable of North Yorkshire and Samuel Scracefield of London. Will we see any more drama in this competition? I hope so. This is race 2 of the 1500 metres for the intermediate boys. So away we go now. Looks like Samuel Perry wants to get to the front. He now slows up, doesn't let them through. John Pepin of Hampshire, he moves to the front of the field. So John Pepin, the Hampshire man, takes the lead of the race, and he happy to control things. Tempo quick enough. The group's all still together, but a quick enough tempo's being paced for what these guys are looking for. Once again, 3 automatic, 3 non-automatic qualifiers. They move 3 abreast. The pace being played with by Pepin there. On his shoulder, number 43, that's Matthew Drummond Clark. But Pepin continues to drum out the pace. He picks the pace up in the straights and he slows it back down again in the bends. We've seen him do that a couple of times now, so we'll see if he does that again. You can just make out the Londonman Samuel Scrace-Field. So into the bend goes John Pepin. Looks like he's happy to continue pushing the pace, but they do all catch up to him once again on that bend. Second place Matthew Drummond Clark there moves onto the shoulder. He's had enough and he's going to try and move through as they come up towards 800 metres to run. So Matthew Drummond Clark starts to move through. He takes the lead as long-time leader Pepin drops back into the field. The man in second there, George Christmas, Cambridgeshire. So leading the field is Matthew Drummond Clark, Lancashire. The blue top with the red trim and the red shorts. Those luminous yellow spikes you can see. In fact, I think they might be white. I think that's picking up some of the green from behind the white spikes he's wearing. It's a lovely stride pattern. Really, really satisfying stride to watch as his leg flicks up at the back. He looks really comfortable at this pace. Matthew Drummond Clark impressing. Second place still George Christmas of Cambridgeshire. He has a lot more arm carriage, does Christmas, but he moves to the bell into the lead of the race. Just under 3 minutes on the clock. Christmas then takes it from Clark. Clark now starts to think about a fight back. Clark and Christmas still side by side. Clark starts to move further clear now. Matthew Drummond Clark, the Lancashire man, on the front. Number 77, Alex Lennon. He's of Surrey. He moves through into third. Number 9's there. That's Ewan Taylor of Cambridgeshire. But 43 is Matthew Drummond Clark. He's still on the front. He's led sporadically throughout this race. Second place there, George Christmas starts to fight. Fighting with Alex Lennon. Lennon moves into third place. Another battle behind from that number 9, Ewan Taylor. Think Matthew Drummond Clark's going to take it, but who's going to get the third spot? Drummond Clark does take it. Second place there, George Christmas, and Alex Lennon takes the third spot. Another competitive 1500 metre race here. We don't even have time to breathe. Race 3 is already lined up on the track. So race 3. So race 3 then, the start list. 2 James McCallan, 3 Zachary Dunn, 4 Ewan Busfield, 5 Archie Pinder, 6 Henry Sheffield, 7 Geroy Sumba, and 8 Daniel Smith. They get underway. You can see there James McCallan eager to start his watch. Start to move down the straight. Looks like it is going to be Ewan Burstfield of Derbyshire happy to take the front. Archie Pinder on his shoulder, and on the shoulder of him on Geroy Sumba. Number 55 there, Zachary Dunn of Norfolk. Almost looks like he's wearing an old German football kit. That is the Suffolk kit. He's sitting in 4th place, but he's on the inside. See a hand out there and a little shove from behind from one of the athletes, Daniel Smith.
That's why I opted for the crowd.
Tight battles then. Very tight in our 3rd heat. We have seen the 3rd heats tend to go off slower, but this seems to be around the same pace as the 2 heats prior to it. The group still tight, all in contention, but the leader still Ewan Bursfield. Bursfield of Derbyshire. Also there, Onduro Sumba, who seems to move into the lead now, bringing through with him Archie Pinder of Buckinghamshire. They come round now towards 800 metres to go. These races get more and more tense and more exciting the closer we get to the finish. We know that only 3 athletes can go through automatically, so those athletes have to be in the first 3. All the athletes here still in contention. James McCallan starting perhaps to move off the back, but he closes again. The leader, Onduro Sumba of Hampshire, takes them through the 800 metre mark. 1:47 the time on the clock. Sumba still leads. Second is Archie Pinder. Pinder of Buckinghamshire, with the Norfolk man, Zachary Dunn. He's the one in that German-like strip, the black, red and gold hoops. But Onduro Sumba still happy to lead. Still in that group, the early leader, Ewan Bursfield of Derbyshire, also in there. Henry Sheffield, so they are the runners and riders as they come down with 500 to go. All the athletes still in contention bar James McCallan, who's around 5 or 6 metres further off the back. The leader, Onduro Sumba, brings them into the home straight. Pinder behind him, Henry Sheffield. But all those athletes you can see in your picture are all battling for those 3 spaces. Here comes the bell. I think 2:59 through the bell. What could happen in our final 400 metres? We have 6 athletes battling for 3 automatic spaces. Onduro Sumba starts to move through. Second place, Archie Pinder on the shoulder. Pinder starts to challenge down the back straight. He moves level. No longer on the shoulder. Now he's level. Another bit of contact from behind. That's Zachary Dunn who takes contact. The Norfolkman, but he now moves into lead. A surge of adrenaline. He hits the front on his shoulder. Henry Sheffield. Sheffield now tries to come round him. Dunn does not want to give up that position to Sheffield. All those athletes still there. So we have 6 athletes in the home straight battling for 3 places. The leader, Henry Sheffield, coming through. The early leader, Ewan Bursfield. Bursfield now comes up into 2nd place. The Norfolkman, Zachary Dunn, hangs on to 2nd. I think Henry Sheffield's got this one. Who's going to take the 3rd spot though? Sheffield through the line for 1st. Pinder there. Oh, Zachary Dunn taking 2nd. That 3rd place spot we would like to see on the photo finish. We'll hopefully get to our camera there. But there's your leader, Henry Sheffield. We've had some absolutely phenomenal battles here at the English Schools Championships, the 92nd instalment of these championships. The battles we've seen today have been phenomenal. We've seen someone fall in these 15s, get up and win. We've seen sprint finishes to the line. What can we see in this next heat? This is race 1 of the 1500 metres for the intermediate girls. The whistle's gone, so we'll take you through the start list when this starts. Just the 2 heats of this one, so 4 automatic places and 4 non-automatic places. So the athletes told to stand up, so I'll take you through the last names: Stevenson, Valentine, Mills, Gladwell, Fieldstone, Talpott, Shorey, Chance, Maiko, Jones, Reed, Langan, Hivy, Queevy, McCowan, East and Belshaw. 17 athletes. So here we go now, moving to the front. The early leader there, Number 66, that's Isla McGowan. Take through the full start list now. Esme Stevensons of Sussex, Verity Valentine of Cambridgeshire, Abram Mills of Suffolk, Darcy Gladwell of Suffolk, Marnie Fieldsend of Berkshire, Gemma Tolper of Somerset, Molly Shorey of Devon, Laura Chance of Avon, Lila Maiko of Hereford and Worcester, Zara Jones of Durham, Abigail Reid of Essex, Lottie Langan of North Yorkshire, Esme Heavy of Cheshire, Lottie Quinn of Hampshire, Isla McGowan of Oxfordshire, Florence East of Hampshire and Lila Belshaw of Essex. On the front then, it looks to me like number 27. It is number 27. Lila Belshaw in the lead of Essex. Still Isla McGowan on her shoulder. So those two still up there. So our leaders, Belshaw and McGowan. McGowan's ran 4:32, Belshaw's ran 4:17. I actually witnessed her at Chelmsford at the England Athletics Under-20 Under-23 Championships a couple of weeks ago. I was announcing there and she came second, took home the silver medal. So she is a top runner. You can see her happy just to hold the front. Also, she is the Essex County and County Schools champion. So she's very, very talented. Coming through around the outside there, number 61, Lottie Langan. She has a best time of 4:36 from North Yorkshire. Isla McGowan there of Oxfordshire is a 4:32 runner. So our athletes all there or thereabouts. One athlete slightly off the back, but all still in contention. Remember, this has just 2 heats, so 4 automatic qualifiers, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. Bigger heats though, so probably more difficult to get through than the 8 with 3 automatics that we saw in the last heat. A lot of noise coming from our crowd down there. You can see the triple jump happening. You can probably hear the screams and the cheers coming from the podium also. But our track action continues. They go down the back straight there, that packed out stand with the colourful team kits. You can see Lila Belshaw's team there of Essex sitting behind the pack coming through. You can see some claret and yellow. The claret and yellow, very distinctive in the athletics world. Essex are a very successful county in athletics. I believe they're the most successful in these championships. On the outside there, Isla McGowan. McGowan still hugging the outside of Belshaw. 4 athletes clearly ahead of the rest, but without the gap. And number 81 seems to be there. I haven't got her on my start list. I've got 61, Lottie Langan. It is Lottie Langan, the athlete there. The bell goes. 3:22. So will Belshaw be able to hold on? Can McGowan finally get past her and move into the lead? Cheshire girl, Esme Heavy there in 3rd place. Will she hang on? And then there's the 61 that we spoke about, Lottie Langan of North Yorkshire. Those 4 seem to be clear. 4 go through. The girl in 5th there trying to close. She's going to be close to the line. Belshaw starts to move through the inside. She's kept her gap. Up the inside also goes Heavy. She moves right up to that lead group. 3rd and 4th, side by side. As they come up towards the 200 metre mark, it's still Belshaw from McGowan. Those 2 have led side by side throughout. They stay side by side. Coming through now the North Yorkshire girl, Lottie Langan. Langan happy to sit in that gap there. Coming around now, number 33. That's Florence East. She's the 2nd quickest on paper. So it's Belshaw, East, McGowan, side by side. In goes Lottie Langan. 4 abreast into the home straight. Lila Belshaw on the inside, the fastest on paper. She wants to move through. There's still 3 abreast towards the line. Belshaw and Lottie Langan, the 2 closest. I think Langan gets there. 4:32.11. 4:32 would be the exact same as Isla McGowan's PB, would be a PB for most in the field, but Lila Belshaw's ran 4:17, so she is just cruising. Heat 2 of our 1500 metres is up next. So race 2 of this 1500 up next. Once again, just last name: McDonald, Williams, Barlow, Farr, Massey, Clough, Brook, Hay, Lefay, Pierce, Sanders, Wilkinson, Taylor, Powell, Jacobs and Locke. So the athletes still held on the start line. And there goes the gun. Our race is underway. So Lyra McDonald of London, Flo Williams of Oxfordshire, Lucy Barlow of Middlesex, Lily Farr of Bedfordshire, Stephanie Massey of Berkshire, Sarah Clough of Greater Manchester, Ruth Brooke of Gloucestershire, Lily Harris of South Yorkshire, Ray Lefay of Sussex, Madeline Pearce of Buckinghamshire, Imogen Saunders of Leicestershire and Rutland, Lucy Wilkinson of Buckinghamshire, Megan Taylor of Nottinghamshire, Evie Powell of Oxfordshire, Sophie Jacobs of Bedfordshire and Jessica Lark of Cheshire. Leader early on, the number 8, Madeline Pearce, Buckinghamshire. Also there, Ray Lefay of Surrey. Ray Lefay, sorry, is of Sussex. And they're all happy to lead early on, but the whole group is still there. So this group, side by side by side, athletes all the way out as far as lane 3. Running 8 metres per lap longer if you run in lane 2. So running in lane 3 would be 16 metres per lap further. So you really do want to try and squeeze in to the inside if you can. So the leader, still from Sussex, Ray Lefay. There's 8 runners who have gone sub 4:40 in this heat. Ray Lefay's ran 4:39. She is one of them. The number 8, Madeline Pearce, she's a 4:37 runner. She's also one. You can just about see Jessica Lark there of Cheshire. I think she's the quickest on paper with 4:21. She's the Cheshire double county champion from 2022 over the 8 and 15, and she ran 4:21 to win the 1500 this year at the Cheshire County Schools. So we know that there is some talent there with Jessica Lark, the fastest on paper. She's sitting in 3rd place. So it all still in contention. So you can see some gaps starting to appear. A group there of around about 7 or 8 athletes. As they pass my commentary position here, you can see the shot of the stand absolutely rammed with spectators who have come to watch the athletics on offer here at the 92nd English Schools Track and Field Championships. So the leader now, the number 8, Madeline Pearce of Buckinghamshire. She's the 4:37 runner, one of 8 sub 40 runners. But they look like they are just cruising at this point. No head bobbles in that field, no one looking particularly tired. On the outside of her, Jessica Lark, the quickest on paper. We've spoke about her already. She's taking a closer order. She needs to ensure her qualification, make sure she's in the first 4. She's on the shoulder still of Pearce. Behind Pearce there, number 3, Sophie Jacobs. And on her shoulder, Ray Lefay. So there your 4. So coming through now towards the bell. Number 11, Jessica Lark, moves into the front for the first time. The fastest on paper from Cheshire. She takes the bell in 3:20. She keeps moving through. The group still there of 6 athletes, all in contention. Looking out my window, the North Manchester athlete, Greater Manchester, Sarah Clough, seems to be moving now into 3rd into the automatic qualifying spaces. But Jessica Lark really showed her maturity in this race. She didn't jump to the front, she sat in behind, and now she's doing the hard work and moving through. Jessica Lark, a very impressive performance. She's looking to take this heat. 2nd place there, Ray Lefay. She was happy to lead early on of Sussex, and she's clearly got the strength to hold that. Then there's the Manchester athlete, Sarah Clough. Behind her, Sophie Jacobs. So there you're 4 that look like they could go through at this point. Jessica Lark of Cheshire, considerable progress for her. I'm sure she's ran very, very sensibly, very mature, and she'll take a lot of confidence as she goes into the next round. She's going to get through. Here's a challenge from the Manchester athlete though, Sarah Clough. She comes through to take second place, slows down before the line. Time 4:30.53. So there's going to be personal best scattered throughout that field. Only one athlete gone sub 4:30. So expect a lot of power of 10 bests at the end of the day. If you want to find out any specific result, you can of course check the result on entry for sport. I think we're going to have a little pause now in proceedings. We go to the hurdles while they're just setting up. So back over now to the track. You can see our hurdles, 110 metre hurdles for the senior boys getting underway. Some names in this field I know very well. Daniel Goriola, one that stands out. I've seen him compete a few times this year. Kentman. The whistle goes, so race 1 will get underway very shortly. In lane 2, Max Rowe of Lincolnshire. In 3, Ryan Wells of Oxfordshire. 4's Noah Hanson of Essex. 5 is Charlie Stadden of Avon. 6 is Oscar Hennessy Leach of Wiltshire, and 7 is Edward Barber of Buckinghamshire. Fastest on paper, Noah Hanson with 13.98. So the athletes still stood behind their blocks. Lanes 2 to 7 utilised here. Close up there of Charlie Stadden. Stadden of Avon. He has a best time of 14.36. Noah Hanson of Essex on his inside is the fastest on paper. So the athletes in their blocks. Senior competition, so blocks are allowed for this one. And there has to stand up. A problem we've seen time after time to time today. Meanwhile, some activity on the first bend of the track if you're running a 400 metres, the high jump competition going on. Great engagement from the crowd down there. You can probably hear the clapping filtering around the stadium. Always good when the field eventers get the crowd involved. It really does boost the atmosphere inside the stadium. The athletes called back to their blocks though. Rowe, Wells, Hanson, Stadden, Hennessy, Leach, Barber. And away they go. Hanson straight up and out of blocks. Noah Hanson, the fastest on paper. The sub 14 guy, 13.98. He's moving through nicely, and he is going to take this one over the final set of hurdles. He stops the clock, 13.88, takes a tenth of a second off his best. Noah Hansen, fantastic running.
Results and presentation of the intermediate girls.
Noah Hansen then impressing in that one. 2 heats, so 3 automatic qualifiers, 2 time-based qualifiers. But Noah Hansen, by far the quickest. I think that was Charlie Stadden, the Avonman, who took second. So they'll both be in the final. Race 2 then up next. So here's your start list. In 2, Patrick Kyle of Avon. In 3, Elliot Ferguson of Surrey. In 4, Daniel Goriola of Kent. 5, Joel Elphick of Lancashire. In 6, Drew Bradley of Cheshire. And in 7, George Isgrove of Avon. Fastest on paper with 13.76, Patrick Kyle. He's from Avon in the white. Looks like Elliot Ferguson of Surrey not there today. Somewhat disappointing. I must say the crowd here are outstanding. Lots of noise coming from underneath me here. So, Kyle, Goriola, Elphick, Bradley, Isgrove, minor no Ferguson in the field. So that's Drew Bradley of Cheshire there, George Isgrove. So Isgrove, best time of 15.84. He will surely be dragged to a best time today, hopefully. Bit of a headwind still, but he is in a top field. He is the slowest on paper. Daniel Goriola and Drew Bradley both running 15.3, but that could really help him come through. You always want to challenge yourself. So for Isgrove, perhaps just enjoying the occasion of being here. 3 to go through. 2 non-automatic qualifiers once again. So some more practice runs. So just having confirmation there that there is no Elliot Ferguson. Sorry. That is quite disappointing, but the rest of the field still all there. So race 2 of our 110 hurdles for the senior boys underway, and it looks like Daniel Goriola, off to a flyer. Best one I've seen from him all year, the Kentman. Daniel Goriola coming through towards the line. He stops the clock, 13.85. I've got his best down as 15.3. Stuck over a second off his best time. 13.85 for Daniel Goriola. We're hearing he's run a 13.78 this year, so that is just off his best. But still, a cracking run into a 2 meters per second headwind. So black. So on the track now is 1500 meters, 3 heats. So here's your start list. Jess Sales of Northumberland, Evie Thompson of South Yorkshire, Kirsty Mayer of Lancashire, Alice Bates of Northamptonshire, Isabel Richardson of West Yorkshire, Ellie Bushell of Cheshire, Eve Brooks of Lincolnshire. That's race 1. Possibly 2 would be put in this heat, 3 would be put in the next one. There's definitely more people on the start line than on the start list. 1, 2, well, hang on, 57. She's in it. 57, 17, 85, 17, 17, 85, 31, 23, 11, yep, 73, 75. So just going through the start list there, having a double check, because we think possibly some of the heats have been swapped over. So apologies for the silence there, but Ellie Bushell of Cheshire hits the front. So in this one we have Jess Sales of Northumberland, Evie Thompson of South Yorkshire, Kirsty Mayer of Lancashire, Alice Bates of Northamptonshire, Isabel Richardson, West Yorkshire, Ellie Bushell of Cheshire, Eve Brooks of Lincolnshire, plus 2 extras. We'll try and spot as they come through. Oh, that's Maisie Burns. She's one of the extras. She's from Greater Manchester and she does lead. So she has the best time of 4:33. Number 17 in this race is Jess Bailey of Cumbria. A very, very impressive talent. She was second at the European Under-18 Championships over 3,000 metres last year. She's also the national cross-country champion and the English schools cross-country champion. She's run 4:22. So a very, very impressive athlete, Jess Bailey. And you can just see her there sitting in. She's sat in about 6th place there in the light blue. But in the lead of the race is number 31 still, Maisie Burns. Isabel Richardson on her shoulder. And Ellie Bushell also in that group. Alice Bates still there. Bates of Northamptonshire. Quite a well-known athlete on the scene at the moment. She's improved her PB by 3 seconds this year to go 4:22. So a real top talent there. So the group's splitting early on, but most of the athletes still in that front group. So Maisie Burns continues to lead as they go through 800 metres to run. group now of 8 athletes in the lead, 2 athletes just behind, but those 2 behind seem to be getting gapped by more and more with every single stride. Same leader, Maisie Burns, and on her outside still, Isabel Richardson. Richardson now moves into the front. Alice Bates now on the shoulder. Alice Bates, the 4:22 runner, the one who's improved her PB by 3 seconds this year that we already mentioned. Now coming through, Jess Bailey, the second the European Under 18 Championships over 3,000 metres. She's trying the 15. We know she's got the strength, but has she got the speed in the last lap? We will have to wait and see. Isabel Richardson, though, still leads. Bailey on the shoulder, and on her shoulder, Alice Bates. Those two almost marking each other through. 2 heats, so 4 automatic qualifiers, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. 450 metres to run. This last lap is going to be ferocious. Let's watch as they come through the bell now. So Jess Bailey takes them through the bell, 3:22 on the clock. Still 8 athletes in contention. Bailey on the front stretches things out. You can see them growing into a line, which means the pace is hotting up. Second place, Alice Bates, the Northamptonshire athlete. She's happy to sit in there. Isabel Richardson of West Yorkshire still in third, but moving on to her shoulder now is athlete 25, Macy Kelly of Durham. But the leader still Jess Bailey. Bailey from Bates, from Richardson. He's from Macy Kelly. So 4 people clear, slight gap back to Ellie Bushell of Cheshire, but into the home straight. An impressive run from our 2 favourites, Jess Bailey and Alice Bates. The experience of these athletes really showing as they come into the final straight now, the final 50 metres. Third place there, Isabel Richardson. She's kept close order throughout. She knows what she's doing in this kind of race. So there you go, up to the line. Jess Bailey, Alice Bates, Richardson, and then you're going to have to look at the results of 4th place. That's very tight between 4 athletes. That final automatic qualifying spot is going to require an angle of the finish line. Finishing time of 4:32, so well within the times of the quicker athletes in this field. 10 seconds behind the best of both Bailey and Bates. So there you go, we'll try and spot 3rd place. Oh, look at that. The 4th spot is going to go to photo finish. There's going to be mere hundredths of a second between those 2 athletes. So there you go, straight into race 2, which will be the remainder of the athletes. That's Macy Kelly, Millie Freeland, Lottie McLaren, Holly Waugh, Ruby Vinton, Iris Courtney, Scarlett Livingston, Kira Brady-Jones, Olivia East and Rose Chesterfield. Durham, Buckinghamshire, Staffordshire, Northumberland, Suffolk, Dorset, Devon, Merseyside, Hampshire and Hampshire. So straight onto the front is Millie Freeland, the Buckinghamshire athlete. She's run 4:36. So she's still on the front. Perhaps a quicker tempo being set early on. You can see the white top of Kira Brady-Jones there, coming through, the Merseyside athlete. She's run 4:32. She's trying to keep a close order on proceedings here. The leader, Millie Freeland, extending that gap now. She's opened up around 3 or 4 metres, which she will hope will grow and grow and grow. She is still a small gap ahead. So still Millie Freeland. The front on angle doesn't quite show the gap that she's opened. It is still around 2 metres. An interesting gap, enough that a move could be made from, but not enough to distinguish her as the leader at the early stages. That gap now starts to close. So in second place there is Evie Jasmine Brooks, who should have been in the first heats. They have reseeded this entire competition. Evie Jasmine Brooks of Lincolnshire second. Still a small gap is open. So they've gone through 800 metres. 7 athletes still in that group. The leader opens up her gap again. Fluctuating gap between Freeland and the field. Second place there is Kirsty Mayer of Lancashire. Kira Brady-Jones moves up on the shoulder. Brady-Jones has wanted to be up near the front for much of this race, and she finally does get the opportunity to be nearer the front down the straight towards the bell. Millie Freeland, who's led much of the race, the 4:36 runner, still leads. So Millie Freeland takes them through towards the bell. We'll watch the clock. 3:21 as they hit it. 3:21.65. So we're probably looking at around 4:38 to 4:40 pace. Millie Freeland still on the front, second place. Evie Jasmine Brooks still. Those two have a gap to the rest of the field. That gap that Freeland has been fluctuating with all race still remains. Brady-Jones there, Kira Brady-Jones pulls off the track. Perhaps an injury, perhaps a cramp, she steps off. So 200 metres to go, 3:56. This is slightly slower than the previous heat, but there are still 5 athletes in contention and 4 places in the final. Who's going to miss out on the automatic qualifying spot? Moving into lead, Evie Jasmine Brooks from Millie Freeland. Freeland starts to move back. That would be really harsh if she was the one to miss out on the spot. Number 47 now, Evie Jasmine Brooks on the front. Coming through, 43. 43 is Kirsty Mayer, but Jasmine Brooks still leads. The athlete outside the place is Freeland, led throughout. Very, very harsh on her. Coming through towards the line, Evie Jasmine Brooks takes it. Freeland is going to have to wait for the results to come through. She'll have to check if she's one of the fastest non-automatic qualifiers. 4:32.58 at the time on the clock. So no wonder that Freeland dropped off slightly. Her best is 4:36. So we continue our 1500 metre action. Next up is the senior boys 1500 metres. Some big names in this field. I look at the likes of Dan Galloway, William Rob Johns, James Dargan, Isaac Rothwell. Some really big names in this field. So race 1 underway. Alexander Riley of Sussex, George Thomas of Berkshire, Finn O'Mercu of Sussex, Charlie Jones of Oxfordshire, Alex Adams of Warwickshire, Harris Kentish of Buckinghamshire, Matt Russell of Greater Manchester, Conrad Norman of Surrey, William Sturkley of Merseyside, Ryan Grady of Suffolk, David Holman of Lancashire, Joshua Blevins of Northumberland, George Keane of Cambridgeshire, William Rabjohns of Dorset, and Dan Galloway of Shropshire. So the early leader, I think that's Finn O'Mercu. You can see the whole train there, showing that Mercu is setting a faster pace than what some of them might have anticipated. but it is still 2 abreast down the lower order. So the leader still Finn Amerku, second place there, number 10 George Keane, Cambridgeshire. Lots of athletes still in contention. Alex Riley of Sussex there in third place. Once again, 2 heats, which means 4 automatic qualifiers, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. Back of that group there you can see Alex Adams, Warwickshire. He's ran 4 flat this year. He ran 4:01 at Loughborough a few weeks ago in the BMC. He's got a kick though. He'll be looking to use that in the latter stages of the race. Now hitting the front, Dan Galloway, the 3:44 guy. He's one of the favourites for this entire championships, is Galloway from Shropshire. So Dan Galloway starts to move clear. That gap about 5 metres, but it's starting to close already. George Keane shutting it down. Will Rob Johns in the group behind. Alex Riley there also, but Dan Galloway still on the front in the glasses and the blue with the yellow stripe and the blue shorts, the Shropshire colours. Dan Galloway still moving through towards the bell. Final lap, he's took with him 5 athletes, a 6th just behind them, only 4 spaces, so once again 1 person's going to be thrown out of the competition before the non-automatic qualifiers are added. Dan Galloway then comes up to take the bell. .251, 2:52 on the clock as they come through. That group still all in contention. Galloway being chased down from behind. I think that is still Fionn O'Murku, the Sussexman, who tried to take things on earlier in the race. It's not O'Murku, my apologies. That's athlete number 79. That's Alexander Riley of Sussex. He's gone past Dan Galloway. That's a bold statement to make in the heat. Riley, who I haven't got a time for, is coming down the home straight now. I think our 4 have been determined. So, into the straight, Riley from Galloway. Third place there is Rob Johns. George Keane in 4th. Those 4 starting to look over their shoulders, starting to ease down. But our leader comes through. Little celebration over the line. Alexander Riley then, 3:52. So that's your 4 through. Keane, Rob Johns, Galloway and Riley. Heat 2's already on the track, so we'll go straight over there. So race 2 now on the track. Henry Johnston, Benedict Simpson, Alexander, James Peck, Sebastian Beadle, Samuel Lee, Reese Slater, Joshua Reese-Gara, Tom Emery, Dexter Thompson, Ethan Brady-Jones, Matthew Brunnock, Connor Foley, Jamie Keir, Isaac Rothwell and James Dargan. So still waiting there on the start line. 2 athletes I know very well, Matt Brunnock and Sam Lee from Hereford and Worcester. They were in their infancy competing days in the English schools cross country when I was part of that team. So 2 top athletes there. But James Dargan, the name that stands out, he's a 3:44 runner from Hampshire. And he's happy to sit on the shoulder there. Coming through to take the lead, Connor Foley of Surrey. Sam Lee though, the Hereford and Worcestershire athlete I mentioned that I know fairly well, sits in the front. He's happy to try and bring this field through to take some non-automatic qualifying spots. So Sam Lee then. On his shoulder is Connor Foley. And there is gaps to the rest of the field there, but they aren't very big at this point. So Lee from Foley. And then I think it might be a Kent in third place, but I can't see one on my start list. It might be Jamie Keir actually, of Kent in third place. Dargan in fourth, happy to sit there in one of the automatic spots, just try and hold on. Sam Lee in first, happy to keep moving. Matt Brunnock on the outside there, coming up towards the front. Many athletes in this senior category, but I know Matt Brunnock is one of them completing exams this year, A-level exams, heading to university soon. A lot of athletes, especially in the inters as well, doing GCSE, so exam period for many people at this junction in their lives, especially great for you if you're an athlete. I found during my exams that running gave me a real break, let me get outside, clear my head, and I'm sure many of these athletes will have done that. We do often find during exam windows, athletes will push back their season, so they will start their season when their exams finish, or later than they normally would. But for these athletes to still be at the English schools is very, very impressive. Sam Lee then still leads. He's still the Kent man in second. That's Jamie Keir. James Dargan though on the outside, still sitting in, but looking to start to move forward. That whole field still in contention. It's very tight, it's very congested. What can happen in the latter stage of this race? They're coming down towards the bell. If this stays as it is, this is going to be a fine finish, one that we can get very, very excited about. So Keir now moves into the lead. Dargan sitting behind. Brunnock still trying to come round. Number 25 there, Rhys Slater of Durham. Also number 8, Henry Johnson of Buckinghamshire. So those four now side by side. Dargan starts to move up now. Dargan moves himself into second place. 3 minutes at the bell. So we're probably looking just outside the 4 minute mark. This is jogging for James Dargan, who's run 3:44. As many other athletes in this field have run 45, 49 and 50s. Still the leader, Jamie Keir of Kent. Dargan on the outside, a big move from Joseph Rees-Gara on the outside. The whole field still in contention with 250 metres to run. Through 200, in to the lead goes Connor Foley. Dargan, bit boxed in there, he moves out of contention. Few pushes and shoves in the field. In the lead, Connor Foley still into the home straight. Final corner, Dargan finds himself in second place. Dargan moves onto the shoulder and tries to move into first. 5 athletes there, those 5 all looking to go through. James Dargan, the powerhouse we know he is, moves into the lead. Second place there, Jamie Keir. So Dargan is going to qualify the fastest on paper. It's a bunch sprint behind. I think Matt Brunnock might have just snuck in there. We'll have to wait for confirmation. 3:58 the time. But what a race. Fantastic running from James Dargan. Really mature running to sit in, move through when you knew you needed to. Got himself in a bit of trouble coming around the final bend. A few pushes, a few shoves, a few loose feet. He managed to hold on. Here's a photo finish. Dargan took it. Brunnock there in 5th place, which means he will have to wait to see if he's a non-automatic qualifier. We continue with the middle distance and move on to the 800 metres in a couple of minutes' time. This is the 800 metres for the junior girls. So this 800 metres for the junior girls. The first of 3 heats. So 3 heats for the 800. Which means 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. So 3 heats of this 800 metres, the first one on the track. I can hear the whistle here inside the stadium, which means we're about to get underway. So in 1, Eleanor Oliphant of London, Nia Stretton of Nottinghamshire, Freya West of Lincolnshire, Polly Evans of Dorset, Kitty Harrison Sargent West Yorkshire, Millie Cossins of Gloucestershire, Sophie Hawthorne of Surrey, Isabel Goodman of Lancashire, Bella Taylor of Suffolk, Layla Roden of South Yorkshire and Natasha Wynne of Essex. So this is race 1 of the junior girls 800 metres. Several heats over this distance for the junior boys, junior girls, inter girls and senior boys and girls. So the athletes break now. Halfway around the back straight, looks like athlete 71 Layla Roden goes into the lead. So Layla Roden of South Yorkshire, best time of 2:12. On her shoulder there, Natasha Wynne of Essex. She's ran 2:09. Natasha Wynne looks fairly comfortable, sitting slightly outside there. She looks very, very relaxed. We've already got some athletes off the back, so this is going to be a quick pace. We'll watch the clock as they come through the lap. 65, so we're looking about 2:12 the finishing time, so Layla Roden setting a personal best pace. So 2 side by side is Wynne and Roden. They're the 2 fastest on paper and they're happy to work together. Only 2 automatic qualifiers, so Sophie Hawthorne behind there, you can see her trying to battle up to the leaders. She will have to get in front of one of them if she's to automatically qualify. At this point, Natasha Wynne of Essex moves to the front with 200 metres to go. She keeps herself out of trouble round in the final corner. Natasha Wynne moves now into the home straight. I think we're going to have a bit of a battle for that second qualifying spot, but Natasha Wynne has opened up a 10 metre gap. She secured hers. The battle coming from behind. Challenge from Sophie Hawthorne on Layla Roden. Roden moving back now. 78 comes through. Second place there. I think that's Bella Taylor, judging by the hip number. Yeah, Bella Taylor took second, so Natasha Wynne and Bella Taylor making it through to the final. Layla Roden, who did the early running, is going to have to wait for the next 2 heats to find out if she has her place. Race 2 already walking onto the track, you can see them there. So the whistle goes in our second heat. In this one, Michaela Sichova of Berkshire, Daisy Alford of Hampshire, Nina Hopkins of North Yorkshire, Molly Grant of Lincolnshire, Poppy Taylor of Hampshire, Sasha Bartolotta of Greater Manchester, Orla Enright of Northamptonshire, Elsie Jacobs of Buckinghamshire, Lois Codling of Gloucestershire, Maya Schofield of West Yorkshire, and Georgia Ann March of Middlesex. Race 2 in our 800 metres. Michaela Sichova moves straight into the lead at the break. She's going to have a gap. She's distanced the field inside that first 100 metres. Will she push on or will she drop back and wait? Gap's around 10 metres. So a fantastic start from Sichova there, the 2:16 runner. She's in the lead. She's got about a 5 metre gap. Can she hold on to that gap into the final lap? Maya Schofield there in second place. And at this point, Michaela Skachova does get caught. A fast opening lap. 65 seconds again, so we're looking at about the same time. 2:12. So our leader, Maya Schofield now, West Yorkshire. 3 abreast as they go down the sideline. So they're all side by side round the corner. I think at this point Georgia and March of Middlesex is second, and the leader there, number 29, Lois Codling. Codling's ran 2:13. Georgia and March has run 2:09. The Middlesex athlete now starts to hit her stride. Georgia and March into the home straight. Can Codling hold on from March? Middlesex versus Gloucestershire. The battle of the yellow and burgundy counties. Codling then comes through towards the line, thinks she's going to take it. Codling stops the clock, 2:12. A new personal best for Codling, and Georgia and March takes a second automatic qualifier mark. So race 3 already on the track, one after the other. In this one, Sophia Chesterfield of Nottinghamshire, Madeline Turner of Derbyshire, Jess Lamb of Northamptonshire, Isabel Madden of North Yorkshire, Daisy Woodcock of Cumbria, Agatha Taylor of Lancashire, Luciana Smith of Kent, Olivia Chilton of Buckinghamshire, Holly Cross of Merseyside, and Imogen Hill of Greater Manchester. Same entry criteria for the final, 2 automatic, 2 non-automatic. So race 3 then underway. Faster starts on the outside, Imogen Hill. So Holly Cross moved through there. Olivia Chilton now starts to tuck in. I think she might just have the lead. Cutting across from the outside straight to the inside, Imogen Hill. She wants to come to the front, so Hill moves herself into prime position there, sat in about 4th wheel. But Imogen Hill manages to cut in front of her. The leader is Luciana Smith of Kent. Smith ran 2:15. She's leading. On her shoulder still Imogen Hill. Hill's ran 2:11. She's the fastest on paper. She's happy to sit in. She now moves through up the inside. Finds her way through to the front of the race. They come up now towards the bell, which will symbolise 400 metres to run. 65 once again. The exact same split in all 3 heats. So Hill on the inside. Happy to lead, the fastest on paper. We have a new leader coming through now. So the new leader, number 51, Holly Cross of Merseyside. She's a 2:12 runner, but she left room on the inside and Hill's come through into it. On the outside, Daisy Woodcock of Cumbria. All of a sudden, Hill and Woodcock side by side. All the other athletes start to move back, so Holly Cross moves out and lets Hill through. So it's Hill from Smith. No, it is Imogen Hill from Daisy Woodcock. Holly Cross in 3rd. Cross now moves back through, but on the outside, Luciana Smith. 2 to go through, 3 abreast behind. Imogen Hill's done the hard work. She's through. Battle behind though. Cross still in that group. It's tight up to the line from the inside. Oh, I think Luciana Smith might have got that from the inside. 2:17. So our first junior boys 800 metres. In 1, Marcus Wootton of Nottinghamshire. 2, Saul Bennett of Sussex. 3, Josh Hurst of Hertfordshire. 4, Joseph Hill of Kent. 5, Charlie Chalmers of Hampshire. 6, Alfie Bedford of South Yorkshire. 7, Caleb Still of Merseyside. 8, Marty Poynton of Berkshire. And 9, Dylan Mills of London. And this one gets underway. They make the break there. Saul Bennett with the lead at that point. But Marcus Wootton on his inside, happy to sit in behind now. Charlie Chambers there in that group, but now moving into the lead, we finally have a leader. That's Joseph Hill. Joseph Hill is a 2:03 runner. Fastest on paper in this one is Charlie Chambers with 2 flat. So Joseph Hill on the inside, on his outside. And now moving into the lead is Charlie Chambers, the fastest on paper. .58 seconds then. 58 seconds through the bell. Looking at about 2 minutes of time, which would be PB for everyone. Charlie Chambers has run 2 minutes. You can see him now starting to move ahead of the field. A closing down effort there from 71, Alfie Bedford of South Yorkshire. They come up the back straight towards the 200 metre mark. Charlie Chambers then still leads. Moving into second now, Joseph Hill of Kent. Final 200 metres. 4 heats of this one, so only 1 person automatically through. Very tough entry criteria, so this is an important battle now. Alfie Bedford and Charlie Chambers battling. Chambers the fastest on paper. Bedford a second behind him. Chambers and Bedford still battling. Chambers comes back at him. Chambers down towards the line. What's the clock going to stop on? 2:01. Charlie Chambers takes it. He's in the final. And Alfie Bedford, despite that late challenge, will have to wait to see the time. Race 2 then up next. Athletes already on the track. We'll see that finish again. Chambers fought back to take it from Bedford. So heat 2, Luke Carlin of Hertfordshire, Ben Slow of West Yorkshire, Jude Linseed of Norfolk, Harry Klein of Surrey, Joseph Skeins of Kent, Stanley Wyatt of Avon, Finley Dobson Emmas of Greater Manchester, Joshua Stark of Norfolk and Logan Fairley of Derbyshire. So Luke Carlin on the inside of Hertfordshire looks in good shape as they approach the break point here. Also Harry Klein coming through, and he's going to hop onto the front of the race provisionally while the others try and cut in. Looks like athlete 56 there coming round. That's Joshua Stark of Norfolk. He's happy to come to the front and happy to power around the bend. The gap opens to 10 or so metres. Impressive start from Stark. Can he continue this? He's a 2:05 runner. The fastest on paper, 1:59, is Joseph Skeins. Stark's gap now opens up to around 20 metres. So Joshua Stark must have had a good week of training. 58. So he's running 5 seconds above his personal best at around about 2 minutes pace. Almost the same split as we saw in the last race. Stark ahead. Gap closing, but Stark doesn't show any sign of slowing down. His face is a picture there of tiredness though. Joshua Stark, starts to slow. Behind him, number 41. That's Joseph Skeins. 38 also there. Luke Carlin. They're all there or thereabouts, moving through now. Joseph Skeins, only one to go through, remember. So Skeins takes the lead. Second is Dobson Emas. Third place, Luke Carlin. Into the home straight, these two side by side. Only one spot can go to the final. Finley, Dobson Emas now moves into the lead. Dobson Emas from Keynes down towards the line. Finley, Dobson Emas stops the clock. 2:01, a new personal best. His previous best 2:03.54. So Joseph Skeins, our 1:59 runner, potentially facing elimination from the competition. You can see the official time, 2 minutes 51. That's a personal best there by 3 seconds for Dobson Emas. That's incredible running. So some interesting tactics there in the triple jump. Before he clapped and clapped and clapped, and he almost stepped forward, step back, almost like a dance move. Step forward again, step back again before his run up. A really interesting technique being deployed into that jump. Heat 3's on the track now. Take you through the start list for this one. In 1, Magnus Riddle of Northumberland. 2, Augustine Downing of Avon. 3, Otto de Jong of Surrey. 4, Oscar Nagalingam of Hertfordshire. 5, Evan Grime of Greater Manchester. 6, from Essex, Finley McLaren. 7, Jack Chapman of Merseyside. 8, Ralph Brown of Shropshire. And 9, Teddy Sylvie of Buckinghamshire. They round the bend now towards the break point, and once again we have an early leader. This is number 27, Finley McLaren, sorry. He's ran 2 flat .99. Second quickest on paper, because we of course have Evan Grime in this one, the Greater Manchester athlete, who's sitting further back. He's run 1:54.08. He definitely wants to start thinking about moving forward. Finley McLaren has a gap now of around 20 or so metres. Grime really needs to get moving. You can see him now moving around the outside of that group, but Evan Grime, this could be the shock of the century. He's 6 seconds quicker than anyone else in his field, and he's now down of around 30 metres. Coming through now to the line, Finley McLaren, the 2-minute runner. He stops the clock in 55 for the first lap, 55.54, so still looking at around 1:57 pace for the 2 laps. So the gap now still around 20 or so metres. And Evan Grime not looking like making any progress. He's still sat behind. He now moves into provisional second place. He's got his work cut out from it in the final 200 metres. He'd have to close a 20-metre gap. Has Finley McLaren of Essex taken this race perfectly? As I said, he's run 2 minutes .99. Evan Grime's run 1:54.08. So Grime enters the home straight behind Finley McLaren. He's not even in our picture here. Finley McLaren miles and miles ahead of the field. Finley McLaren is going to run a new personal best. He comes through towards the line, stops the clock, 1:56 flat. He puts his hands on his head. That is an unbelievable performance there. Finley McLaren takes 4 seconds off his best time. Incredible, incredible performance from Finley McLaren. And Evan Grime is going to have to wait and see if he has a place in the final, despite being the fastest on paper. In the entire field, he is the fastest 800-metre runner in this competition, and he could be heading out in the heats. So make sure you check the results on the Entry for Sport website. But Evan Grime has done that the hard way if he does get through.
It's good. It's good.
So before we go to this next race, I can tell you that is a new championship record. He's broken the record that stood since 1986 from Craig Winrow of Lancashire. That was 1:56.1, so that time has fallen today to Finley McLaren. Anyway, back to the action. Dragton, Tyrrell, White, Veriglio, Dormer, Collier, Lowton, Clifford, Groves. So they enter the straight and they will brake past the cones you can see in the middle of your screen there, heading towards the front. Is Isaac Collier was heading towards the front, but now moving through is Jack Dormer. Jack Dormer of Surrey sitting at the front of that group, just behind him number 87, that's Alessandro Viglioli. So coming down now to take the bell, 57. I think it's Jack Dormer still leads, but moving up from behind now, an athlete in green, that could be Jack Tyrrell of Leicestershire and Rutland. It's not, it's Alessandro Virgilio of Wiltshire. So Virgilio moves into the lead. Alessandro Virgilio of Wiltshire, he's ran 2:43. Round the bend they go, in towards the final straight of the race. Still in second place there, Jack Dormer. Only one person to go through, of course. So down they go into the home straight. Alessandro Virgilio, he powers towards the final 20 metres. He stops the clock. 2:01.45 the time for Virgilio, who wins race 4. Move on to some 400 metres next. So back over with the Shotput competition. This is looks like the senior girls, I think.
Can we switch the second block to lane 7, please? Lane 7.
So the start list for our senior 400 metres. Carter Giddies in 1 of Nottinghamshire, 2 Ben Greenleaf of Suffolk, in 3 Robert Marlowe of Warwickshire, 4 Clayson Kafuti of Surrey, 5 Alex Hushin of Hereford and Worcester, in 6 Alexander Beck of Hampshire, 7 Tommy Owler of Kent, in 8 Ethan Curran of Surrey, and in 9 Rayhan Lenoir of Buckinghamshire. So this will be heat 1 of 2 of the 400 metres for the senior. 2 heats means 3 automatic qualifiers and 2 non-automatic qualifiers. The athletes just setting up their blocks now.
on your mark.
So the whistle blows on the track below us, means that our 400 metres should be shortly underway. The athletes now onto their blocks. I'll take you through the start list again. Giddy, Greenleaf, Marlow, Kafuti, Hushin, Beck, Aula, Curran and Lenoir. So it looks like lane Carter Giddy's not there, as is not Kafuti not there. But it looks like the Hereford and Worcestershire athlete Alex Hushin off to a great start. He's already onto the shoulder. They're almost in a line as they come round the bend now. I think it is still Alex Hushin. Hereford and Worcester still with the lead. The other athlete in red is on his outside there. That's Alexander Beck of Hampshire. So it's going to be Hushin and Beck side by side. Beck with the upper hand now. Hushin still happy to follow. Beck versus Hushin into the home straight. Reminder, 3 to go through. So Beck goes through, Hushin goes through, and then there's a tight battle. I think that might have been Tommy Owler of Kent taking the third spot. But it was definitely Beck from Hushin. So the athletes now entering the track for our second of the senior 400 metres. There's some large, well-known names in this one. The one that sticks out to me most, Jake Minshall of Warwickshire. He's a very good 800 metre runner that's represented Great Britain numerous times. I think he was in Mannerheim last weekend over the 4 and the 4x400. So he's the one to watch in that one. So here is our start list. In 2, Joel Burgess. In 3, Liam Townsend of Durham. In 4, Casper Matisiak of West Midlands. 5, Jake Minshall, the Starman of Warwickshire. 6, Bailey Lalton of West Yorkshire. 7, Samuel Mower of Surrey. 8, Nathan Cabell of Middlesex. 9, Eddie Griffin of Somerset. So if you are just joining us, welcome to our coverage of the 92nd English Schools Track and Field Championships here from the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. We've seen some great times, a windy start today and some rain. We've seen some absolutely fantastic performances. I'm Harrison Main and I'll be taking you through the remainder of the day and all of tomorrow, where I'll be joined with Rosie Timlock. So next up we do have race 2 of our 400 metres for our senior boys. In this one, Burgess, Townsend, Matesiak, Minshall, Lawton, Mowat, Cable and Griffin. And away we go now, and Jake Minshall off to a flyer, as you could imagine. An athlete there pulling up, supposedly injured. I think that's Ben Greenleaf, so I hope that he is alright. But you can see there the number 81, Jake Minshall. He's already up and into the lead of the race as they come round the final bend. Minshall looking strong. Also going well in that race is Nathan Cable of Middlesex. But Jake Minshall, the man who's done all of the running for Great Britain, is the man who's done all of the running on the front in this 400 metres, and he's into the home straight with the lead. Jake Minshall of Warwickshire comes down the home straight towards the line as expected. He is going to win this heat. He stops the clock in 47. Second place there was Nathan Cable. Not sure who the third automatic qualifier was, but that was exactly what you would expect from Jake Minshall. So you can see the celebrations down there from our senior 400 metre men. Next up's the 400 metre senior women. But before that, we do have some triple jump. So for those of you who may not be as familiar with athletics as others, that foot pattern that you can see our jumpers doing here, it indicates where their run-up will go from. It's not part of their event. It's all part of their warm-up and competition preparation there, just measuring out their run-up. Looks like our 400 metre race is almost ready to get going for our senior women. Competition today due to finish at around about 6 o'clock. So the time now is about 2:30, so do stay with us for the next couple of hours. We've got some packed action across the track, but here's our heat for the next 400 metre race for the senior women. In 1, Neve Bold of Staffordshire. In 2, Ella Wintle of Somerset. In 3, Imogen Pugh of Merseyside. 4, Cameron Kelly Gordon of Kent. 5, Jessica Astle of Hertfordshire. In 6, Millie Hardy of West Yorkshire. 7, Amy Gregg of Middlesex. In 8, Imogen Wilson of Berkshire. And in lane 9, Inez Green of Suffolk. So this is race 1 of our 400 metres. Once again 2 heats, so 3 automatic qualifiers. So you can see the athletes stretching out for one final time as the whistle blows, and they'll get into their marks very shortly, and we'll get underway with the first heat of our 400 metres for the senior women.
On your mark.
So the athletes on their marks and ready to start this race. This is the senior women's 400 metres heat 1. 3 automatic qualifiers and 2 time qualifiers, and away they go. Good start there in lane 8, sorry, from Imogen Wilson. This of course a 9-lane athletics track, so Wilson going well, but I think it's the Hertfordshire athlete Jessica Astill coming through now in the luminous orange. She's in the lead of the race already at the 200 metre mark before the stag is even properly unwound, so Astill is going to have a large lead. Second there, perhaps that's athlete number 6 Imogen Wilson of Berkshire. She's the one second from the outside, but it is going to be Hertfordshire's Jessica Astill into the home straight. The lead is huge for Astill. We thought it might be. She maintains her form. You can see how much she's focusing on that form in the final 50 or so metres. Astill of Hertfordshire, Jessica Astill, comes down now towards the line. Final 10 metres. She stops the clock. 55. Astill's best 54.38, so she was really gliding around that race. So back to our field events here.
Bronze medalist from Kent, with the 13 meters 25, Rama of Spain. This is medalist, with the 13 meters 34, 49 100, Hughes.
So staying with the shot put, we move back to heat 2 at 400 metres. On the inside, Gabby Sutton of Nottinghamshire. On our outside, Monica Davidson of Warwickshire, Louise Grenfell of Hertfordshire, Charlotte Harris of Middlesex, Charlotte Henrich of Kent, Caitlin Harvey of Surrey, Anna Babis of Berkshire, Ruby Brooke of Gloucestershire, Mia Wainwright of Staffordshire. Race 2 of the 400 metres for the senior women. The athlete's going for one last stride. I thought I heard the whistle, but I must have been mistaken. That gives us an opportunity to look through the fastest athlete in this field, Charlotte Henrich of Kent. She's in lane 5, so do keep your eye out for her. She's run 53.54, 3 seconds quicker than any other runner in this field.
On your mark.
So the athletes called now to their blocks. So they're down now in their marks. So away they go in heat 2 of the 400 metres for the senior women. It looks like Charlotte Henrich, as I pointed out before, of Kent in the yellow, moving through very nicely. Sorry, that's Caitlin Harvey of Surrey moving through nicely, but on her inside there, Charlotte Henrich also moving through nicely. If I'm looking across the track from my commentary position, she is, as I can see it, in the lead of the race. So Charlotte Henrich definitely leading round the bend as the stagger begins to unwind. On her outside, Caitlin Harvey of Surrey, second quickest on paper with 56.7, but Charlotte Henrich, you can see the lead she's carved out. Henrich into the home straight. She seems to get quicker and quicker as she goes into the home straight. Final 50 metres and Henrich powering through. The gap now 20 or 30 metres. This has all come in the last 150 metres or so. So Henrich comes through, stops the clock, 54.61. So a second outside her best time, and once again cruising to the finish line. So Charlotte Henrich books her spot in the final. But we can take you through the intermediate boys 400 metres next. 3 heats of that one. So you can just see pole vault warm-ups underway. No bar up yet. I think there might, just looking out the window here, I think there might potentially be the bendy bar up. So here's the start line for the intermediate boys 400. Isaac Brownlee Jones, Lucas Ryan, Henry Parker, Zico Jones, Stan Chivas, James Davis, James Flint and John Goldston. First heat of the intermediate boys 400 metres. 3 heats, so 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. So our first intermediate boys 400 metres is underway, and it's a good start from the London athlete John Goldston on the outside. He seems to be moving away. Also on his inside, James Davis of Merseyside moving through nicely. Number 53, Zico Jones of Middlesex, also there or thereabouts. Stan Chivas of Suffolk. All the athletes still in contention, but I think Chivas with the lead. Stan Chivas of Suffolk moving round the bend now. On the outside, London's John Goldston seems to be sucked into the pack a little, but Chivas enters the straight with the lead. Battle for second going on behind. 2 athletes in that battle, Parker and Jones, but Chivas with a 5 or 6 metre lead. Chivas now comes through down towards the line. Chivas is moving through, stops the clock, 48.58. That's a new personal best for him I've got recorded. His best time is 48.7. And I can see 48.58 on the board there, so potential for a new best for Stan Chivas of Suffolk. So confirmation there, Chivas has run 47.71. He's currently ranked number 1 under 17 in the UK. Not a PB for him. The information on our system here must be incorrect. So heat 2 of our intermediate boys, 400 on track now. In 2, Joe Flynn, 3, Jacob Williams, 4, Jay Sanders, 5, Mickey Ayling, 6, Joe Stone, 7, Jimmy Ward, 8, Reese Bethel, and 9, Samuel Sprotsatranov.
I don't lose my momentum, you see. Otherwise I grind to a halt.
So heat 2 then gets underway. So in 7, Jimmy Ward of Warwickshire, Reese Bethel of Hertfordshire coming through. Reese Bethel of Hertfordshire there, the 51.4 runner in lane 8. He's got the lead as they pass through the split. From where I can see here, he definitely has the lead, and there's no athletes on the inside really challenging him except number 81, Jimmy Ward of Warwickshire. Ward now starts to move through, also going well, number 79. Sorry, that's 76. He is not on my start list, so I'm not quite sure who he is. Coming through the line, he's not on our start list at all. The announcer's just confirmed he's not on our start list, but he's run 48.84. So good running from number 76. Jimmy Ward of Warwickshire took second. We're not sure who the winner of that one is. Perhaps it is Mickey Ayling of Suffolk. It looked like potentially a Suffolk vest, but that's all I can bring you at this point. It's not on the official start list. So back to the shot put for a few throws. Race 3 athletes are on the track now. So the whistle goes for race 3. Take you through the start list now. In 2, Rory Summers of Devon. In 3, Sam Brown of Middlesex. In 4, James Lawson of London. In 5, Reuben Stovall of South Yorkshire. In 6, Frederick Hake of Surrey. In 7, Lucas Emiarji of Essex. And in lane 8, Joshua Patino of Merseyside. So away they go this time. It's a great start from Lucas Emiarji, the Essexman, on the outside. On his inside, Frederick Hake moves through. Hake perhaps with the better start of the two, but he's very close to that line. Very, very close to that line. Perhaps a foot inside. We'll have to watch that. I think he did touch the line. I'm hearing through my ear here. So Emiarji in second place. That one will definitely be looked at after the race. Hake in lane 7, now coming through is 71, Reuben Stovall. Stovall comes through, as does the Londonman, James Lawson. It's tight to the line, there's 4 side by side. Lawson, Stovall, Hake, Emiarji. Emiarji seems to come through now. Lucas Emiarji, the 55 runner from Essex, comes through towards the line. He stops the clock, 48.72. If that time is correct, I have written down that's a huge personal best, but I think the officials are going to have a look at that. From Frederick Hake of Surrey, touching the line down the back straight. See if we can get a replay on that one. So into the bend there, looking at number 77. He's close to the line. Oh yeah, that's a foot on the line there. So Frederick Hake, a foot on the line. That will be up to the officials' discretion. Sometimes you can get away with a foot, especially at schools competition. But look how close he is to that line the whole way up the straight. Very, very close to the line and 1 foot on it. We'll see if any action is taken as a result of that one. So next up, I believe we have the junior girls 200 metres. Four heats of this one. So that means 1 automatic qualifier, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. So this is our first heat of the 200 metres, heat 1. On the inside, Temperance Cornish from Sussex, then it's Imogen Jones of Leicester and Rutland, Malayla J of West Midlands, Vanessa Ndambukwa of South Yorkshire, Nevi Tamblin of Cornwall, Isabella Phillips of Middlesex, Abigail Jones of West Yorkshire, and Ella Rennie of London. So that's your start list for our first 200 metres for the junior girls. So the athletes still stood behind their blocks waiting to start with this heat. First of our 200 metre action of the day. The half lap runners. 1 bend and 1 straight for these athletes to contend with. So Cornish, Jones, J, Ndambukwa, Tamlin, Phillips, Jones and Rennie. Fastest on paper, Vanessa Ndambukwa of South Yorkshire. She's run 25.06. So Ndambukwa, who's on the start line, was 5th in this event last year. So she'll be hoping to upgrade potentially to a medal here. But away we go, and it is a great start there from Ndambukwa in lane 4, the South Yorkshire athlete. She rounds the bend now and enters the straight. It is Ndambukwa and the London athlete Ella Rennie on the outside challenging her. She's won 25.39. Rennie now comes through. Ella Rennie is going to come through to the line. She's going to take the automatic spot. Ella Rennie stops the clock 25.28. That's a new personal best for her by 9/100ths of a second. She books her place in the final. So Vanessa Ndambukwa is going to have to hope and pray that she is one of our fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So we should have Heat 2 next on the track, but they're not on the track just yet, so we'll just hold with our angle here of the finish line before we go back to the pole vault.
On your marks.
So race 2 up next. Njoku, Wilkinson, Sudder, Knight, Adams, Bayong and Hulse. Precious Njoku, Lauren Wilkinson, Holly Ann Sudder, Isabella Knight, Renee Adams, Christiala Bayong and Sophie Hulse. So they're in their blocks now. Oh, and that's a full start there. I'm not quite sure who.
You issue a yellow conduct warning, please, to athlete number 63, for not being still in the set position.
So trying to see what that alarm, what the full start is about. It's a yellow card given to the athlete on the inside, Precious Njoku. She's ran 26.21. Fastest on paper in this one, Isabella Knight of Warwickshire. She's ran 25.29. So the second time of asking here, they get underway, and it's another good start from Njoku, but this one is legal. Coming through the inside there, the Warwickshire athlete, Isabella Knight. She's going to have the lead into the straight. Isabella Knight with the lead from Renee Adams on her outside. But Knight with a commanding lead here of around 5 metres. Knight's going to come through. She could ease off before the line here. She's got the win. Tied up her best 25.29. She runs 24.80. Renee Adams then second, but the wind has changed since this morning. We now have a tailwind down the home straight, plus 0.7. So the conditions this weekend really playing out for the sprinters. We saw the 300 metre runners have the best wind, and now the 200 metre runners have got a good wind. So heat 3 up next. Before that heat, we stick with a warm-up to the pole vault. The bar looks like it's coming down. They're going to put the proper bar on next. Perhaps some more warm-up jumps to come. There is indeed. They've just lowered the height for those athletes.
champion, from 25.64 this year. On the outside, Ellie Oscroft of Derbyshire, from 26.09. Wicket captain, the favourite.
So over on the other top bend of the track, can now see the 200 metre runners just doing some practice strides. Are in your shot now. We'll take you through the start list now. In lane 2, Keely Little of Devon. In 3, Havika Kier Adu of Middlesex. In 4, Mary Taylor of Warwickshire. In 5, the English Schools Junior 200 metre champion 12 months ago, Emily Cadman of London. In 6, Lyric Allen of Suffolk. In 7, Charlotte Mackenzie of Humberside. And in lane 8, Ellie Oscroft of Derbyshire.
On your marks.
So the athletes now step down into their on your marks position. Once again, if you weren't with us this morning, no blocks are used underneath the senior age group in the heats, just the final. But the athletes will step out of them. They're metaphorical blocks there as they come round the first bend. Looks like Lyric Allen of Suffolk going well, but on our inside, the reigning 200 metre junior champion, Emily Cadman of London. She enters the straight with the lead, and that lead is large. Emily Cadman still with the lead into the final 10 or so metres. Cadman from London takes it. 24.93 on the clock, still a tailwind. The time I have down for her is 25.13, but I'm sure she's run quicker than that. So 24.93 the time for Emily Cadman. I think she's run 24.81 indoors, but her outdoor best is 25.27. 25.13 her best outdoors. So that's her first time outdoors underneath 25 seconds. So back over now to the pole vault. So back over now to the 200 metre start. The scale of the stadium here really does show itself in the corner of your screen there. You can see the main stand where we're situated here. A great facility in the heart of the second city of the UK. Of course, we're at the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. This will be heat 4 of our 200 metres for the junior girls. Take you through the starting lineups now. In lane 2, Martha Herringshaw of Avon. In 3, Georgia Flint of Derbyshire. In 4, Jess Mann of Cheshire. In 5, Whitney O'Four of Cleveland. In 6, Layla Lai of South Yorkshire. In 7, Mia Kamara Kearton of North Yorkshire. And in lane 8, Charlotte Smith of Lincolnshire. So that's your runners in the 4th heat of our junior girls 200.
Set. Stand up, please.
So they're definitely going to be asked to stand up there. Looked like someone stepping in front of the line there, not going down into their blocks.
Another quicker please. Green card. On your marks.
So green card shown, and the athletes will be called back to their marks.
Set.
So away they go now in heat 4. Fastest on paper with a 25.13 Whitney, a 4 of Cleveland. But it looks like perhaps that's Layla Lai. It is Layla Lai on the outside who has the lead, but also on the inside Martha Herringshaw of Avon. It's going to be between Lai and Herringshaw. They come up to the line, only one spot to be taken, 25.38 at the time. Very tight to the line there. Not quite sure. It looks like we have a faller on the finish line. Not sure. Was it Martha Herringshaw or was it Layla Lai? We'll have to wait and see. It was very, very tight up to the finish line. I think we have a replay of that one. Also, it was on the inside Martha Herringshaw of Avon who took that one, so she'll take the automatic qualifying spot. But I think Layla Lai might just sneak through as a non-automatic qualifier. We do continue with our 200 metre action. Moving on to the junior boys. So a clearance there in the high jump in the middle of your screen. We go back to the pole vault. Next 200 metre race is going to be the junior boys. Around about 2 minutes time. So the athletes just setting themselves ready to race. This will be race 1 of that junior boys 200 metre category. So on the inside from the West Midlands, Turiud Ansa Ainu. Sorry, that's the second heat. In the first heat, on the inside, Will Agar of Nottinghamshire. On his outside, Noah Glover of Staffordshire. In lane 3, Bradley Backer of London. In 4, Hugh Middle of Middlesex. In 5, Alex Foster of Essex. In 6, Aidan Bailey, Berkshire. 7, David Eziyama Riok of Hertfordshire. In 8, Charlie Cleal of Dorset. And in lane 9, Ethan Hegarty of West Yorkshire. So that is confirmation. So apologies, that's the previous heat showing on the screen. This one is Agar, Glover, Backer, Middle, Foster, Bailey, Eziyama, Riok, Cleo and Hegarty. So the athletes out of their marked position, out their set position, and into the race they go. Looks like the London athlete Bradley Backer going well. Also going well, Alex Foster of Essex, and the Hertfordshire man David Ezekiel Ryok. It's going to be between those two up to the line. Very, very tight. We'll have to see the angle of the finish line to determine that one. Just a 3 heats, so both of those runners will be going through. So Aziyama Ryok and Alex Foster straight through to the final. We'll see them again tomorrow night. So if you are here looking for the Javelin, that is on our dedicated field stream, so do check that out if that's what you're looking for. But we are still with the pole vault before we go to heat 2 of that 200 metres. We have had some fantastic performances here, and the weather, touch wood, seems to be holding out for us so far. We did have some splatters of rain earlier on during some of the distance events, but it seems to have eased off now. The weather looking still grey, still a little windy, but a lot more positive for our sprinters. So our pole vault still in the warm-up phase. In the infield of the track we do so have high jump underway, hammer throw and triple jump. So the athletes in our 200 metre second race now entering the track. Being led out there by Toriud Ansa Eno, the West Midlandsman, who's managed 24.43. So the athletes now being shown to their lanes, where they'll be able to begin their final preparations before the race gets underway in around about 2 minutes' time. So the athletes all now on their line. Little celebration there from Farrell Fabiuswa of Surrey, who gets the crowd going, but I'll get the crowd going now with my lineup. Toriud Ansa Eno of West Midlands is in 1. Kenichi Akosa of Berkshire is in 2. Devon Buchanan of Bedfordshire is in 3. Joshua Fimbo of South Yorkshire is in 4. Farrell Fabusiwa of Surrey is in 5. Theo Shepherd of Cheshire is in 6. Jack Sharland of Somerset is in 7. Sammy Brown of Hertfordshire goes in lane 8. And Henry Veer of Lincolnshire is in lane 9. So a full track yet again for race 9. Fastest on paper, 22.4 at Farrell Fabiuswa. He's in lane 5 from Surrey, so keep an eye out for him. So another reminder, Anso, Enna, Akosa, Buchanan, Finbo, Fabasiwa, Shepherd, Charlin, Brown and Via go in this one. Yet again a full start, and this will get called back. We've seen far too many movements on the start line today. I count this as a 5th or 6th callback that we've had, including in one of the distance races, funnily enough, where the athlete was given a big talking to. So we'll see what happens here. So I did not manage to spot the card given, but all the athletes are still there, so I'm going to assume it was green. The athletes back in their blocks: Ansa, Eno, Akosa, Buchanan, Finbo, Fabusiwa, Shepherd, Charlin, Brown and Via. So Heat 2 underway at the second time of asking. Great start from Sammy Brown, but coming through the man in yellow from Surrey, Farrell, Fabusiwa. Fabusiwa now into the straight with the lead of the race. Torrid and Suino on the inside going well. Joshua Finbo also there, but it is going to be Farrell Fabusiwa who comes into the final stage of the race with a lead 22.84. No wind in that race, interestingly. So fastest 2 going through, is only 3 heats. So Fabusiwa and Finbo both through to the final. So race 3, our final junior boys 200 metres next. We then go to some more 800 metres before dropping back into 200 metres, and then we go to some hurdles and some relays. This is the junior boys 200 metres. You can now see the pole being added to the pole vault, so some competition about to begin. The rain begins to pour here in Birmingham for the second time today. The track lights have turned on, which means the competition is going to get very wet very shortly. The clouds above us grey and black, and it is definitely raining down there. The officials started to pull their hoods up, they've started to move their papers under shelter. We are anticipating a little bit of rain. So very little action across the track and the field at the moment. Our next 200 metres, race 3, is now set up on the start line. They're just going through some practice strides. You really can see the rain coming down from this camera angle. Spectators huddling under the shelter on the back straight. You can see some running past the scoreboard there, round to the back straight stand, which is covered the most. So here's the start list for the third and final heat of our junior boys 200 metres. Sebastian Williams, Thomas Niwaksina Carland, Isaac Atiano Emikanemin, Caleb Adelani, Sean Apaya, Darnell Bowens, Shannon Agada, Samuel Fuller and Archie Gordon.
On your marks. Set. Stand up, please. Gentlemen, that was a
So some stuttering on the start line.
be still in the set position. Absolutely.
Looks like they'll be called back again. Think that was possibly Darnell Bowens.
On your marks.
So they're back now into their marks position.
Set.
So away they go in Heat 2. Good start on the outside from Archie Gordon. But now coming through now on the middle of the lane. 28 Sean Apaya of Essex. Apaya powering clear of the field. Isaac Atiano Ekamendon coming through also. But it's going to be Apaya of Essex through the line. 22.73. Few tenths outside his best of 22.03. So the headwind back again as the rain comes down. So the conditions really changing for these runners. Next up, the Intergirls 800 metres. That was race 3 of the Junior Boys 200. Next up is the 800 metres for the Intergirls. 4 heats of that one, so only one qualifier in each. That is very, very tough qualifying standard. It will require the best athletes to get to the front and try and stay there, so we could see some quicker times in the heats than what you might usually see. So back over to the triple jump. You really can see the rain. Spare a thought for the javelin throwers outside the stadium and their spectators who have absolutely no cover out there. Of course, you can join them on their stream. Should be just below this stream if you're watching on YouTube. The rain really is coming down here around the track. It's almost to the point where we can't actually see the opposite end of the track. Luckily for you, I can see it because the lights are on the far side, but the camera struggling to pick up the stand, probably 40 or 50 metres behind it. Very, very wet conditions, wet and windy. So the 800 will be next up. They're not on the track yet, nothing set up for them. So we'll have a couple of minutes wait. I don't even think they've entered the stadium yet. So we'll have a couple of minutes till that 800 metres gets underway. So apologies for the quiet there. Just grabbed a coffee as I'm on my own today. First chance. But the athletes now on the track for our next competition. The Intergirls 800 metres. They're just striding around the bend. So the start list for this one should be on your screens very shortly. But in 1 is Grace Tuesday of Sussex. In 2 is Rosie West of Leicestershire and Rutland. 3, Marissa Caldwell, Greater Manchester, and 4, Emma Davis of Berkshire. In 5, Caitlin McCloy of Derbyshire. In 6, Eleanor Bartolota of Greater Manchester. In 7, Holly Saniga of Avon. In 8, Natasha Bennett of Middlesex. And in 9, Isla Bryson of Devon. So this is Heat 1 of 4. 1 automatic qualifier, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. So here's the start list. They're on their start line now. They're at 2 or so strides behind the start line, waiting to get called up. 1 athlete per lane. Foul there in the high jump. You can just see the middle of your picture. But the whistle does now sound, which means we'll be underway very, very shortly.
I gave them a quote. I said I could get us dry robes, like the big dry robe jackets you see more in.
So the rain continues to come down. It must be a horrible wait for these athletes in this 800 metre race. The wind and the rain, quite cold I'd assume. Another attempt in the high jump down there. And he stops his run up before the line, which he's unable to do. But our race now gets on their mark, so we'll focus on that. Tuesday West, Caldwell, Davis, McCloy, Bartolota, Saniga, Bennett and Bryson. And they get underway, and it's a good start from Bryson of Devon. She seems happy to move forward. Is it a good start from Bryson, or is it a slower start from Bennett, who looks like she's happy to sit in? I think it might be the latter. Bryson has run 2:14, but moving through to take the lead. It looks like it might be number 32. That's Marissa Caldwell of Greater Manchester. On the inside is 79, Grace Tuesday. She's very happy to do the early running, but the Greater Manchester girl is going to force her way to the front. Marissa Caldwell. Caldwell has run 2:14, the fastest on paper. Caitlin McCloy of Derbyshire. You can see her in the middle of the group in red. She's number 19 on the inside. So it is Manchester, Marissa Caldwell. And it is Sussex with Grace Tuesday leading this one as they come now down towards the bell. We will watch the clock. 63. So we're looking at about 2:08, sorry, for the 800 metres, which would be very quick time, a PB for everyone except for McCloy.
2:32 for girls in the Bartolota.
So Bartolota it is in the lead. There's 2 number 32s in this race. There's 32A and 32. So apologise for my mistake there, but that is Elena Bartolota. You can see the 2 athletes there with the same number. We're looking at the hip number 6, which is what distinguishes Bartolota from Caldwell. In the lead of the race is 79, Grace Tuesday, followed by the fastest on paper, Caitlin McCloy. What can McCloy do? She needs to get through. She's one of the quickest athletes in the field, but Tuesday's only got a PB 1 second behind her. Tuesday into the straight with the lead. Caitlin McCloy starts to come back at her on the inside. It's McCloy versus Tuesday. Only 1 automatic place for the final. This is important. McCloy and Tuesday side by side towards the line. 10 metres to go. Still side by side. McCloy comes through, and Caitlin McCloy shows her experience to leave the kick late and to take the win. Grace Tuesday taking 2nd place. So Caitlin McCloy, just look how close it is towards the line. Tuesday almost eases up before the line as McCloy comes through and takes the win there. Race 2 then, up next on the track. The athletes just striding out in this one. So back to the triple jump below us here. The rain seems to have eased off somewhat. All the officials still, of course, in their waterproofs, but the rain not as strong as it was maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago. Great attempt there in the triple. We'll go back to the track as they're now on their start line. In 1, Maya Sutiera of London. In 2, Alice Lansbury of Hereford and Worcester. In 3, Maya Mayers Ingram of Middlesex. In 4, Eden Creasley of Cleveland. In 5, Shakira King of Leicestershire and Rutland. In 6, Lila Unwin of Surrey. In 7, Darcy Hodgson of Channel Islands. In 8, Nia Harrison Sargent of West Yorkshire. And in lane 9, Ruby Davis of Derbyshire. So race 2 now. Looks like Lila Unwin there, happy to take the lead, the Surrey athlete. Or perhaps that's Darcy Hodgson of Channel Islands. Don't think we've seen many Channel Islands. It's actually Shakira King of Leicestershire and Rutland. She's a 2:04 runner, one of the fastest in the entire competition today. Over the intermediate girls, 800 metres. But Shakira King still sits on the front. Behind her, Lila Unwin of Surrey. She's a 2:09 runner. So Shakira King stays on the front towards the belt. This is considerably quicker than the last heat. 60 on the clock as they cross the line, 60.17. So we're looking at about 2 minutes 2 seconds, which will be again a PB for everyone in the field. Shakira King doing her damage early. She just wants to run as fast as she can to break the field, secure her spot. Once again, only one automatic qualifier. Shakira King throws the hammer down early. Can Lila Unwin of Surrey stay with her, or will Shakira King of Leicestershire and Rutland stay ahead? I'm not sure. Shakira King still in the lead of the race. She comes up now towards 200 metres to run. About 90 seconds are on the clock, so we're still looking at around 2:01, 2:02. Shakira King could have had the race of her life here. Her best is 2:04. Can she go underneath that time as they enter the home straight? So Shakira King now powers down the home straight. She's got a gap of 30 or so metres open up in this last lap. Shakira King has done what a favourite would be expected to do. She is going to win this one. Shakira King in the final 30 metres. Final 20 metres, she stops the clock. 2:03.79. Shakira King, a new personal best by 0.21 seconds. That was impressive running from Shakira King. Second place, Maya Mayers Ingram there. She'll have to wait to find out if she gets a spot non-automatically. There's 4 non-automatic spots available. So the stadium announcer there just announcing that Shakira King went quicker than Keely Hodgkinson when she was the same age. It's a very impressive run from Shakira King. So some shots of our crowd. The spectator areas undercover a lot more densely populated than they were a few minutes ago. This, of course, a shot of the home straight where you can see those almost armrest-like structures to help you up the stairs. This is just below us here in the main stand. So Heat 2 then up next. So they're on their marks. We'll take you through the start list as they go through their first 100. So away they go. Lauren Creedy, Gabriella Brown, Eva Jaya, Larissa Wilson, Phoebe Gill, Anna Gisborne, Lucy Wright, Ava Jones and Iris Clark. Phoebe Gill of Hertfordshire seems to have got a good start, and she's going to try and tuck into the front. Interesting tactics in the 800 metres, as it's a combination of pure speed and the tactical side. Very difficult to run a heat. Do you run if you're the favourite, as Gill is? She's run 2:03. Is it easier to run flat out and run the quickest time, but then not save enough for the final? Or is it better to do what we've seen so many do and sit behind and come through in the last 50 metres? Shakira King clearly a little bit nervous perhaps in the last heat. Race 2 that was. She came through to win very quickly. But it looks like Phoebe Gill is going to use the same tactics as Shakira King deployed. Time on the clock, 61 seconds, 0.11 to come through the bell. So looking at around about 2:03, which would be PB pace for Gill. Can she pick it up in her slap? But also the 2:09 runner, Anna Gisborne, behind her from Greater Manchester. She looks happy to try and follow and try and close down. She needs to run a quick time if she can't win this race anyway, so it makes perfect sense for her to do this and chase down if she wants a non-automatic qualifying mark. But our leader Phoebe Gill looking very, very comfortable. By comparison, Anna Gisborne behind, you can see the arms pumping and the legs driving. She looks a lot more fatigued than Gill does at the front. Almost emotionless in her face, almost Eliud Kipchoge style as she comes around the bend. Not even a grimace in her eyes. She enters the home straight now. Perhaps now you first see her sign of breathing. She enters the home straight, best of 2:03. She's going to be outside this in this heat. Comes down the home straight towards the finish line. Let's watch the clock. 2:04.65. Second place there for Anna Gisborne, who's going to be rewarded with a personal best. There's no doubt about that. Previous best 2:09. She's just run about 2:05, 2:06. Great embrace of our two leaders there. Gill and Gisborne congratulating each other on fantastic runs. So, one more heat in this Intergirls 800 metres. Gill, King and McCloy all safely through to the final as tomorrow morning. I think the finals for the 800s are around about 11 o'clock in the morning, so do join us for those.
I'll be with you in a second. I seem to have lost my event.
Yeah, the finals at 11:20 tomorrow morning, so set your alarms for that one. I know it's a Saturday morning, you might want to lie in, but those 800s are sure to be fast. Race 4 now just going through their warm-ups.
In third place, the bronze medalist, number 27 from Essex, with a jump of 6 metres 40, Samuel Wright. each silver medalist. For the personal best of 6 metres 95. From Derbyshire, Kevin Matthew-Humey.
So these athletes now drop back to their start positions. We'll go through the start list very shortly. In lane 2, Poppy Old of Northumberland. In 3, Freya McFadden of Gloucestershire. In 4, Katie Battle of South Yorkshire. In 5, Bethany Trow of Shropshire. In 6, Adela Svihalakova of London. Apologies for the pronunciation. In 7, Sophie Harding of Cheshire. In 8, Rosie Dickety of Norfolk. And in 9, India Somerville of Sussex. So Heat 4 gets underway. Athlete on the outside there, that's India Somerville. Looks to have a good start. Shropshire's Bethany Trow comes through. So Trow there starts to move in. Bethany Trow of Shropshire sits into the lead of the race. Adela Svihalkova of London sits there just behind her, but moving through now into second place is India Somerville. She started on the outside and cut straight to the front before she got overtaken. Behind her is Sophie Harding of Cheshire. So there are your leaders, all the athletes, as you can imagine, in an 800 metres still in contention. This one considerably slower, I should think, than the previous heats we've seen. So I would not anticipate having a non-automatic qualifier here. They come down the straight. We will catch a split. It certainly is slower. Certainly slower. A lot slower. Looking at about 65.25 through 400. So 4 seconds slower. Still the same leader though. That, of course, Bethany Trow. So Trow from Svihalakova. Those two side by side as they go down the back straight. Still side by side, neck and neck as they come up to 200 metres. Fastest on paper is Trow of Shropshire. 2:08, the best clocking that I have recorded. So Trow does in fact hit the front as they hit the bend. 50 metres to go before they're onto that home straight. And now they do round the bend and enter it. 100 metres to go then for Bethany Trow of Shropshire. She starts to power home. What can Svihalkova from behind do? She's still trying to challenge Bethany Trow. Svihalkova towards the line. Very close. 30 metres to go, but I think Bethany Trow has got enough. 2:08 her best time, and she's going to be outside that with 2:11, but she won't mind as she's in the final at 11:20 tomorrow. Join us for that one.
Tomorrow, 11:20 the final. First one to reach heat, the 4 fastest losers. Empty for sports, if you want to know who they are.
So next up is another 800. I believe it's for the Inter Boys, race 1. It is indeed.
I'll do that tonight. I've got time.
So 3:45, 3 minutes time, our next 800 metres should get underway. You can just see them there, stood behind the track.
Some very strong fields. Most athletes below 2 minutes this season.
The athletes just having their numbers checked. So another stride going out before we go into our next 800. In this one, Joseph Close in one of Northumberland, Edward Holden of Nottinghamshire, Chester Gately of West Yorkshire, Ronnie Baxter Lord of Suffolk, Isaac Jessup Trainter of Buckinghamshire, Jalen Sona of Hereford and Worcester, Jack Whittingham of Staffordshire, Matthew McKenna of Surrey, Franklin Shepherd of Kent, and Tom Waterworth of Cambridgeshire. So as you start, this one's more Close, Holden, Gately, Baxter, Lord, Jessup, Tranter, Sona, Whittingham, McKenna, Shepherd and Waterworth. Heat 1 of the 800 metres for the intermediate boys. So away they go there. Looks like a good start from the green Staffordshire. That's Jack Whittingham. It is Whittingham, but I think it's going to be Cambridgeshire there. Number 9, Tom Waterworth, who hits the front. On his inside, Joseph Close of Northumberland. Hereford and Worcester athlete Jalen Sona, happy to follow also, sitting slightly outside. To come round now towards the home straight. Tom Waterworth of Cambridge in the home straight now with the lead. Jalen Sona sitting in behind still. Happy to sit in that second position. We come now towards the bell, a move forward from... There isn't a Warwickshire. I was going to say the Warwickshireman, but it looks like one of the other yellow teams. Sits in there in second place. That's number 78 it is. So that's Matthew McKenna of Surrey in second place with Tom Waterworth. Still comes through 3 heats of this one, so 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Coming through now, Jalen Sona, he wants to get through. He sits in second place behind Tom Waterworth. You can see his number off his back, but Waterworth, who's led most of this race, into the home straight. There's going to be a battle for the second qualifying spot. Sona's there. Also there is, I think it's number 50, 59, Northumberland maybe. Joseph Close, but the Hereford and Worcester man's going to get there. Jalen Sona qualifies for the final. 154.74 for Tom Waterworth though, who won that heat and has also qualified for the final, which will be tomorrow morning. .2 seconds outside his best there for Waterworth. celebrations there by some athletes on the track. Failure there in the high jump in the middle of the track. So heat 2 now step onto the track. So heat 2 striding around the back straight now. Back over to the pole vault. Competition is now underway. So athletes on the track now for race 2 of our 800. Time to go through the start lists. In lane 1 is going to be Sebastian Thornwell. In 2, Joseph Sanderford. In 3, Harry Parker McLean. In 4, James O'Connor. In 5, Archie Taylor. In 6, Ben Nutter. In 7, Theo Ronchetti. In 8, Sam Hembry. And in 9, Samuel Stapley. So there's your start list. Thornwell of Nottinghamshire, Sanderford of Avon, Parker McLean of Shropshire, O'Connor of Hertfordshire, Taylor of Suffolk, Nutter of Cumbria, Ronchetti of Kent, Hembry of Hereford and Worcester, and Stapley of Surrey.
Urgent call to the Buckinghamshire team manager, please.
So race 2 then underway. Stapley, Hembry, Ronchetti, Nutter, Taylor, O'Connor, McLeod, Sanderford and Thornwell. So heading straight to the front there, number 77, Sam Stapley. Sam Hembry cutting his way through now to the inside. He's going to sit in second place behind Stapley, so the outside lanes really working for the two Sams on the outside. Sam Hembry of Hereford and Worcester, his twin brother Will, is one of the volunteers here. He's also a runner. I think he prefers rugby to athletics, but he is volunteering today at bringing some kit, I believe, onto the track for the athletes. But I digress. Back to the track. Sam Stapley of Surrey leads. Sam Hembry sits in second. These two come through to take the bell. We'll watch the clock. 55.70. So looking at around 1:52 pace. Stapley from Surrey in the front of the race. Sam Hembry sitting in behind. Two automatic qualifiers. Gap back. Opening slightly. You can see a Shropshire man there in fourth place. Third place is 76, who is Archie Taylor of Suffolk. He sat in third. So it's Sam Stapley from Sam Hembry, the two men on the outside, the two Sams on the outside, into the final straight. Coming under pressure now from Taylor, who's caught up to the back of them. Taylor's going to try and come round. Sam Hembry moves onto the shoulder of Stapley. Sam Hembry into the home straight, takes the lead. But here comes Archie Taylor of Suffolk. Stapley, who's led throughout, could be demoted to an non-automatic, but here comes the Shropshire man, Parker McLean. Drama late in this race. Sam Hembry takes the win nonetheless. 1:56.19. Shropshire there, coming from nowhere. Harry Parker McLean from nowhere coming through to take second place. but Sam Hembry of Hereford and Worcester, running about 2 seconds outside of his personal best, he takes the win in Heat 2, so he'll be in the final. So over to the high jump now. We've seen bits and pieces of this competition from the inside. This is the junior boys high jump that we're with. Back over to the pole vault. I think it is slightly raining still in Birmingham. Got both pole vault and high jump, as well as some hammer throw underway on the field. We'll focus on the pole vault and hammer throw for now. If you are looking for some of the longer throws, check the other stream. Should be just below this one if you're watching on YouTube. Race 3 of our 800 up next on the track. So the whistle goes for race 3 of the 800, and we'll go back to it. In lane 1, Gabriel Mullen of Merseyside. In 2, Charlie Haynes of Avon. In 3, Lewis Smith of Staffordshire. In 4, Kieran Sriskarajah of London. In 5, Thomas Taylor of Suffolk. In 6, Cole McAndrew of West Yorkshire. In 7, Joshua Dunn of Hampshire. In 8, Rafferty Murphin of West Yorkshire. And in 9, Jack Kinraid of Shropshire. So away they go again in race 3. So it looks like the athlete on the inside, Gabriel Mullen, coming through. It is Gabriel Mullen then leading. Second place there, Cole McAndrew. Shropshire on the outside. That's Jack Kinraid. Gabriel Mullen still powering through. He's opened up a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. There's Skiskandrajar in the middle there. Mullen on the front still. Gaps appearing and closing up as they come through to take the bell. 56.66 the times displayed by the trackside monitor there. So looking at about a time of 1:54, which would be pretty much what we'd expect for athletes of this calibre. The Shropshireman Kinraid now moves on to the front of the race. So Kinraid on the front, following him through there is Rafferty Murphin, the West Yorkshireman. Some pushing and shoving on the outside from Thomas Taylor and Kieran Sriskandrajar. Kinraid still on the front. Sriskandrajar moves into third place. Second place still Cole McAndrew. Kinraid from McAndrew from Sriskandrajar into the final straight on the track. Only 2 can go through. There's 3 almost side by side, and they are now side by side. Sriskandrajar coming through, but it's going to be between Kinraid and Murphin, I think it is. I think it's 86 there in 1:54. That's Cole McAndrew of West Yorkshire who took it, and I think Jack Kinraid held on for second place. So Sriskandrajar is going to have to wait for the non-automatic qualifier mark. So there's the replay of that one. It was Cole McAndrew who took it. So back over to the high jump competition there. You can see in the infield, also pole vault still underway on the other side. The rain back heavy all over the track. You can really see it in your camera there. A failure there in the high jump from one of the London athletes. I think that was Solomon Thompson Moodley in the high jump. There, knocking the bar over. 200 metres up next. 200 metres for the senior girls then. In lane 1, Estelle Roots of Devon. In 2, Lucy Paul of Lancashire. In 3, Evie Patrick of Norfolk. In 4, Precious Akpe Moses of the West Midlands. In 5, Lucy Talon of Kent. In 6, Nia Akintuken of Middlesex. And in 7, Matilda May Perry of Staffordshire. So this is the 200 metres senior girls race 1 of 3, sorry. So 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Race 1. So in this 200 metres, Lucy Talon of Kent is the fastest, 24.64, her best performance. She's there in the number 41 in the middle of your picture now, stepping down into her blocks. She jumps once, she jumps twice, and she sets herself down into her blocks, stretching her legs out as she does so. Lucy Talon of Kent then the quickest, 24.64. Roots, Paul, Patrick, Akpe Moses, Talon, Akintuken and Perry. So away they go then in the senior girls 200 metres. A great start from Lucy Talon, the fastest on paper, but on her inside, Precious Akpe Moses, the 24.91 runner, seems to be up and running quicker. What can Talon do in the final 100 metres of the race? Akpe Moses of the West Midlands, using one of her home tracks from her home region, coming through now towards the line. Akpe Moses, Talon closes in the latter stages. I think Akpe Moses of the West Midlands takes it. Time on the clock 24.98, so not a best for either runner. The headwind is back ever so slightly, minus 0.1, the wind reading. Precious Akpe Moses then takes that one with Lucy Talon in second, both qualified for the final. So a view now of the finish line. You can see Precious Akpe Moses taking it from Lucy Talon. Great finish line angle there. Back to race 2. They're already setting up their blocks, ready to do some warm-up strides. The rain getting heavier again. Almost to the point where we once again can't see the far side of the track. The lights in the track are on now on all aspects. Start list are here now, so Poppy Foxborough is in lane 2 of Warwickshire. In 3, Grace White of West Midlands. In 4, Lily Baggett of Hampshire. In 5, Mikelvi Wamba of London. In 6, Louise Armour. And in 7, Kisiwa Mensah. So these athletes battling the rain here. The rain and the wind. A deadly combination. If you are a sprinter, as these athletes are over the 200 metres, let's hope the wind can be kind to them during their race. Fastest on paper, Mikelvi Wamba of London, 24.45, her best. Kisiwa Mensah in lane 7. 4th in the 100 metres last year. So she's got the speed in the straight. So the athletes in their blocks. So Mensah closed in on before our race starts, but off and into her running is McKelvey Wamba of London, the fastest on paper. It's the fastest out of the blocks, but now Lily Baggett on her inside tries to come through. She takes the lead of the race. Can Wamba close her down? Wamba now coming back. So's Kisiwa Mensah on the outside. Mensah comes through. Very, very close. Mensah still coming through to the line. Think Mensah took it. Minus 0.5 the headwind. Mensah took the win. Wamba and Baggett very, very tight to the line. We'll have to wait to see who was second and who was third. So into the home straight, Kisiwa Mensah. He took it. She took it, sorry. Time of 24:61. Race 3 is next. 3 of 3. They're setting up their blocks already. We do then go on to the senior boys 200 metres.
Interesting in this one, Emma Holmes of Cheshire, 39.3 wearing the black vest.
So the support from the crowd here, we spoke about it so many times today, but it continues to be so strong. Cheering down there at the triple jump below us. Despite the rain, the athletes and the spectators have stayed out in full force, supporting their friends, their teammates and their family on. There is in the stadium a brilliant fan zone. I believe Phonetics, I think it's called, from England Athletics are here, giving some young athletes an opportunity to practice some events outside the track. We're talking like 5 or 6 year olds, people who could potentially get into the sport. There's also a fan zone containing food, drinks and opportunities to purchase some merchandise, I believe, just outside the stadium behind the main stand where we're situated here. So a really good atmosphere being presented. So on the track, heat 3 of 3 over the senior girls 200 metres. In lane 2, Sierra Jallow of Merseyside. In 3, Chelsea Fagan of Nottinghamshire. In 4, Emma Holmes of Cheshire. In 5, Nandi Kahiu of South Derbyshire. In 6, Angelique Aberbelli of Derbyshire. And in 7, Emma Pulsella of Staffordshire. So Jallow, Fagan, Holmes, Kahuyu, Aberley and Pulsella. The athletes in the set position and away they go. Fastest on paper is Kahuyu. Unfortunately it's not, it's Emma Holmes of Cheshire who's the quickest, 24:62. She seems to be running well. You can see her there with the red shorts and the black and yellow top, entering the straight with the lead. That's Emma Holmes of Cheshire, the fastest on paper. On her inside from Nottinghamshire, Chelsea Fagan seems to be going well, and on her outside Angelique Aberbelli seems to be coming through. But it was Emma Holmes who took the win. So Holmes from Aberbelli. 24:79 the time of the clock. Holmes is best, 24:62. We have to move straight on to the senior boys. They're already lined up on the track. You can see them there setting their blocks up. So the start list for the first race of the senior men's 200 metres. In 2, Josh McMillan of Somerset. 3, Sullivan McAllinden of Hertfordshire. In 4, Jack Nduba of London. In 5, Otis Irwin of Berkshire. In 6, Jamie Carrott of Leicestershire and Rutland. 7, Ruchkuth Tur of Merseyside. In 8, Joel Asuan of Shropshire. And in lane 9, Joseph Nash of Middlesex.
And the senior boys keep on getting ready. So far time. Same qualifying conditions as the girls. Interesting athlete in lane 4. Otis
So Macmillan, McAllinden, Nduba, Irwin, Carrott, Tur, Asuan and Nash. Fastest on paper with a 21.6 clocking. Otis Irwin, the Berkshire man. On his outside, 21.68, Jamie Carrott. They're the two to watch for in lanes 5 and 6.
lane, the outside lane there. Joseph Nash.
Otis Irwin, number 5 in lane 5. And he is the fastest.
Last year, recently ran 6th at the League Championships. Jamie Carrott, 6th at the European Under-18 Championships last year, held in Jerusalem. So, good pedigree in this race. Otis Irwin, Jamie Carrott, Joseph Nash.
So the athletes stood a stride and a half behind their blocks now. So the athletes on their blocks now. Nash has run 21.5, so he is in fact fastest on paper. You can see him there on your outside. The information on the results website. Irwin's also ran 21.5, we're hearing. But Nash 21.5 also, so those two the quickest. Yeah, the start lists on the Entry for Sport website are not 100% accurate. So do be wary of that if you're looking at seedings or whatever, if you're racing tomorrow only. But away we go then in race 1 of our senior boys 200 metres. Alder, Macmillan, McAllinden, Nduba, Irwin, Carrott, Tur, Aswan and Nash. And it looks like the man from London, Jack Nduba, getting off to his running well. But now Irwin in the blue of Berkshire coming through on the outside. Joseph Nath of Middlesex. Think Irwin's got there. Irwin does stop the clock, 21.83. It's a good run from Otis Irwin. Race 2 then is next up. They're on their start lines now, finishing their block setting. A very stacked lineup in this one. Another few sub 22 second runners. So back over to the start line we go. So on the start line, it's time to go through the start list. This is race 2, the 200 metres. We should have Joel Houslin on the inside, but he's not on my start list now either. So it should be Morgan White in 2 of Greater Manchester, 3 is Jacob Winter of Hereford and Worcester, 4 is Malachi Amadi of Middlesex, 5 Russiano Thomas Riley, that name that you hear so often on the scene from West Midlands, 6 Dylan Purton of Kent, 7 Rhys Elias of Nottinghamshire, in 8 Dylan Love of Durham, and in lane 9 Shaquille Fernandez Folks of London.
Lane 4 then, Russiano Thomas Riley for the West Midlands, home track here. made the final of the under 17 Olympic last year at the start. He's the English champion this year, 21-1.
On your mark.
So White, Winter, Amadi, Thomas Riley, Purton, Elias, Love and Fernandez. Folks, fastest Russiano, Thomas Riley, the West Midlandsman, 21-21, his best time. And away they go. Good start from Asuan on the lane 8 on the outside there in Shropshire. He seems to be off to a good start, but the 3 inside lanes going well. Winter, Thomas Riley. Thomas Riley doesn't seem to be there actually. So it's White, but I think it's going to be Winter. And now on the outside coming through. Very, very tight heat there. I think it was, perhaps that's Purton in the purple coming through on the outside there. Very interesting heat. I'm not sure where Russiano Thomas Riley was. But I think Morgan Winter, the Hereford and Worcestershireman, I think he took that one. 22.18 would be a new personal best for him. No, it wouldn't. It would be a 10th outside of his best. It was him who took it. Second place was Dylan Love of Durham. So race 3 now on the track. So this is race 3, the 200 metres.
He's the reigning champion, took his title last year at Manchester, and was 5th in the English Championships, the best of 21-6-0. That's Joel Houston.
See the pole vault competition continuing. You can also see the start list there if you're very vigilant on the scoreboard, the back of the lorry there. Take you through those now. In lane 2 from Berkshire, Matt Moulay. In 3 from North Yorkshire, Jacob Hockin. In 4, Freddie Arkell of London. In 5, Joel Houslin of Middlesex. In 6, Calvin Smith of Norfolk. 7, Jamie Oldham of Channel Islands. And in lane 8, Luke Chipcase of South Yorkshire. Heat 3 of 3 in the 200 metres. 2 auto qualifiers, 2 non-auto qualifiers. So on the track, race 3. Chipcase there in 7, looking a little nervous on the start line. You can see the concentration, the deep breaths. All the athletes I can see down the line there looking fairly nervous. Called up to their blocks now. Seniors of course allowed the blocks. So that's Chipcase there. South Yorkshire in your picture, he's ranked 22.3. The quickest on paper with 21.6. Houslin of Middlesex, and he's off to a flying start, as is Arkell, Freddie Arkell of London on his inside. Joel Houslin, the Middlesexman, the reigning champion over the 200 metres. He still has the lead, but Arkell still challenging. Houslin now extends his stride. He crosses the line in first. He retains his chance to compete for the title in the final. Arkell of London took second today. Your qualifiers, 21.61 the time.
We come now to the presentation for the senior boys jump presentation being made by Chris Cohen, competition director. extras for all the work you do for the schools during the year. The bronze medalist from Sussex, with a throw.
So Hoosland there did take it from Arkle.
Jane Pratt.
Believe we might have a short break now for the 300 hurdles. So we should have a few minutes time while they set the hurdles up. They are pretty much done with that already. Mind you, they've got 2 or 3 sets set up.
You get some nice shot with the Shotput. No, I'm looking at pole vault. Jim is looking at pole Shotput.
Back over then with pole vault, and I think that could be the discus there. We definitely have discus underway. That's a shot put cage actually, the shot put circle being brushed out. I think we have a shot put competition about to get underway. Attempt in the pole vault I can see here. Bar knocked down, 300 hurdles almost up. So just a couple more minutes to wait. So the 300 metre runners rounding the track now towards the start line. They start, of course, down by the what's being used now for discus cage, and they'll run 3/4 of a lap, jumping the hurdles, one of the most difficult events on the track. 400 hurdles, widely regarded as the most difficult event. Two heats in this 300 hurdles, so that means there's 3 auto qualifiers, 2 non-auto qualifiers. So we have about an hour and a half left of our broadcast for today, so do stay with us. We still have the relays to come, the 400 hurdles to come, and of course a few more 200s and a few more 800s. And then we'll pack down for the night, we'll go home, we'll have a rest, and we'll be back with you tomorrow. I'll be joined by Rosie Timlock, so do tune in for that. Hopefully it'll be a bit more interesting having 2 commentators, and we'll be able to take you through all the action, including all of our finals, which all happen tomorrow on the track. So a jam-packed day of athletics on offer So set your alarms, we go underway at about 9:45 tomorrow. So be sure to join us then. So these athletes now almost at their 300 start. They'll have a few opportunities to go over a couple of hurdles, I'd imagine, and then we can get underway. So there's a view of the athletes now, being given their final instructions before they head down onto the track. Few practice jumps and then they can get underway. So a great shot there of one of our hurdles with the Diamond League advertising on it. The IAAF Diamond League is a bit of a throwback, now called World Athletics of course. But here's our start list for the 300 hurdles. Senna Gorvat of Northumberland, Louisa Birch of North Yorkshire, Mia Walker of Cheshire, Zoe Smith of Nottinghamshire, Ava Freeman of Hereford and Worcestershire, Anushka Wedrishkovsky of Buckinghamshire, Estee Norman of Surrey, Kizia Olalia of London and Maya Thompson of Warwickshire. 300 metre hurdles into girls heat 1. So 2 heats, which means 3 auto qualifiers, 2 non-auto qualifiers. So 185, the final height on the high jump, and he knocks it down. Can't quite see the scoreboard for the high jump. That will get turned around in a couple of seconds. He's got 2 more attempts. It was his first attempt for the man from London there. So we are hearing that this high jumper, had he have failed that height, we are looking for his name now, but we're trying to juggle both of our start lists. Had he have not cleared the last height, he would have finished in 3rd, but because he went over it in this junior boys high jump, he did finish in 1st. That's Solomon Thompson Moodley, it is, in the high jump. He's not on the runway at the moment, so I'm guessing we have a couple more minutes, so we'll go through the lineups for this, for 300 hurdles, one more time. Gorvat, Birch, Walker, Smith, Freeman, Woodrikowski, Norman, O'Leary and Thompson. So the athletes now brought down and on their marks. They rise and reach out to their blocks and start their race. Good start in 9 from Maya Thompson of Warwickshire. Very even through the first hurdle. There's a lot of athletes jumping at the same time there, but I think the London girl, Kezia Alalii, may be going very well. We'll see now as they come round on the straight. I think it's Mia Walker of Cheshire now. It is Walker of Cheshire wearing that number 11 who rises first. Second is 63, Zoe Smith of Nottinghamshire on her outside. But it's still Mia Walker with the lead. The Hereford and Worcester girls coming through. Ava Freeman. This is tight for a 300 hurdles. Ava Freeman coming through. It's in the final 10 metres. It's going to be Cheshire. Mia Walker from Hereford and Worcester. Ava Freeman. They are your automatic qualifiers. I'm not sure who the third one was. 43.33. time displayed on our clock here.
The presentation now for the city
That will be a PB for Freeman. For all the athletes in that field, actually, so it's definitely a personal best in the field there. So first place was Cheshire's Mia Walker, huge PB for her. Second, Hereford and Worcester, Ava Freeman. And in third place, Zoe Smith of Nottinghamshire. I think that could be a PB for each of those athletes. So great performances in the 300 hurdles. We have seen that the 300s have been quick events today. The 300 hurdles carrying that trend on. Heat 2 now starting to walk around the track, so we'll have another short break. High jump competition seems to be paused a little at this point. So we are hearing that our high jumper did foul on his previous attempt, so that means this is his final attempt. 2.5 minutes till Solomon Thompson Moodley will have to jump. So from my view here, Thompson Moodley steps up towards his jump. He moves onto what is the Javelin runway, but it's next to where he would want to take off for the high jump. He steps back to the seated area. You can see him there in your screen, in the centre of the screen, in between the posts, walking towards the purple seated area. Solomon Thompson Moodley walks back and forth. So those athletes in Heat 2 of the 300 hurdles heading back down towards the start line. Thompson Moodley still strolls around the spectator area, but he looks like he could be about to jump. So there he is, Solomon Thompson Moodley, his final attempt. He's already won this category, the junior boys high jump, but can he extend his height? So here he goes, he steps up, he jumps. Oh, he knocks the bar down, unfortunate there for Solomon Thompson Moodley, but he is the English schools champion, so he won't go home too disappointed. So back over to the 300 metres, Heat 2. We'll go through the start list now, I think. In 1 from Essex, Isabel Kyson. In 2, Amber Bloomfield of Surrey. 3, Neve Batchelor of Kent. 4, Lucy Boys of Warwickshire. 5, Arabella Wilson of Surrey. 6, Poppy Northcott of Cornwall. 7, J.R. Collinson of Dorset. 8, Bonner Chibola of West Midlands. And in lane 9, Ellie Mullins of Wiltshire. So they're going to go through some practice strides now. A few flights of hurdles, and then they'll get underway again. Following the conclusion of this 300 hurdles, we go to the 4x100 relay. One of the most popular competitions, so if you are with us for that one, thank you very much for joining us. We do very much look forward to those. Of course, we are also live on the field at the moment on our dedicated stream, and we are live tomorrow for all the finals, so be sure to join us for those. So the athletes walk back. We'll go through the start list one more time. In lane 1, this is Heat 2 of the 300 hurdles. In lane 1, Isabel Kyson of Essex. In 2, Amber Bloomfield of Surrey. In 3, Neve Batchelor of Kent. 4, Lucy Boys of Warwickshire. 5, Arabella Wilson of Surrey. In 6, Poppy Northcott of Cornwall. 7, J.R. Collinson of Dorset. In 8, Bonner Chibola of West Midlands. And in lane 9, Ellie Mullins of Wiltshire. This is Heat 2 of 2 in the 300 hurdles. Once again, 3 auto qualifiers, 2 non-auto qualifiers. I think there might have been a change in the programme here. I think we might have the 400 hurdles before we go to the relays. Haven't got the relay start lists on my system here, but they are registered when I started preparing. So I think it is the 400 hurdles after this 300 hurdles. Maybe they're going to alternate again. Would make no sense to move all the hurdles off the track. They have already got the first set of hurdles, the 400 hurdles set up. So I think they are going to stick with the 400 hurdles after this event. Great image here inside the stadium. You can see the photo finish results being pumped out onto the big screen. So that's really good to see, something you don't see very often. But the athletes hear the whistle. Heat 2 about to get underway. Kyson, Bloomfield, Bachelor, Boys, Wilson, Northcott, Collinson, Shabola, Mullins. So the athletes are on their marks. Oh, and another full start here. Seen plenty of these this weekend. Today and tomorrow, of course. Competition continues. An unusual setup having the Friday, Saturday and not the Sunday. Of course, this competition used to be 3 days. They kept the tradition of the Friday. So the 3-day competition was in the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. They did 3 days to enable social distancing. The rest of the time it has been 2 days on the Friday and Saturday. Guess it works quite nicely for the school children to miss a day of school. No one can complain with that, can they? So race 2 steps up once again. Looks like we're missing lane 7, J.R. Collinson. So Kyson, Bloomfield, Bachelor, Boys, Wilson, Northcott, Shabola and Mullins. And a second false start in a row here. We've seen how many we've had this weekend, but that is another false start. So the alarm sounds and they're called back again.
A message to all team managers. Please make sure your area is tidy before you leave. Otherwise that is a state for Friday and tomorrow morning. Some black sacks are coming round. Please make sure they're filled. Thank you.
So I'll have a look now what action is going to be taken. Green card was shown there. So the athletes called it to their marks. For the third time, Kyson, Bloomfield, Bachelor, Boys, Wilson, Northcott, Shabola and Mullins. So Collinson, the athlete missing from Dorset. And this time they get away cleanly. A great start on the inside. That's Isabel Kyson. Watch who's first to rise here. I think it's 83 there, the West Midlands athlete, Bonner Shabola. Shabola still there or thereabouts, but I think it's Arabella Wilson now who comes through with the lead. Wilson, you can see her rising before the rest of the athletes there. Wilson into the home straight with the lead. On her outside, on her inside, Lucy Boyd, almost neck and neck, but Arabella Wilson still with the lead of the race. As they come over the final set of hurdles. Wilson extends her lead in the latter stages of the race, and Arabella Wilson takes the first automatic qualifying spot. The second one goes to Lucy Boys. Third spot will have to wait till a replay for. 43.31 the time on the clock though. Arabella Wilson led throughout that race to take it. Lucy Boys was second. We'll see if we can get an angle of that finish to spot who came third. My instinct says it was Bonner Shibola of the West Midlands, but I'm not 100% sure.
At least you don't have to put all those bricks on charge.
So a lovely angle of our stadium here. You can see the colourful back straight stand. We spoke about it so many times today, where all of our teams are situated. Colours of greens, reds, burgundies, blues flash across our screen there. That's all the athletes on the back straight. Fantastic stadium to have in our city of Birmingham here. Of course, hosted the Commonwealth Games and will host the European Championships in 2025. But it is a really great facility and what an experience for all the athletes to compete in. I think next up is the 400 hurdles for the intermediate boys. Race 1 that will be. So race 1 then of our 400 metre hurdles for the intermediate boys. No one in lane 1, so lane 2 is Oliver Belbeck of Gloucestershire, lane 3 is Nathan Rowlands of Berkshire, lane 4 Nicholas Magzagowski of Devon, in 5 Archie Ellis of Hampshire, in 6 Alex Eldridge of Buckinghamshire, and in lane 7 Samuel Rudge of Avon. So some final checks going on our start line there. You can just see the official walk into his position as the athletes crouch down for a practice sprint. Belbeck, Rowlings, Magowski, Ellis, Eldridge and Rudge are our competitors.
He's making these steps up.
So back onto the track then. Belbeck, Rowlings, Magzagowski, Ellis, Eldridge and Rudge. So into their blocks they go for our first 400 metre hurdles for the intermediate boys heats, heat 1. So away we go, and it looks like a very decent start for the man in red there, Archie Ellis of Hampshire. He's over 2 hurdles. The Devonman Majikowski in lane 4 also seems to be going well. We'll watch who rises first, and I think it is Majikowski, Nicholas Majikowski of Devon with a slight lead. Archie Ellis on his outside also going well, but Majikowski now extends his lead. He looks like he's in the lead of the race as he comes through here. You can see him in that red top with the white sides. Nicholas Majikowski comes through towards the home straight over the penultimate set of hurdles. He goes next. You can see the pain of this event on his face written all over it as he comes now down towards the final set of hurdles. Majikowski takes the final hurdle well. He is going to win this heat. Back in second place there is Archie Ellis. Only 2 heats of this one again, so we'll have to look who's third. Majikowski, Ellis, and that is going to be Alex Eldridge. They are 3 through to the final. 55.68 the time on the clock. Outside the best of Nicholas Majikowski. He's around 54.44. We'll go to a replay of that finish. Majikowski a long way clear. No one else even in picture shot. So he's crossed the line, exited the other side. Then Archie Ellis comes through, followed by the final finalist, Alex Eldridge. So you can see the athletes for race 2 there, queuing just outside the track, ready to enter the playing field. Set up, well, no equipment because they're intermediate, not seniors, but set themselves up and get prepared to race. A great shot of our facility here. You can see the boxes there. You can see all the spectators on the lower tier of the stadium. You can see the lights on as the clouds have gone rather dark. The rain has stopped, however, thankfully, in time for these 400 hurdles. So the athletes now striding around the straight, preparing to race. 400 hurdles, race 2 then. So that race 2 of the 400 hurdles about to get underway. In this one, in lane 2 from Berkshire, Benjamin Dewar in 3, Peter Gardner of Greater Manchester in 4, Shane West of Kent in 5, Andrew Crerar of Berkshire in 6, Elliot Godfrey of Warwickshire, and in 7, Zach Cumberland of North Yorkshire. So this is heat 2 of our 400 metres. So the athletes walk back to the solid white line where they'll start this race. You can see lots of markings on the track there for various relays, hurdle races, 800 metre races and all sorts of races. But they are on the solid white lines for the 400 metres. 1 lap of the track. Ten sets of hurdles throughout that lap. So the athletes now crouch down into their blocks. Now the athletes rise, and away they go. Shane West in lane 4, the first to rise. Also Elliot Godfrey from Warwickshire. But Shane West, the Kent man, best performance of 53.68. He's a long way clear of the rest of the field by around 5 seconds. Shane West keeps rising and he keeps moving in first place. He's clear now by around 20 or so metres. Shane West, the Kentman, continues around the final few sets of hurdles, enters now the home straight. The next hurdle for him is the penultimate hurdle. His gap still around 20 or so metres. Behind him in second is an athlete from Berkshire. A close battle for the third spot. But Shane West clips the last hurdle, but he's clear and through, and he's going to take the win in Heat 1 in 54.90. Second from Berkshire, that's Andrew Crera, and I'm not sure who was third there. We'll have to try and catch a replay if we've got one. We will go to the photo finish very shortly, try and see who was in third place. Here's the angle. So Shane West, we saw him clear and take the win. Second place there is Crera, and third, or even on our angle here, we can't quite tell what that is. That's either Elliot Godfrey or Peter Gardner, but I'm not going to call that. You've got to look at the results for that one. So that concludes our 400 metre hurdles for the intermediate boys. Next up is the senior girls 400 hurdles. It's due to get underway in about 1 minute's time, but I'm assuming with the change of hurdle heights that I assume they're going to have to do, we could be a couple of minutes delayed. So the senior girls 400 hurdles now on the track. These athletes just setting their blocks up, making sure they are comfortable before they can go. So here's the start list for our first senior girls 400 hurdles. In 2, Charlotte DeWar of Buckinghamshire. In 3, Teresa Tolan of North Yorkshire. In 4, Hermione Mason of Cheshire. In 5, Frances Hogg of North Yorkshire. In 6, Amber Hughes of Merseyside. And in lane 7, Georgina Mabbott of Northumberland. Race 1 of the 400 hurdles for the senior women. Once again, the athletes stretching. If you look at the entry for sport banner, that reminds me to remind you that the results will be available on there and the seedings for the final. But if you do look at that banner, you'll see the wind blowing in a headwind position if you're running down the home straight. But that won't matter for these one-lap runners. They'll have both straights to contend with, so no wind is perfect for these guys, I'd imagine. Once again, we get the view over on the lorry billboard, almost, looking over the track, the scoreboard over there. You can see another photo finish shot, which is really great to see inside a stadium, something you don't see very often at all. Also had start list flashing up on there all afternoon, as well as this morning. 400 hurdles for the senior girls. Final is at 10:13 tomorrow morning, so a quick turnaround for these athletes that have to have a quick recovery stretch tonight, which I'm sure they'll all like to do anyway. It looks like, looking at my timetable now, that the relays are straight finals, time trial based finals tomorrow at 4:35, 4:50 and 5 o'clock. They start from 4 o'clock, so they're the final events tomorrow. Don't have them on my timetable for today. The athletes now on their marks for this senior girls 400 hurdles. Dewar, Tolan, Mason, Hogg, Hughes and Mabbott. So away our athletes go. Dewar, Tolan, Mason, Hogg, Hughes and Mabbott. And it is Hogg of North Yorkshire who rises first, as well as the athlete from London, who is not on my start. It's Cheshire, my apologies, Hermione Mason of Cheshire. Now rises the All Black, looking rather like London. We've seen red shorts being worn. She is actually wearing red shorts, but a more toned down version of those red shorts than we've seen. On the outside, there, number 59, Georgina Mabbott. She's some way behind our leader, Hermione Mason. Frances Hogg in second. And then you can see Georgina Mabbott there in third. So there you're leading three. Actually very, very tight. An athlete on the inside there, that's Teresa Tolan, running well. But Hermione Mason of Cheshire rounds the final hurdle. She's coming down towards the line. We'll watch the clock. Mason's best time 60.68. She crosses the line in 62.65. Our other two athletes getting through there, Georgina Mabbott and Teresa Tolan.
62.65.
Not 25.
So a replay of that finish. Hermione Mason takes it. Second place, Georgina Mabbott, and third, Teresa Tolan. Race 2 then up next. Race 2 of 2. 3 auto qualifiers, 2 non-auto qualifiers, the same as before. In lane 2 then to take you through the starting lineup, Isla Brown of Wiltshire in 3, Anna Nyango of Bedfordshire in 4, Lucy Wintle of Somerset in 5, Sonia Chechik of North Yorkshire, and in 6, Stephanie Okoro of Essex. Okoro, another one of those well-known athletes from the scene. She's the only one in this heat to go sub-60 with a 59.58 clocking. Stephanie Okoro in lane 6 then of Essex. Watch out for her.
Wakey. Can't see that cannon going down.
So the athletes striding now around the bend towards the hurdles. They'll have 1 or 2 practice jumps before they're brought back down to the start line yet again. So I'm looking to my left and to my right, and I can see that the weatherproof beds have been replaced on both the pole vault and the high jump. The wind covers and winter covers put back onto the beds, which means that those competitions have finished. Looks like our discus on the infield is still underway though. The athletes still trekking back to their start line.
If I get behind the stands,
So Brown, Nyong'o, Wintle, Chechik and Okoro. You can see Isla Brown there of Wiltshire on the inside, just standing on her blocks, making sure they're locked into the track. They have little spikes on the bottom of the block that dig into the surface of the track, the same as they have on their shoes. So making sure that those spikes are firmly in the surface so there's no movement as she pushes out of her blocks. That was Isla Brown on the inside. As the athletes now get called up to their start position. Brown, Nyong'o, Wintle, Chechik and Okoro. Heat 2 of 2 of the senior women's 400 metre hurdles. So away they go. Looks like a very decent start on the outside from Stephanie Okoro, the pre-race favourite. 59.58, her best time. We'll see how early she rises here. She is clear of the field. Second place there, it looks like Anna Nyango of Bedfordshire. Think she is in second, but our leader, number 27, Stephanie Okoro, in the red with the yellow band of Essex. She takes these hurdles so comfortably. Look at her go over it now. Almost doesn't even break a stride as she gets up to it. I know that 400 hurdlers count their stride to get to them, but Okoro now takes the hurdle and enters the home straight. The penultimate hurdle is up next for her. She is gliding, doesn't even look to be struggling. She steps over that one, doesn't even need to jump. Okoro into the final hurdle. She clears it, which means that she should be through to the line in first place. Second place set, Sonia Chechik. Okoro slows to the line, Chechik takes second, and in third place, Lucy Wintle of Somerset. So there are your three heading through to tomorrow's final. So back onto the track, the senior boys 400 up next. The hurdles, weight distribution and height being changed. So our discus competition continues. You can just see it at the top of your picture, but our 400 hurdlers enter the track. Time is 5 o'clock, which means we have 1 hour left of proceedings here at the Alexander Stadium. Thank you if you have joined us and you've been with us all day. So the athletes continue setting their blocks up. We'll take you through what you've got to look forward to for the rest of the afternoon. We've got 200 metre action next, and then we have 2 800 metre categories, and then we move on to tomorrow, so be sure to join us for that. So you can really see the two-tone nature of the track, and as it stopped raining, the stand has filled out a little. We're looking now at our start list. In lane 2, Tyler Collins of Dorset. In 3, Gus Carter of Middlesex. 4, Luke Drumfield of Sussex. 5, Sam Lunt of Cheshire. In 6, Hayden Christian of Surrey. In 7, Damari Gums of Berkshire. And in lane 8, Zach Williams of Hampshire. So the athletes stood behind their blocks before they get called forward now. So away we go with our first 400 metres for the senior boys. A good start there from Damari Gums of Berkshire. He's the fastest on... He's not the fastest on paper. Sam Lunt's gone quicker, but he's up there. He's around 53.77. I'm sure he's gone quicker than that. First to rise that time is number 77, Hayden Christian. Sam Lunt on his inside knocks over the hurdle there, the Cheshireman. But now he does move through. Sam Lunt of Cheshire comes through towards the straight with the lead. It's going to be between Lunt and Christian. Just the two heats again, so 3 auto qualifiers, 2 non-auto qualifiers. Sam Lunt with the lead in the home straight. The gap now around 10 metres, a battle behind for third place. Lunt still from Christian. What's going to happen behind? Damari Gums seems to come through. Gums coming through, can he take second? Lunt, Gums and Christian, there are 3 heading through to tomorrow's final. So a replay now. Sam Lunt eases up before the line. Damari Gums comes through at the latter stages of the race to take that one. And Hayden Christian took third place, so that'll be in your final. Next heat up next, including Onyeka Oko. That name, he was rather unfortunate in Sheffield in Chelmsford, my apologies, a couple of weeks ago, where he stumbled over the last hurdle, which cost him a chance of winning the England Championships and automatic selection for the under-18 Commonwealth Youth Games. I believe he's competed for Great Britain several times, but that was rather unfortunate as he clipped the last hurdle and appeared injured on the finish line. But he is here on our start line in the burgundy and yellow, so he must be fit to race. Oko has run 51.73. It is his quickest time, the Essex athlete. So the athletes stride once more. We'll go through the start list for this one. In lane 3, Luke Turner of Northamptonshire. In 4, Noah Miller of Somerset. In 5, Onyeka Kachuka Oko of Essex. In 6, Oliver Parker, Leicestershire and Rutland. In lane 7, Cosmo Johnson of Derbyshire. And in lane Auden Core of Merseyside. Race 2 of the senior boys, 400 metres. After this one, we go to the interboys 200 metres. So the athletes stroll back to their start line.
Second heat of the senior boys on the track, getting ready now. In lane 3, Onyeka Oko from Essex, for 50.95 last year. And the semi-finalist of the World Under-20 Championships in Colombia last summer. Keep an eye on how you've got to see them.
So on the start line now are athletes for this race 2 of the 400 hurdles. So the athletes now under starters' orders. The whistle has blown. Turner, Miller, Oko, Parker, Johnson and Core. Don't forget, Oko competed at the World Under-20 Championships in Cali, Colombia last year. Came 5th in his semi-final. Did not, unfortunately, make the final. 2nd at the English Schools in this event last year. So watch out for him in lane 5. And we see him start there, and he's off to a flyer. But they're all very even through the first hurdle. Now Oko starts to turn the screw. Oko rises half a second or so before. Oko now on the shoulder of Parker. Parker on his outside, probably in second place still there. But Oko now a stride and a half ahead of the rest of the field. Coming through, Parker from Leicestershire and Rutland on the outside. He is definitely in second place. But on Yeka, Oko rounds the bend in towards the final hurdle of the bend and into the home straight. 2 hurdles left to run. On Yeka, Oko puts the Demons of Chelmsford behind him if he can get over this final hurdle. As I say that, Parker from behind of Leicestershire and Rutland hits the hurdles. Oko, and then there's another clip of the hurdles, but Oko eases to the line. Oko takes it. On Oko's inside, Miller took second, and Parker, despite hitting 2 of the hurdles there, took third place.
Presentation ceremony. Third event 22, the intermediate gold ball. Presentation once again by Charlie Palmer, our 6-time English Schools athlete. One bronze, 2000 competitor.
So here's that shot. Oko easing to the line. Noah Miller took second. And Parker, despite hitting a few hurdles there, hung on for third place. Fast finish from Alden Court to take 4th from Merseyside.
The silver medalist, wearing 7th Buckinghamshire with a few postal best of 3 meters 40, Esaa. The gold medalist at the English Schools Championship 2023, wearing 37th Hertfordshire with a few postal best of 3 meters 65, Isabella Turner.
So the hurdles being removed now from the straight. The bend hurdles will be removed shortly, I'm sure. But a 200 metres does not require the bend to be run round. The bend, of course, I'm talking about is the first bend on the track, where you can see here on your screen. The bend on the other side of the track, as you can see now, is clear. The athletes now come down towards the start line of the 200 metres. This is Heat 1 for the intermediate boys. First of 4, which means 1 automatic qualifier, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. Almost all of our field action has concluded for the day. We do have what looks like long jump and what looks like discus underway, but those must be near their conclusion as we enter the final 40 minutes or so. Great view of the back numbers of the athletes there. Numbers, of course, on both the front and the back, and they do symbolise their team. So you will have noticed several number 1s, several number 2s throughout the weekend. They are all athletes from the same team. The athletes now shown to their start line. They'll get a few opportunities to run out and stride. You see the athletes practicing their strides. These athletes, of course, not allowed the blocks as they're not seniors. We've mentioned that a lot, but we won't have to mention that tomorrow. So the blocks will not be needed. That shot there, an iconic angle of our stadium lights here as seen in the Commonwealth Games. That bend had a temporary seating on it right up to the same level, if not higher, than the home straight stand, the main stand you can see in your picture there with the big glass windows which contained the Royal Box during the Commonwealth Games. We zoom in on an athlete on our start line now. It's Harry Bunting of Dorset. He's run 23.1. But I will now take you through the start list for this one. In lane 1, Michael Sumaid McKindy of London. In 2, Krishawn Thompson of Warwickshire. In 3, Oliver Nunn of Lancashire. In 4, Ethoso Imatitukua of Davidson of Essex. In 6, Abuka Nokeji of Northamptonshire. In 6, Morgan Scott of Nottinghamshire. In 7, Thomas Bristol of West Midlands. And in lane 8, Oscar Awaka of Oxfordshire. So this is the first of 4 heats, 1 auto qualifier, 4 non-auto qualifiers.
I've really enjoyed it.
Fastest on paper in this field with a time of 21.59, Abuka Nokeji of Northamptonshire. Away they go now then. Very tight as they round the bend. Think it might be Efosa Imatitukua Davidson of Essex with a good start, but on his outside, Abuka Nokeji, the fastest on paper. He's running clear of the field. Thomas Bristol also there of West Midlands. But it's going to be Nokeji who secures the automatic qualifying berth. 21.85. The wind perfect again for our 200 metre runners. 0.4. The tailwind down the straight. Nokeji there took the win comfortably for Northamptonshire. 21.59 his best time, and it was Thomas Bristol in second, so he'll have to wait to see if he could be a non-automatic qualifier. Next set of athletes on the line waiting to do a practice start. Some great starts there, practice starts. We can go through the start list then from 200 metres race 2. In lane 2, Jane Saunders of Middlesex. In 3, Alex White of Norfolk. In 4, Angus Strachan of Surrey. In 5, Matthew Smart of Nottinghamshire. In 6, Kendrick Obeng of Essex. In 7, Griffin Archer-Jones of Hertfordshire. In lane 8, Ben Carley of Leicestershire and Rutland. And in lane 9, Joshua Welford of West Midlands. You probably just heard through your monitor there the whistle blow. That means the athletes are once again under starters' orders. So in the set position, and away they go, and it is a flying start once again from Essex. That's Obeng, Kendrick Obeng, who's up and into his running very, very well. But on his inside, Matthew Smart of Nottinghamshire. He seems to be coming through. He's a 21.98 runner, and he is in the lead. Matthew Smart extends his lead. He vies for that automatic qualifying berth, and he powers his way through the line to take it. 21.82 at the time on the clock. That's a new personal best for him. He's clocked 21.98. So that was that was Marcus Smart of Nottinghamshire who took the win. He is in the final, which is tomorrow. Race 3 on the track for their practice strides. Sprinters love taking their time to set themselves, get focused, get in the zone for the race. It's called a flow state, the peak optimal position, peak mental position to race. You can see now that busy high jump zone we saw earlier is cleared, but an athlete down on the finish line there. That's Jayan Saunders on the finish line there, who's injured from the previous heat. Seems to be receiving some attention there. We do hope he's okay. The medics walk over to him now. So back to the start line, we can take you through the start line for race 3 in lane 2, Harvey Nelson of West Midlands. In 3, Finley Maynard of North Yorkshire. In 4, Charles Unsworth of Lancashire. 5, Connor Kelly of Surrey. 6, Nathan Hedges of Hertfordshire. In 7, Peter Ogbenmoan of Essex. In 8, David Ado Boateng of West Yorkshire. And in 9, Thomas Watton of Cleveland. So Nelson, Maynard, Unsworth, Kelly, Hedges, Ogbonwun, Ado, Boateng and Watton. So away they go in race 3 of 4 in our 200 metres for the intermediate boys. Looks like a really good start from the orange of Hertfordshire. That's Nathan Hedges. He's clocked 22.16. But Connor Kelly on the inside, they're 3 abreast now. Only 1 space to go. Hedges still edging it. Hedges just about in the lead there. Didn't get a chance to bring in the other 2 athletes, but Hedges took it from Kelly and Unsworth. Nathan Hedges of Hertfordshire was the first to rise. Managed to maintain his form right the way through the finish line. So a very impressive run there from Nathan Hedges. Race 4 up next. See the athletes once again setting themselves. Great to see so many spectators hanging around in the arena in the final stages of our competition today. Here's our start list though. Evameo Sanu of Shropshire, Harry Carrott of Leicestershire and Rutland, Massimo Maguire of Durham, Leon Francis of Surrey, John Masters of Gloucestershire, Mackenzie Ritson of Avon, Clinton Igbo of Northamptonshire and Joel Bass of London. So that is your start list. But yeah, as I was saying, so many of the competitors who may want to go home and have a rest, go back to their hotel rooms, I'm sure most of them have, still hanging around in the stadium. You can see in the corner of your shot how busy the bottom tier of this main stand is. Has stayed all day. So our field stream just ending. So if you are joining us from that stream, welcome to the coverage from the track. This, of course, the 92nd English Schools Championships. You're joining us in the last few minutes of the competition. This is race 4 of the 200 metres. Sanu, Carrott, Maguire, Francis, Masters, Ritson, Igbo, Bass. So the athletes down and into their blocks now. So away they go in heat 4 of our 200 metres. Looks like a good start from Gloucestershire's John Masters there. They enter the straight. Think it's Massimo Maguire of Durham now. Turning the skews, it's between Gloucestershire and Durham. That's Maguire and Masters. Masters starts to edge it, I think there. Joel Masters through the line, 21.96 the time on the clock. That's a new personal best for him. He's ran 22.1, so he takes 0.2 off that time. Fantastic performance from Joel Masters into a headwind of 0.4 metres per second. Here's the replay of that time. Close finish. Masters just takes it from Massimo Maguire of Durham. Probably a best for Maguire as well. He's ran 22.2 and he looked not that far off John Masters. Potential for 2 personal bests there. So on to our final sprint event. This is T38 of 40. This is the 200 metres for the intermediate girls. After this we move on to some 800 metre action. Race 1 then of the intermediate girls, 200 metres. So the athletes walk in now back to their blocks. About time to take you through these start lists. In lane 1, Amelie Bodie of Merseyside. In 2, Hannah Wilson of Durham. In 3, Blessing Idaco of Greater Manchester. Lane 4 is Kalia Downey of Essex. In 5, Shantae Sterling of Middlesex. In 6, Leah Finch of South Yorkshire. Lane 7, Emily Lucas of Hampshire. And in lane 8, Freya Lilly of Cleveland. So that's your 8 lanes in the final sprint race of the day. Join us tomorrow for more sprint action as we have all of the finals from the events you've seen today. Competition tomorrow starts at 10 o'clock. That's the 300 hurdles. The 200 metre finals tomorrow for this event. This is the intermediate girls. So that 200 metre final is at 11:50. So join us tomorrow morning for that. And if you do join us tomorrow, why not hang around, watch some of the action. We do have 2 commentators tomorrow, thankfully. Hopefully keep things a little bit exciting for you as we take you through all the action from the finals. So Bodie, Wilson, Idaco, Downey, Sterling, Finch, Lucas and Lilly. So the fastest athlete on paper in this one with a time of 24:17, Kelly Downey of Essex, 24:17. She's in lane 4 in the claret and yellow stripe. You can see her there now. And away they go there. Downey off to a great start. She's already on the shoulder of Sterling on her outside. Downey follows through into the home straight now. Downey from Wilson of Durham on her inside. Downey wants to take the first spot. There's just 2 heats, so 3 auto qualifiers. There's a challenge for the second one. Kalia Downey takes the first spot. Second there is going to go to Emily Lucas of Hampshire, and third, Blessing Idaco of Greater Manchester. But Kalia Downey of Essex stops the clock, 24:60. She's going to be in the final. So there she is, Kalia Downey, the winner of Heat 1 of that 200 metres. So she'll go home, as were the other 2 who qualified, Lucas and Wilson. They'll go home, they'll prepare for that final at 11:50 tomorrow. Here's a shot of our finish line. It confirms our leading 3, Downey, Lucas and Wilson. Second race underway very shortly. We are slightly ahead of schedule here. Second race of our 200 metres for the intermediate girls. Before we move to some 800 metres. So race 2 now onto the track. The action today has come thick and fast. We've had a great day here at the English Schools Track and Field Championships from the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. We've seen some fantastic performances throughout the weekend. I think the faller in the 1500 has got to be the highlight for me. The athlete who fell, got to his feet and still managed to win the heat. Very, very impressive, and I cannot wait to see him race in the final tomorrow. Also seen some great sportsmanship earlier on in the day, which was always good to see. But here is our final sprint heat of the day. Ophelia Jones in 1 of Cheshire, in 2 Ebiasarimi Ekahumilo of Merseyside, in 3 Kyra Maguire Middlesex, 4 Hebe Evans of Hertfordshire, 5 Eleanor Faria of Gloucestershire, in 6 Tamilor George of Middlesex, and in lane 7 Holly Bosworth of Cheshire. So this is the final sprint race of the day before we move to some 800 metres.
Is this not cabled? Oh, fucking.
So the fastest athlete in this heat, Hebe Evans of Hertfordshire. She's run 24.97, the only athlete under 25. She's in the orange of Hertfordshire there. So Jones, Ekumelo, Maguire, Evans, Faria, George and Bosworth. Away they go, and it's a flying start once again from Hebe Evans. We expected this. She's the fastest on paper. She's moving through now into the straight. However, Maguire starts to challenge on her inside, and she's being challenged from the other Middlesex, George, on her outside. The two Middlesex athletes move through, George and Maguire, and those two are going to take the first 2 booths into that final. Maguire, George and Evans, your 3 qualifiers, 25.04. So PBs for both George and Maguire. Middlesex going to be having a very, very happy coach trip back to their hotel tonight there, with their 200 metre girls taking 2 personal bests in the final sprint race of the day. Let's watch that again. Who took it? Was it George or was it Maguire? Looks like Kyra Maguire. She did get there first, to my Lord George in second, and Hebe Evans took third.
We come now to the presentation for the senior boys hammer. Senior boys hammer first, just waiting for the athletes to roll past and go behind the podium. We're very pleased to have to make the presentation today, Paul Dickinson.
So our 800 metre competition continues next with the senior boys races.
England athletics captain, coach to many, many athletes that have appeared in these championships over the years.
So 3 races in the senior boys
Bronze medalist.
and 3 races in the senior girls. So final 6 races of the day. Final distance is the 800 metres. The athletes not yet entered the track, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute's time with this 800 metres. So we can still see athletes on that back straight stand, spectating on their friends and their teammates. Few what looks like parents starting to leave, and a good clear up going underway for some rubbish up there. Announcement went out a few minutes ago about that. Good to see that being adhered to. Our 800 metre runners now do head onto the track down below us here in the main stand. And there they are, striding around the bend. We can get going very shortly. So if you have been with us since the start of the day, thank you very much. It's been a great day of athletics, some unbelievable performances. So if you have joined us throughout, thank you so much for your attention and your time today. We hope you have enjoyed yourself. But I'll take you through the start list now for this Heat 1 of the 800 metres for the senior boys. In lane 2, Zach Old of Northumberland. In 3, Thomas Barnett of Staffordshire. In 4, Luke Parker of South Yorkshire. In 5, Henry Jonas of Norfolk. In lane 6, Dylan Smith of Hertfordshire. In 7, John Luca Robillard of Channel Islands. And in lane 8, Alex Glue, Lancashire. Completing the lineup in lane 9, Samuel Holloway of Avon. 2 laps of the track for these guys, splitting into lane 1 when they reach the discus cage and the hammer throw cage on the opposite side of the track. So the athletes step up to their line. And away they go, in lanes around the first bend before they cut in to the inside. Looks like athlete 71, South Yorkshire, Luke Parker, moves through into the lead of the race. But on his outside, Norfolk's Henry Jonas in what looks like the German flag. He moves into the lead in the black, red, gold on a white background. So the leader is Henry Jonas coming round the second bend, into the home straight. Second bend on the track, the final bend of the first lap, and he enters the home straight. Norfolk. Henry Jonas still leads. We have 3 heats of this one, which means that we have 2 auto qualifiers, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Henry Jonas, though, opens his gap out to around 2 metres. An athlete coming up now is number 59, that's Zach Old, Northumberland. He now moves into second place with Luke Parker in third. So there you're leading 3. Norfolk's Henry Jonas now starts to turn the skew. That gap opens up. Zach Old starts to close him down though, and still behind Luke Parker. There's going to be a battle for that third qualifying spot. The Norfolkman, Henry Jonas, now starts to look a bit more tired. Zach Old behind him, closing the gap considerably, but it stays around 8 to 10 metres. Here he comes then, 200 metres to go. This is going to be fairly quick. We're probably looking at around 2 minutes, if not quicker. So here we go, Henry Jonas now rounds the corner into the straight. Battle behind, I can see the Hertfordshire man, Dylan Smith there moving into second place. So there you're 3. Your 3 that are looking to go through. Henry Jonas, Zach Old and Dylan Smith. Which of those 3 are going to come in what position? Looks like the long-time leader, Dylan Smith, is going to come through. Dylan Smith in second there, the long-time leader. Henry Jonas took the lead. 1:52 the time on the clock. So Jonas from Smith, from Zach Old. You'll see those 3 compete tomorrow in the final. Very quick closing lap there. 1:52 the time. They went through what looked like 200 from here, but it could have been one of the other markings at the top of the track in 1:31. So there you go, Henry Jonas crossing the line in first, second place Dylan Smith, third place Zach Old. So race 2 about to set themselves on the track. They're just below us here, you can see them in the back of your picture there. So race 1 exit the track, race 2 Just sorting some final housekeeping pieces before they're allowed to compete. So this second heat on the track still just warming up. We can't cut to any other action because there's nothing else going on. We are in the final 20 or so minutes of the broadcast. All this athletics has gone to my head and I can't remember time. So 20 minutes left of the broadcast. This is race 2 of our 800 metres. The athletes striding out, making sure that they are fresh and ready for the race. Also helps to get used to the surface that they will be running on. So here you go, here's the lineup for the 800 metres, race 2 for the senior boys. In lane 2, William Annabelle, Derbyshire. In 3, Scott Temple of Cleveland. 4, Patrick Griffith of Cheshire. In 5, Oakley Denson, that name again, of Buckinghamshire. In 6, Miles Waterworth, another big name in the athletic scene from Sussex. 7, Max Bishop of Middlesex. In 8, Johar Ali of Nottinghamshire. And in lane 9, Philip Monaghan of Wiltshire. Oakley Denson then, the quickest on paper by 1/100th of a second. He's run 150 flat. Miles Waterworth on his outside has run 150.01. I would be highly surprised if both of those two did not qualify in the first and second spots. But as you've seen, this is a heat, anything can happen. We've seen athletes all weekend get knocked out in the heats who we expect to go through. Will Oakley Denson or Miles Waterworth be the next? So on the start line then, Annabelle, Temple, Griffith, Denson, Waterworth, Bishop, Ali and Monaghan. This is race 2 of 3 of your 800 metres for the senior boys. So away we go then with this one. Looks like one of the athletes there, Scott Temple of Cleveland on the inside, happy to move through. And he's going to sit in the front of the field. Behind him there, William Annabelle. And a Cheshire athlete, that's Patrick Griffith, is also there. But the leader still Scott Temple. He's hugging the middle of the lane, not letting anyone through. And as I said, out Miles Waterworth moved through. I'm used to seeing him in the white and blue, I believe, of Brighton Phoenix. But he is wearing today Sussex in the yellow. So Waterworth sitting in second place. Oakley Denson on the outside there, now starting to move through. He is one of the big names in the athletics community at the time, having run 150 as a school child, which is unbelievable. But the inside, still Scott Temple. He goes through the bell. Didn't catch the split there, unfortunately, so we won't know what kind of pace they're on. Didn't look to be too quick, though. I'm expecting an injection, which we see now. Miles Waterworth hits the front. Oakley Denson follows closely from behind. So Waterworth in the lead. Oakley Denson in second place, the Buckinghamshire athlete. Number 13, Scott Temple, still in that group. Waterworth moving through, still through the 200 metre mark. That gap starting to open up. We're going to have a bunch sprint again. 2 auto qualifiers, 2 fastest losers. But Miles Waterworth in the lead. Scott Temple in second. Oakley Denson now coming through. Is Denson going to fall trips to the heat system here? Miles Waterworth looks to be safely through to me. Waterworth comes through and takes it. Second place there, Scott Temple. So Oakley Denson is going to have to wait and see if he will be in that final. Will he be a non-automatic qualifier? Time 1:54. somewhat slower than the previous heat, 2 seconds or so slower. So race 3, the next on the track, the final boys race of the day. So there's confirmation that it was Waterworth who took that one, with Scott Temple in second and Miles Waterworth in third. Race 3, the final men's 800 metres of the day, up next. So race 3 now on the track, the third heat of our 800 metres for the senior boys. In lane 1, Lucas Stabler, North Yorkshire, to Joseph Reeve of Durham. In 4, Cameron West of Lincolnshire moved the first two I announced a lane back. In 5, Harry Ware of Hampshire. In 6, Oliver Capps of Devon. In 7, Christian Green of West Yorkshire. And in lane 8, Lenny Scott of South Yorkshire, the final men's race of the day, before we move on to the senior women's 800 metres. 3 heats of that one. So away we go with our 800 metres race 3 for the senior men. Good start there from Devon's Oliver Capp. He seems to have dropped back a little now. It's Harry Ware of Hampshire, also in red, who moves through towards the front. The athlete in green on the outside, that's Lenny Scott, now moving over into second place. Harry Ware still leads this one though. Harry Ware takes them through 200 metres in 26 seconds. A very fast opening tempo being set. But he looks very comfortable, does Harry Ware. Ware's run 1:53.06 and is the fastest on paper in this heat. Oliver Capps of Devon on his outside at the start line was the second quickest, 1:53.39. But look at the lead that Harry Ware has opened up. It's open to about 10 minutes. We head down now towards the bell. And there you go, the bell rings. About 55 seconds on the clock for Harry Ware. So still looking at around about 52, which will be a PB. He's around 53.06. But Harry Ware of Lincolnshire continues moving up to the line. He's a very strong runner, and we can see that here. But can anyone from behind close? Challenge is coming from Joseph Reeve and Christian Green there, the West Yorkshireman, who leads that second group. And he closes the gap down to around 5 metres. So Harry Ware needs to be very wary. You can see the grimace on his face as he comes into the bend and towards the final straight. His lead still there, but the athlete in green there, number 72, Lenny Scott of South Yorkshire, enters the straight. He's going to challenge Ware. Reminder, 2 people to go through. So those 2 right now would be Ware and Scott. But coming through now is number 21. That's Oliver Capps. Capps comes through and Scott comes through. So it's going to be Scott from Capps. And that means that the long-time leader, Harry Ware, the fastest on paper, is going to have to settle for being a non-automatic qualifier, should he have the time for that. Finishing time was 1:53.31. And there he is, Lenny Scott. He ran that to perfection. He sat behind the leader throughout the race, came through in the latter stages and took the win. Here's your finishing shot. So confirmation, it was Scott from Capps from Harry Ware. So on to our final category, if you like, of the day, the 800 metres for the senior women. 3 races of this one. So the athletes now stride out around the bend. We can go through the start list of this one very shortly. So the athletes now walking down towards their blocks. We can go through the start list.
So the final event of the first day, they're coming out on the track now to be 3 heats.
So the start list then for this race 1 of the senior girls 800 metres. In lane 2, Matilda Burns of Greater Manchester. In 3, Hattie Davis of Derbyshire. 4 is Charlotte Wormley of Surrey. 5 is Ella Greenway of Humberside. 6 is Jane Elvin of Essex. 7, Poppy Elton, Hereford and Worcestershire. In 8, Sarah Smith of Cumbria. And in lane 9, Lucy Milliner of Devon. So you start list for race 1 of the 800 metres, which is underway now. To the fastest on paper in this one with a 2:07 clocking, Alice Bennett. She's not in this one, she's in the second heat, so perhaps some moving around. The fastest in this one is Ella Greenway, 2:04.3. Poppy Elton there of Hereford and Worcester getting off to a good start and trying to tuck in, but she slots in behind very sensibly into the pack. Number 21 there, that's Lucy Milliner. She looks like she'd like to move towards the front, but she doesn't want to lead, so she sits in with that group 3 abreast round the bend. Not something you see very often in an 800 compared to other races, which means that the pace perhaps slower. Ella Greenway though, the number 39 from Humberside, is in that front group. She does lead the race actually. On the inside though is 77 Charlotte Wormley. They come down the home straight now. So Greenway and Wormley side by side in the home straight, all the athletes in contention. This is somewhat slower than what we've seen from other races this weekend. So through the bell, 66.88, so we're looking at about 2:08 pace, so not too slow. It's outside Greenway's best of 2:04, but she's going to be quite comfortable sitting in at this pace. So Greenway and Wormley winding up the screws now as the race picks up and picks up. Greenway on the front. Just out of picture there, Greenway still moving forward. She's got a stride and a half lead there on Wormley. Will she decide to tuck in at any point? She's visibly ahead of Wormley, but she's still stuck on the outside lane. Now she makes the move and cuts in. So she does. Greenway sits into the front of the pack. She's got this one as long as she can stay out of trouble in the final straight. Wormley though moves onto her shoulders. 3 heats means 2 qualifiers, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be Wormley and Greenway, but on their outside that's Sarah Smith of Cumbria, but she's now moved back off the group. Greenway, as we expected of Humberside, powering her way down the straight. Second place there, Charlotte Wormley still in second. It's going to be close for that second position. Greenway eases up before the line. 2:09, 2:10.4 the time of the clock. Wormley took second place. Sarah Smith in third place. It's not going to have done enough to qualify unless the next 2 heats are slower than that one. So there you go, Greenway from Wormley. And there's Sarah Smith. Now I'm looking through my next start list, and I'm deducting that Charlotte Wormley in that last race, who came second from Surrey, I think her sister might be in the next race, Lauren Wormley from Surrey. If they're not related, I apologise, that would be a very neat coincidence to have 2 athletes with the same last name in the same event from the same county, so perhaps twins maybe. Not 100% sure on that, but just deducing it from what I can see here. Lauren Wormley there is in lane 4, she's ran 2:12. Charlotte Wormley ran 2:11, so tight between those 2 as well. Just counting the athletes there, all 7 are present. Looks like we only have 6 now actually down there. Yeah, so one of the athletes, it looks like we have someone missing. Did look like we had 7, but perhaps that was the official stood behind being obscured by another athlete. Mistaking me there, but we do have 6 athletes. But we'll take you through the start list anyway, while they stretch around. And then we can figure out who's missing when they go onto the start line. In 2, Rebecca Dilworth of Cheshire. In 3, Imogen Blackwell of Lancashire. In 4, Lauren Wormley of Surrey. In 5, Alice Bennett, Northamptonshire. 6 is Annabelle Hedge of Hertfordshire. Lane 7 is Isabel Burke of Greater Manchester. And lane 8 is Ruby Styler of South Yorkshire. So just looking out of the window here, I can definitely make out 6 athletes. We'll try and spot who doesn't have their lane occupied. They enter the track now. Looks like possibly lane 5. So that would be Alice Bennett missing, if that's correct, the Northamptonshire athlete. Yeah, it is Alice Bennett who's missing. So I hope that's not an injury for her. That would be very sad to miss English schools through injury. We hope she is watching at home, if she is missing it, or if she's in the crowd here, even better. Bennett would have been the quickest on paper as well with 2:07.2. Annabelle Hedge on the outside from Hertfordshire. It's a 2:11 runner, so she's now the quickest runner in the field. Hedge was 4th in the schools last year, but away they go. Looks like a decent start from Styler on the outside. Penultimate race of the day, race 2 of 3 in our 800 metres for the senior girls. So who's going to want to take up the front? I think it might be Ruby Styler, the South Yorkshire athlete. She's run at 2:14. See if she tucks into the front. Yes, she does. I was correct. Ruby Styler of South Yorkshire hits the front of the field. Interesting style of Annabelle Hedge behind, the fastest on paper. You can see her towering over the field. Quite a tall athlete there. She's coming around the bend. Watch out for her in the latter stages. She's run 2:11. But it's very tight. 2:11, 2:12s, 2:13s and 2:14s and 2:15s are all the times in the field. So everyone will be there or thereabouts come the finish here. Styler still on the front. Happy to front run this race. Wormley, Lauren Wormley of Surrey, the one that we predicted could be the sister of Charlotte Wormley. She's sat in 2nd place. She's run 2:12. So here they go now, up to the bell. 1:02 on the clock. So our leader still Ruby Styler. Styler leading the race, 2nd place, still Wormley. No changes there, but now we start to see Annabelle Hedge, potentially the fastest on paper from what we can see. Starts to move onto the shoulder, 230 or so metres to go. This is what these athletes know what they're doing. They're sitting in the group and they're going to try and come through in the home straight. But in the lead now is Lauren Wormley. Coming through, the Greater Manchester athlete squeezing away through a gap there, Isabel Buck, and those 3 are clear. So are these going to be the 3 that reach our final? Only 2 of them can, of course, automatically qualify. Will it be Wormley? Will it be Styler? Or will it be Isabel Burke? My apologies, Wormley, Burke or Hedge. Looks like it's going to be Hedge and Wormley as they come into the straight. Wormley, Lauren Wormley of Surrey with the lead. She comes down towards the line. Looks like it could be a PB for Wormley as she crosses the line. 2:10.97. Her best time 2:12.8. So a big PB for her if that's correct. And Isabel Annabelle Hedge, sorry, in 2nd place of Hertfordshire. She's going to be just outside hers of 2:11.07. But Lauren Wormley does take the win in our 2nd heat. So into the home straight. There you go, Lauren Wormley from Annabelle Hedge. So we do move on, of course, to our final race of the day, the 800 metres race 3. Final of this one is at 3:50 tomorrow. Join us for that one. We'll be here the same way you're watching us today, whether that is on the YouTube or the website. So our final race of the day, the time 6 o'clock. It's been a long day for all the officials, most of the athletes and all of our crew involved. We've been here since about 7 o'clock this morning, as most people have been. We'll be back again at the same time roughly tomorrow. So here come our athletes in the bottom of the screen for this final event of the day. So just going through those final checks is our last heat of the day. Tell you who the quickest on paper is while we wait. That would be Lois Creasy of Cleveland. She's in lane 6. She's run 2:10.23. So a top runner. Our truck here goes around the track to collect some equipment. We are hearing that tomorrow we are expecting more sun for our finals. So if you are about, come and join us here in the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. If you're not around, why not join us on the live stream? We'll be live all day again tomorrow. So here you go, final event of the day, final start list of the day. I'll take you through it now. Millie Walton is in 2 of Lancashire. In 3, Olivia Brown of Greater Manchester. 4, Kira Devereux of Avon. 6 is Lois Creasy of Cleveland. 7 is Eleanor Inch of West Yorkshire. And in lane 8, Josie Maudsley, Hereford and Worcester. Final event of the day on the track, the 800 metres for the senior girls. They stride off around the bend. They'll come back to the start line and we can get underway.
The girls for the final heat, walking back in position there. In lane 3, lane 4 on the track will be Kira Devereux, Avon. That's 2:10.28 last year. That's this year 2:12.47. Southwest Schools champion. And lane 13, Cleveland.
So athletes on the start line: Walton, Brown, Devereux, Creasy, Inch and Maudsley.
Last year.
So away they go, our final event of the day. Looks like lane 5 is unoccupied, as it is on our start list, so that's perfect. Means we don't have to try and spot who has pulled out. Kira Devereux there seems to want to move into lead. She slows up and lets Olivia Brown through. Brown, I think, is going to hug the inside. She is. She moves straight to the inside. She's going to be sitting on the front there with Devereux on her shoulder. Smart tactics from Devereux. She didn't want to lead on her own, so she let Brown through to sit on the inside. 200 metres gone. All these athletes in that group still as they come around the bend towards the 400 metre mark, down the final straight of the first lap of our final event of the day. Walton, Brown, Devereux, Creasy, Inch, Maudsley are our athletes, and in the lead here it is Brown, but coming through now, that's Lois Creasy, the quickest on paper from Cleveland. She's on the front. Reminder, 2 to go through as the bell sounds. Creasy is on the front. Second there, Kira Devereux of Avon. She was happy to let the Manchester athlete Brown there lead at the start, but she's still there. Is Devereux of Avon. Creasy of Cleveland still leads this one, but Devereaux is not giving her an inch. Coming through now on the outside is Josie Mortley of Hereford and Worcester, another athlete coached by Kath Miovic over at Bromsgrove and Redditch. But Lois Creasy still moving through nicely on the inside. Devereaux follows closely, and now comes Olivia Brown, the Greater Manchester athlete. 2 spaces and 4 athletes in that leading group. Devereaux, Creasy, not Maudsley, sorry. That's Eleanor Inch. And of course, Devereaux, Creasy, Inch. But coming through now towards the line is Olivia Brown, the Greater Manchester athlete. She led early on. Think she's going to qualify for the final, but will she take the win? Yes, she will. 2:11:16 the time on the clock. That's the final action of the day here. So the winner there was Olivia Brown. So here's the replay of that one. Olivia Brown of Greater Manchester crosses the line in first. Second was Eleanor Inch of West Yorkshire. So that does conclude our action here from the 92nd English Schools Track and Field Championships Day 1 from the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. Thank you so much for joining us today. We've had a great viewing number, so we do appreciate everyone for joining us. If you'd like to join us tomorrow, we'll be available in the same place, starting off at around 5 to 10 tomorrow. So please join us for that. Thank you very much for joining us. Day 1, 92nd English Schools Track and Field Championships. We'll see you tomorrow.